in 2016, I thought I was pretty good back then. I definitely felt like I could hold my own versus everyone. And then, I kept playing 2017, 2018. Still thought I was pretty good. 2019 had like a really rough spring, I remember, and then got a lot better in summer. I had it was like a bit of a W, it was like a up, down, a little bump. And then 2020 was just downhill for me.
Yeah.
And that's where I really started to struggle and just felt like I'm in like a hole that I couldn't get out of. In terms of like losing and just my mindset. It's like I was just showing up to every LCS game. Or maybe not showing up because we were playing from like our apartments and COVID and all that. But I was playing every LCS game and I was just playing not to lose. I was just thinking, man, like I just feel like I'm going to lose today, no matter what. And it's really hard to snap out of that. I'm sure you experienced similar things on FlyQuest. Yeah. And it's just really hard. I don't know how else to put it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just hard because at the end of the day, you're only 20% of your team, right?
Yeah.
And there's so many things that go into each team. Like, there's a reason that people pay close attention to, like, what coach they're hiring and what analysts they have and, like, all the staff behind it. But you go on stage and then, like, I don't know. When you're on a bad team, it's like you make one mistake and the game's over. Like, that's what it feels like. When you're on a top team, it's like, oh, you mess up a fight, there's another fight,
But
like,
bot lane's doing well if you're not doing well.
Yeah, like there was like the EG Fly game today, and it's like back and forth. Like one player messes up a fight, and then another player messes up the next fight, and it's like you're still in the game. But when you're on a bottom team, like a team that's not doing well, it's like you mess up one fight, and the game's over. You instantly lost. You go to review, you're like, well, I messed up once here, and like when I was on a top team and I messed up once here, it was fine. So like I'm bad, I guess. Like it's just like it's this really weird world that you live in when you're on a bottom team. Like it's like totally different.
How do you self-evaluate then in those situations, right? Because obviously like it's hard, we only see so many games, we only see so many stage games. It is obvious that like if a team is good, your mistakes can kind of be pasted over, you have more opportunities to shine, and your teammates are going to enable you better, so you're going to look better, just kind of force multiplier. But how do you accurately evaluate your skills then? Like, do you guys think that like, hey, I was actually always this good, things just didn't work out, like unlucky team, unlucky circumstance? Or do you actually think that, hey, like, no, I've figured some things out, and it's not just team changed, I got better?
I think it's really hard to know. Like, for me, at least, I don't know if you feel differently, but for me, it's like when I'm on a bottom team, it's like making mistakes, got to learn from them. When you're winning, making mistakes, got to learn from them. Like it's always the same thing. And just like, you just hope that someday the wins are going to start coming in if you fix enough mistakes. And like, that's it. Like when I was on a top team, when I joined C9, I was like, oh, I'm so much better than everyone else. Like, oh, I'm so good at League of Legends. And then I spent some time on a bottom team and I'm like, huh.
You start to question
everything. So this is what the other side is like. And like, I mean, it's totally changed the way I think about players and like rankings and stuff. Cause I just think like, you can't know. You really can't know as a player. Unless someone's like really like, they don't know their lane matchups or something, which does happen. Like it's so hard to tell.
Yeah, I never really liked like tier lists and stuff like that. Cause it's like you said, it's just there's so many factors that go into how a player is. Like, even this year, like you asked, like, oh, do you think maybe have you just been playing the same the whole time and like your team just got better? And like, yeah, kind of. Like, I guess for me in particular, I was like a type of player where I never would play my role as like an AD carry. Like I would watch some AD carries that say like Reckless or something, where it's like, this guy's he's playing AD carry. He's gonna stand back, he's gonna farm up, and he's gonna be an AD carry. And then there's me, and I felt like I was always more of like a aggressive player. And I would kind of want to be in your face. And so, when, I don't know, my team's losing and like no one on my team is checking like some super important thing that needs to happen. We need to walk into the Dragon or the Baron, guys. I'm just like, okay, I'll just do it then. And then I end up dying and it's like, what the hell is that guy doing? So, yeah.
How do you stay away from almost...
I actually wanted to add on that. There was a game, not this game versus Immortals that we just played, but the last game we played versus Immortals. I was playing Redacted and it was like tactical... walked up and face checked me in dot bush when we were on Baron as Lucian and just like lost flash, lost cleanse, lost Gale Force. And it was like really bad. But like his team wasn't walking up. It's like exactly what Trevor's talking about. Like he had to check that dot bush in order to get vision on the Baron. And it's just like things like that happen. And it's just like, is it his fault? Like kind of, but like if he doesn't, he's probably just going to lose anyway. So it's just so hard.
Yeah.
Are there any particular players right now that you feel like are suffering from that? Like either rated way too low by the community, but it's not their fault, or
too high,
or the other way too high?
I mostly avoid community stuff. I think Revenge is actually playing quite well these days. I don't know what the public
You
opinion
can
is.
ignore
on him.
community. Just look at like basic standings, right?
Yeah.
Is someone on bottom team you think is really
I think
good?
Revenge has had a lot of really good games against top teams, and then like something bad will happen and it'll lose. Like
Yeah.
there was like the game versus C9, and he was like winning his lane pretty hard. Blabber was like helping out Fudge, and then Fudge went bot lane and got a triple kill, and then the game's over.
Oh, dude, I
And
would have
it's
been
just like-
so tilted.
Yeah, like,
Oh, I remember that game.
Like that,
I would
like-
have just lost my
like
mind.
yeah, like
That was the
Fudge played
Jackson,
well
right?
to like
Yeah.
to like get a triple kill, and like he like got himself into a good position, but like.
But if Fudge was on
But from
Immortals,
Revenge's
they wouldn't have
perspective,
won
like
that fight.
there was like nothing he could do, you
Yeah.
know. So it's just like, oh man, it's hard.
Yeah, I think that's a really good one because the Cloud9 members, multiple Cloud9 members have also called out Revenge. Do you think, are there any other players?
Could you scroll down the standings here? I can't
Yeah.
even think.
Let's get down
happens to
there.
all of us.
Dignitas. I think Tomo's playing really well. I think
Yeah.
he's been like a pretty good addition to their team.
I agree. They actually looked so much more competitive with him. Even in
Yeah.
their losses, at least like he feels like he is playing to win. You know?
Yeah, no, that's exactly the mindset thing I was talking about. Dude,
Yeah.
this guy came in and he was like stomping academy, right? So he's coming in, he's like, yeah, I'm the shit, man. And so that actually is really surprised me that he didn't back that off on the stage games, because like in scrims I could see how like you could kind of just YOLO, it's fine, but like he's doing it on stage games too. He's just playing really confidently, and like he honestly looks like a top half 80 carry right now.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I
maybe
think
Tomo.
Bolulu as well kind of stood out to me a little bit in like having a bit of that like swagger, at least on his stage games.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's just played 2 games, but like it was. It's nice for me personally when a player comes in the league and they're not just like, all right, I'm playing Ornn and Azir and I'm like, I'm standing under my tower and like we'll see what happens, right?
Yeah.
I like when people come in and it's like, all right, Bolu's known for Zoe and he just like picks it yesterday and like obviously they could have lost that game. There was a lot of things going on in that game, but
Yeah.
but I just like to see players playing what is their strength, right? Because at the end of the day, it's like you make it to LCS for a reason. And I think too many teams, I'm not sure how you guys feel about this, but I feel like so many teams are just like, all right, bot lane is the meta, like currently, right? So we got to play through bot and like top is weak side and this is how we're going to do it. And then they're just like chain losing every game and don't mix it up, right? Like I think about TL a lot when I think about this. It's like, okay, pretty much everyone, I don't know if you agree with this, thinks that Summit is like, that I talk to is the best 1v1 top laner in the league.
Yeah.
So like, why are we still playing towards bot here, guys? Like, why not, just like camp top? And when they did that yesterday, they actually won. It was kind of cool to see them
They did, didn't
mixing it up,
Hey,
right? And that wasn't even playing. I honestly forgot it was against you guys until you had that reaction. But
There's some things we could.
I'm sure there's a lot of things to be can be considered there. Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, that game, it's just like, I don't know if it was like a draft problem, and I'm not trying to blame you, but like, it's like if they can gank top that many times, then we should get something somewhere else. And we
Yep.
just didn't get something somewhere else. Like, I actually played a pretty good weak side game until I tried to get the tower, and then I died.
He went like 2 or 3 times before he actually like interacted with you. He was saying
Yeah, like he was.
Stuff.
I watched the replay, and I was like, oh my god, like this guy was there a lot. And like I was scared to jump in because I like kind of felt like the danger, but like whether that's like a consistent strategy to win the game,
Yeah.
I doubt it. But I mean, they won the game, so like
But just more like as like a holistic thing, do you think that teams really have to be like kind of like meta slave type style and like, or should more teams be playing to their strengths? Because to me, it's like you look at a lot of the teams that are struggling and it's like, if you're just imitating what the top teams are doing, but doing it worse, how does that ever do anything for you?
Yeah, I mean, for me, the biggest offender is 100 Thieves. Like, it was, I think they went 0-3 in the Super Week.
Yep.
And then it was like,
Then 0-2 the next week also.
yeah,
Go
but
for
it was
5.
really clear, like, their draft plan. It was like, I think their top was just picking, like, Siren or Ornn, right?
Yeah.
And I'm just watching the games, I'm like, dude, they're not going to win like this. Tenacity's not going to just be a tank player. Like, if anything, you should be helping this guy. Like, maybe he can carry games like that, but that team has, like, a bit of a identity issue where, like, they do want to play to bot, but they also want to play to top. So,
Yeah.
that's a team where I think, like, they should probably not follow the meta, and they're trying to force it, and it's just not working.
It's interesting because like he was obviously known as like kind of like a crazy player. I don't know how he is in scrims. That's what I've heard is he's like 10-0-0-10, like kind of going at you type thing. Kemi's another guy that it's like when he came in, he was obviously known for playing carries and like the only wins they're really getting, he has like 1 win on Graves and like 1 win on Kindred, not really anything else.
Yeah, he's a bit of a scrim demon.
I've heard that he's actually really good in scrims.
Yeah, we definitely don't have a good record versus Immortals in scrims.
we actually. It's funny. Our coach complains about this a lot. Shall I say? We have a really winning scrim record versus all the top teams, and we have a losing record versus all the bottom teams.
Yeah, and by really winning, we mean like 90% versus all the
Wow.
top teams, but like maybe like 80, 90%.
Against FlyQuest, C9, EG.
I haven't scrimmed C9 for some reason.
Okay.
Yeah, C9 we don't scrim.
I don't know.
EG
I
fly?
don't know.
I don't know what the background story is there, but yeah, versus like the bottom half teams, our scrims are so much harder, and I don't know if it's us. I don't know if they're just performing in scrims. I don't know what it is, man.
Well, I've heard it from several teams that they expected Team Liquid to be higher, and you guys expected them to be higher as well from scrim data. And those were the two that I really want to get your deeper thoughts on, because so many people had high expectations for 100 Thieves and for Team Liquid. For TL, what are they not doing on stage that they do accomplish in scrims that everybody seems to have this super high opinion still?
I don't know that they beat us in scrims that much, actually.
Yeah, I don't remember our scrims versus them that much, but I do remember. I mean, I watched like their squad documentary, I think it's called, or their squad weekly series thing, and like they seem to just struggle with just nerves and stuff like that, and like confidence. Like, I mean, if you watch their players after a game, like they're not happy. I don't know. They seem to have some weird stage like specific issues, maybe. So.
I mean, that's something that I think a lot of people, it's interesting because it's not really talked about that much, I feel like, in LCS, because in League, you play like every single week on stage, so people accumulate so much experience. And a lot of other esports where it's like a tournament circuit, there's so much more of your time for your games is played online, and then they show up every once in a while to a tournament. So like land jitters and stuff like that is what people always talk about. But like that transition obviously like can be difficult, I think, for a lot of players. You guys have had a lot of experience. Like at this point, does it basically just feel like the same? It's just like there's no difference there.
No, I mean, for me, it's always different. Stage and scrims, like,
Yeah.
I don't know, because you just care more, right? Like, you can't help but care more about a stage match than a scrim. So you are gonna feel differently. Like, I think that's just how it works, at least for me. And I don't know, it's something that comes and goes, like how comfortable I feel on stage. Like sometimes I feel really comfortable, and sometimes I'm like struggling. Like it's just like, I don't know, I'm just a human, you know?
For me, it comes with winning and losing. Like, even though we actually talked about this before, is like, even though we've been playing for 7 years or whatever it is now,
Yeah.
and people do not want to hear the excuse of, oh, I was nervous on stage, but like, dude, it happens to us too, you know? But like, from my perspective, once you start winning a lot, that goes away almost entirely, and you can really just go to town on stage if you want. But yeah, as you lose more, it gets worse and worse, maybe, especially if you're on like a losing streak.
It makes sense. You kind of shy away from things that it's like, oh, well, when I did this last week, it lost me the game. Right?
Yeah,
Like,
exactly. Yeah.
Oh, actually, something we've talked about is like when I was on a bottom teams and I would like make a play in the game and it would go badly, then I would like some part of me would be like, oh, like that play was kind of bad, you know, like in my brain, like, you know, like I got bad chemicals after I like died. My whole team died. We lost the
Yeah,
game, you know, like
Yeah.
unironically. And I've had this weird experience now where I'm like on a stage match and I'm doing the right thing. Like I'm Jax, I'm flanking. I have a really good flank. And some part of my brain is like, oh, I think this is bad. And it's like leftover from when I was like on a bad team and losing, doing the right thing. So it's just like,
you were abused on these low-ranking teams.
it's
I
hard,
swear
man.
it's how it feels.
Dude, it is hard.
Yeah.
Like it is rough down there.
What is like your biggest piece of advice then for both of you? I'm so curious to players who are now like on these teams that are struggling, because you guys have kind of like come through it out the other side.
No, like I always mention, like after we play a team that's like really struggling, I always go to my team. I'm like, fuck, I feel so bad, man. Like I just feel so bad, and they're just looking at me like, why do you feel bad? We should win. You know, they're gonna.
me 2
They're
years
not gonna
ago.
feel bad for you. They're not gonna feel bad for you if they won. And I'm just like, I just know how it is, man. Like it just sucks. It just sucks.
Yeah. I mean, you just power through or you don't. Like I don't. There's not really advice to give. It's like you work on your mistakes the best you can, and like maybe you'll get to a good team, and maybe your career will just run out. You know, like that's just how it goes.
I mean, you mentioned the bad chemicals in your brain, but that actually is what happens. You know,
Yeah.
when you're expecting dopamine hit, and then it doesn't get there, and then it feels even worse, and you're conditioned to feel that over and over again, and so then you really have that self-doubt creeping in.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of these core issues when you're talking about the effect of snowballing and winning, and how I'm getting that like it just washes away so many problems.
Yeah.
Because there is that effect of then you're also going to be more confident in your plays, and you're going to be more proactive, and you're going to be able to play better.
It does work the other way too, though.
Yeah.
I will say, if you're on a top team and you do the wrong thing and you win the team fight, you got those good capitals. And now you're all confused. So, like,
You're like, Lisa in top. We win every single scrim. This shit is crazy.
exactly.
Trevor's like, it might have been my legendary Israel performance.
That week of scrims, it was like we were just winning every lane, and like we would just win the game in like 20 minutes. Like that's how it felt. So
Winning fixes a lot of issues. I'll say that.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Yeah. Hui's criticisms, if you're lost 7 games in a row, might be a little bit more annoying.
yeah.
Do you guys think then, because it's interesting, right? Like you guys both kind of said you felt like, hey, we're on shit teams. We were kind of the same players, even though you would probably agree almost all the community is going to have you rated much lower. Tier lists and all that stuff is going to be based off literally just what we see on stage. So at the end of the day, like, do you think that, well, community you probably think is bad at evaluating player strength, but do you even think that the teams are good at evaluating it, right? Are teams, you think, like overlooking some of these players who are on bad teams, but could actually be really good? Because you guys are examples. I bet you probably weren't getting a lot of offers from top teams anymore.
I mean, yeah, of course. Like, I don't know. Like, I think I'm pretty good. I didn't have any offers. Like that's all my evidence right there.
Yeah, and like part of me wonders how much the entertainment value comes in, because I got kind of a unique perspective when I was coaching for a bit.
Yeah.
Where I was not playing as much. I'm just watching the games. I'm looking. Yeah, I don't really want to watch Dig versus Immortals or something. Like, I don't really care about the players or anything. Like, people have to care about the LCS players to watch the games.
Yeah.
I think, like, for us, it's obviously we've had a pretty, I guess, like, lucky split, and people actually want to watch us now because Golden Guardians is winning. Oh shit, maybe I should tune in and I should check out what's going on. So we've definitely maybe drawn some more attention there. But yeah, I think that definitely has to do with the way that people perceive you. Is like, do fans want to watch me play in the LCS? So, and most of the time the answer is they'd rather just see some new young kid who like might be insane come in.
Mm-hmm. So who's rank 1 or whatever.
Yeah, like has these crazy highlights or something.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I'd love to see that guy.
I always feel when I'm looking at people making posts or even GM moves and stuff, a lot of the time there's a lot of emphasis placed on the individual player and plays or stats or whatever, without thinking about how they're playing with the rest of the team. I feel like there's so much in a League of Legends team that is how and who you're playing with, rather than people always condense it down to an individual. And maybe that's where a lot of the leeway comes from in evaluating players and even the entertainment factor coming into.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like, people are doing their best. Like, it's a hard job to be a league scout, and it's really hard to look at a team and look at players and be like, I think this player is good because he's like doing well on this team, and I think this player is like bad. Like, it's really hard. Like, you can't know for sure, and at the end of the day, you're always guessing. So some players are always going to slip through the cracks, and I think that's just how it goes.
It's interesting to me that you mentioned kind of like the entertainment. Some players are more entertaining. Do you ever think about that? Do you ever fall into that trap, kind of like when you're in pick ban, or when you're like, maybe I could look for this play. Like, this would be kind of nice.
No, I don't.
But
really, it's your 40th game in a row of like whatever AD you least like playing, but you're like, this is probably 2% higher chance to win, I could play this other.
This could be my Danny.
I'm just trying to
win.
win.
Pentakill.
No, I'm just trying to win. I'll pick whatever I have to pick. Best chance of winning.
Yeah. What about you? It's the 48th straight year of Orange duty. Are you trying to break free? Are you trying to convince the team that if you're
do you want to win or do you want to have fun?
There was a period where I would like pick things that maybe weren't the best chance of winning. And at the time I was like, oh, well, it's to practice different styles. I think it was a mix. Like, this is back when I was on C9, and like, I don't know. But I think like I spent some time on bottom teams, straightened me out. I was like, okay, I'm like, I gotta play properly. I gotta play well. I gotta work on my mistakes. Do the best thing I can do,
How do you kind of walk the line then between like trying to play, because you're saying all you want to do is win, right? So you're going to try to play what wins. How do you not fall into almost like a level of complacency where you're just like, well, this has worked for us now for 3 or 4 weeks in a row. Like, let's not change it up, because we've seen over the years in LCS a number of teams who are really good in regular season, but they kind of just have like their one style. I think like Summit was a big example of this, where people are like, the man won MVP, and I think very rightfully so for his regular season performance, but then it completely fell apart in playoffs, I think largely because they played their one way, and you could kind of take it apart in a best of, where, you know, you're kind of really focusing more on how to beat a team.
It's hard. It's hard to branch out, because like when you're winning and you lose, people don't like that. You know, fans don't like that. Doesn't feel good. So ideally, you want to like branch out and keep winning.
Because you've had what, 6 games of Renekton, I think now, right? Or 5?
Yeah. I've played a lot.
Today was 6th, I think.
Yeah,
right.
might have been.
And that's no flame, right? It's interesting, right? Because it's like, okay, it's great to keep winning. You want to get as best playoff seeding as you could possibly get. But if you play so much Renekton that like that is the way that you guys know how to play, then what happens when Renekton is just banned in the first playoff series, right? So it's like, is that not part of your thought process of like, yeah, I know Renekton is the best way to win today, but like, what about next week? What about
Lee sends for.
What about the finals? What about?
I don't really think about champions that way. I think more about play style, because I think if it's like I'm a tank player, right, and I can't play carries, and then all of a sudden we go to playoffs and it's carry meta, like that's a problem. But like, if you're just picking something when Renekton's up and it's just worse now, like I don't know, it's just like not as good. So
Also, you have like the whole week of scrims where you maybe trying new stuff, so you kind of get a feel for what could work or what could not work. But especially in a best of one, like you're just like, I'm just gonna win in this best of one.
Yeah.
So it's like you have all week to practice these different styles, all these different things, but like just try to win the actual stage match. So.
Well, I noticed the new shoes as well. We were talking about before we started the episode.
Oh yeah.
What are you doing to manufacture?
Get them up there on the table. Got to show the fans at home. Let's
Can I
see.
put my foot on the table?
Yeah, you
Oh,
can.
all right. Let's see if I can.
Let's see.
It's basically
you do it.
it comes out like what are you doing to
Oh, look
Yeah.
at Zoom. We got to zoom in.
Yeah. So we won.
keep the snowballing rolling and
Yeah,
like
so-
keep the winning attitude?
I'll just put this out there. We went on a 7-win streak. We got new pants, new shoes. We're getting some nice dinners.
Yeah.
Hey, I kind of like winning, you know?
Yeah. It turns out it's not just the players who like winning; it's all the staff as well. So
It's how, you know, you can just like hit the certain tier, right? Like 7 wins with new shoes and pants. What if, you know, you get to finals? Like, what are you getting then,
We'll
right?
find out. I don't know.
Rolexes for Golden Guardians,
Yeah.
you know?
Oh, I hope so.
we've been talking about business class flights to MSI.
Oh.
That would be nice. That would be nice.
Nick is trying to give you incentives, a different tiered system of incentives to be able to keep the winning going.
Yeah.
I like
No,
it.
they're just like trickling in on us right now. How does this feel, guys? You want some more?
It reminds me, I don't know if you ever had this in Canada, but in like elementary school and stuff in the US, oftentimes you'll have to like do these sell raffle tickets or like wrapping paper or something
get
like
some
that.
reward for
Yeah,
it,
and
yeah.
you get these different tiered systems.
Win an LCS game.
Exactly.
Unlock a new shirt.
Yeah.
It's the battle pass. It's the LCS
Actually,
battle
yeah.
pass.
Hey, I'm down.
The
I like
7 wins, new shoes.
it. Yeah. It's like an instant dopamine. I like
Yeah.
it. I love it.
At this point in the split, you know, I'm sure you guys are feeling very confident you're going to make playoffs, right? Traditionally, 9 wins is generally like the playoff line or thereabout in LCS. You already have 8. So are you starting to look forward now to like, okay, what do we need to learn for playoffs? What do we need to learn for best of fives? How do we actually win this split? Because I know earlier you guys are saying, yeah, like we believe we can actually go to some MSI, we can win. So at what point do you start transitioning your focus beyond just like the next game?
Put it in perspective. I mean, I guess for me, I kind of had that thought after we won that 3-0 Super Week and we were like on a 5-win streak at that point.
Yeah.
I was kind of feeling like, oh shit, like we're actually kind of good now, or maybe considered good, whatever. But actually, no, that's a lie, because we actually played the 4 weaker teams and 100 Thieves, who I also felt was on like a downward
Had to
trend.
be the C9.
Yeah, so it was a C9 EG. So it was after we hit the 7-win streak. Then I was like, oh, like we're for real, you know? The only team we haven't beat yet is FlyQuest. And Team Liquid, unfortunately. But yeah, I kind of started just feeling like, oh man, like I really want to go to, you know, where's MSI? Oh, London? I want to go to London. That sounds fun.
Go to London in your new shoes.
Yeah, and my new Air Force Ones. You know, the finals is in North.
I think it's in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Raleigh. Yeah, I think Nick Smith's from there.
Oh.
Something. So we're trying to go back there for him. But yeah, I just kind of had my sights set on, dude, I want to travel. I want to play international competition. I want to go farther than I have been. So that's my motivation right now. But
So if or go ahead.
I was gonna say it is something you start thinking about. Like when you lose a lot, you don't really think about MSI or Worlds, but like we started winning, and then like for me too, I started thinking about it. And I'd say as far as like mindset goes for playoffs and like preparing for playoffs, I think we want to make sure we get top 4 first, because if you let's say you experiment one weekend in LCS, right? You drop out those games, that drops you to top 6 in playoffs. Now you're single elimination. So you potentially gave up 5 playoff games, which is like totally not worth it. So I think like it's like secure top 4 and then worry about playoffs, because you're going to get better practice in playoffs than you are outside of it.
So if we're assuming that top 6 right now are the playoff bracket,
Yeah.
which of these for your lane, for top laners, do you not want to fight? And which would you really like to be your first matchup?
So the top 6 right now is FlyQuest, C9, EG, you guys, TSM, and CLG, if I recall correctly, right?
Yep.
I don't know, man. I just don't want to play against Summit. That guy's really good.
All right. So you're happy that
he's
currently,
number 7. You're good.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
playoffs are
that's
free.
fine.
That-
Like, that's
lock it in.
fine.
This is good.
You shouldn't have lost yesterday.
What about you
Yeah, what were
for
you thinking?
what about you for bottom lanes?
Bottom lanes. Oh man, I'm about to sound like a egomaniac, dude. I don't care about bottom lanes. Like, I actually think me and Hui can like beat everyone. Just based off like how I feel with him, playing with him. Our stage games, our scrim games. Like, I think we might actually be like one of the best.
So now that you earlier said you hate tier lists, what would you, so you said Summit would be your number 1 guy. Give me your top 3. I'm curious for both of you. Like, who would be the top 3 in your role that you like as far as what your experience is?
I'm going to say,
So you got Summit number 1.
based on what I've seen, I'm going to say Summit and then Fudge and then maybe Revenge in number 3.
Oh wow, that's yes. This is something that's so consistent. A lot of pros really speak highly of Revenge, but the community is not hot on him. So it's interesting.
I think his last year, I don't know if I wasn't watching him closely enough, but my impression of him last year was that he wasn't very good. But this year it feels like he's really stepped it up. And I don't know, it just takes people a lot of time to change their opinions. So
Perception's always way behind reality. What about you? Your top 3?
Oh, I mean, also for that, like he's still on a bottom team, and people think he's a lot better. So I think that speaks a lot, right? For me, probably like Berserker, Prince, and FBI.
In that order?
Yeah. From what I see, I think Berserker looks like the best still. And I didn't get to play versus him like in the playoffs last year, so maybe something different would happen. But but yeah, I think he's probably gonna be the best. And then Prince and FBI. I just think those 3 teams are gonna be the strongest too.
Yeah, cool. So you were saying before the episode you wanted to talk a little bit about something that's been popping up a lot in esports, which is betting, right? There's betting websites. There's even over the last number of years, there's been betting scandals. I think some of it even affected some in League, but it's happened in StarCraft. It's happened in a lot of games where betting is kind of just becoming a big part of the esports world.
Yeah. My take on it was just mainly about the social media aspect of it, because I just realized that. And also, this goes with winning and losing. Like, when I was losing a lot, I stopped using social media almost entirely. I have nothing to tweet. I'm just losing. I'm not going to say, sorry, I'll do better next week. Like, no one wants to hear that. So I'm just going to keep my mouth shut, just keep working hard, and hopefully I can change people's minds later. But I think what I noticed is that with the addition of betting into esports, things got a lot more toxic. People are messaging me like, I lost a game. And people are pissed at me because I lost them money. They're pissed at me. And like but now we're on a win streak. Dude, I have people in my DMs. Oh, thank you. You paid for my McDonald's order tonight. Thank you so much. I got to eat because of you. And I'm just like,
So the positive side also.
yeah. Now that I'm winning, I see the positive side of it too. But
So maybe they shouldn't have been betting their dinner money.
yeah, I mean, look, I'm sure they got their own things going on there.
But the Golden Guardians dub is guaranteed wins.
Yeah.
That's where the easy
But
money's out.
I just noticed that, like, I think a lot of the added toxicity into League esports, or like just social media with LCS and stuff in general, LCS players, is I think betting has a lot to do with it, because people don't like when they're losing money.
That's actually so interesting, because it's not a perspective that I've heard literally anyone talking about, but it does make sense, right? People are going to be more vitriolic. They're going to be really excited or like really mad if they lose, especially if it's like, if you guys got upset. Do you have any angry people after you lost the GL?
I don't think so.
No?
I don't. Maybe I didn't.
They're willing to let that one slide because they got 7 right in a row betting on you.
Yeah. Look, hey, my bad, guys. My bad.
You tricked us.
Yeah.
False faith.
So how are you feeling about like the meta and stuff in general, right? Like obviously there's been a lot of talk about like people feeling like League has been very samey, especially in bot lane. I don't know how you feel about top lane because a lot of
Top
people
lane, they're changing a lot.
yeah.
Top lane has been moving along. Like I feel like there's a lot of things you can play. There's a lot of picks that people haven't really explored yet.
Garen.
So I'm pretty happy with top lane. I'm not gonna name any here.
What about players that you don't think can adapt to it? Because you mentioned 100 Thieves when you guys are looking, or 100 Thieves when you're looking at tenacity on tanks, and you're like, oh, they're not going to win this way. Are there any individual players that you're just like, especially in your role, that you don't think are going to be able to play those multiple styles?
I mean, maybe top's different, but like, I mean, bot lane, there's not styles, you know,
Yeah.
bot lane. You're good at this champion or you're bad at
Well,
this
you got
champion.
that Malphite style. That's about, then you got the regular style.
Yeah. I mean, for me, I like the, even though it's so boring to watch, like Zeri, Lulu, Lucian, Nami, it's as a player, it's pretty skill expressive and it's pretty skill based. Like usually the better bot lanes are winning those.
And the game.
And the game, yeah. Says the top laner. So yeah, I like that stuff. Maybe it's time for a change though. It's been a while of the same stuff.
I guess it is way more stark in top lane because like tank player, carry player, basically.
Yeah. I mean, and there's so many different champs you can play. Like, I mean, like Rumble is like a pick that is probably playable right now, but like Huni's not here, so no one's playing it. You know, like there's a bunch of random champions that like you can play almost always that are good, and so you just end up with players that play like totally different stuff instead of just like Zeri, Lucian, Varus.
Do you think that people are too focused on the like getting the the 100th game on the same pick then, right? Because like obviously people are talking about Garen. Garen came out today. Moose Hater I think was playing it. People have talked about that as like a niche answer into certain matchups. I don't think you're a Draven guy, right? But like Draven in bot lane is something that like that at least that we know of.
I got a secret Draven account. What do you mean?
Yeah, there's like there's these certain picks that it's kind of like agreed upon are really good in certain matchups, but not everyone plays. Like, do you think people should be branching out more? That it's kind of just like kind of autopilot for some pros?
I mean, from the bot lane perspective of things, it's like, yeah, I'm sure there's some champions or maybe more niche stuff like people could be picking, but like, why would I stray away from Zeri when like that champ is just broken and you can just scale and like there's just so much evidence of Zeri having these crazy games and solo carrying the game that why would I just not pick this champ? Like it doesn't even make sense almost, Like maybe Lucian Nami I could see because like, you look at the win rates, like it's got nerfed a lot. Win rates are dropping a bit, so maybe we need to find a new duo there. But like,
It seems like people are kind of slotting in Varus and stuff a lot more.
yeah, like Zyra Khan's popping up a bit.
Yeah.
So that stuff
Yes.
seems strong. Yeah, so that stuff's kind of popping up a bit, but like it's almost just like if it's not broke, don't need to fix it,
And it is broken.
Yeah, it's definitely broken.
And Riot needs to fix it. What about you? Because top lane, obviously, you're saying like there's so many different picks that can slot in, right? And I think when you watch like solo queue streams and stuff, like even like highest level solo queue streams, there's like way more niche picks that are coming out in top lane.
Yeah.
And obviously, like there is that inherent risk of like most of the counter picks you have to play aggressively, which like exposes yourself to ganks. So like it is changing the whole team play style. If he wants to play, Ignite Riven top, then maybe you don't get to play with your jungler behind you in bot lane
I
there.
don't like that.
Or like Uxin or something.
Like,
has-
don't suggest it.
Yeah, I mean, stage play always trends towards champs that are just consistent.
Yeah.
Like, consistently do the same thing. Like, I mean, Renekton is like the prime example of like being played for however many years in a row now
lot.
in top lane, like pretty much every year since pro plays existed because he can flash stun. Like he can always do something. He can flash stun. He's big, and lane phase is always really important.
He's big.
He's big.
I like
And he,
that
he
reason.
gets bigger too. He can
Like,
he'll
bullet
get
point
bigger,
number
but
1. Flash stun. Bullet point number 2. He big.
Hey man. So it's just like when you pick like things like Akshan, and it's like you play it in solo queue and it looks good, and you play it in scrims and it looks good, and you go on stage and you get like a 20 CS lead, and then you rock up to like a Rift Herald fight and then you lose because you're Akshan and they're Renekton, then it just feels really bad, So I think there are things you can play, but it's difficult to find the right things, and also like scrim results, like the Lee Sin, for example, don't always translate to stage. So I don't know. It's difficult.
How would you approach changing practice habits then? Because that's like something that I think so many people talk about is that it's like, oh man, like these scrims are just like the data I get from scrims is just garbage, right? And people talk so much about scrim champs and there's things that'll come out like Jace this year. We've seen quite a bit of Jace mid, like almost always loses, but everyone's like, but it's killing it in scrims, right? So is that not just like a symptom of there being poor practice from these scrims? Like how do you get it closer to the stage games so that you guys are getting like better data from these?
I think people have been getting better, actually. Like, I don't know if it's because we're now scrimming top teams, but I will say, like, my scrims this year have felt the most structured of the past couple of years. Like, they've been feeling a lot better. And then at the end of the day, it's like the same thing that I said earlier. It's like you care more about stage than scrims. So you are going to play differently. Like, when you die in scrims, it's like you died in scrims. And when you die on stage, you're like, oh, shit, like, I died. And it's a big deal, and it's going to impact the game. So I think people are improving on it because it's all about just like taking it really seriously and like not flipping like a wave. If you wouldn't flip it on stage, don't flip it in scrims kind of thing. So I don't know.
Yeah, I do think it is like a bit of a skill as a pro to look at a matchup and, you know, you're watching a replay of your scrim or something and you're looking and you're like, they are playing this wrong. So like, I think so many games I'm like looking at a replay after a scrim and I'm just saying to my coach, yo, I don't think this matchup is good. And our coach is saying, no, but you guys are like, you're so ahead. Like, how are you saying it's not good? And I'm like, no, because like they're doing this and this and this wrong. If I'm them, I would have stomped myself, you know? Like that kind of So it's a skill to be able to look at the scrim or a matchup and just think,
Yeah.
I would have played that way differently than they did. I don't think this is good. Or even in some cases, you're playing it wrong and you're looking, oh, how did they beat me here? You know? And you take that info. And then from their side, they got the bad info, right? But, you know, hopefully they can figure out that maybe we weren't doing the right thing. So
They're so bad that you can play both sides better than them, and they don't even know it.
Yeah.
Okay, we try and be a relatable show. So, what advice would you give to people for climbing in solo queue? Broken on 13.4 right now. Take your mind out of pro if you want to climb solo queue.
13-4.
The shackles are unleashed. It's the same patch that you're playing on right now.
I think Jax is still really good, especially in solo queue. Like,
Yeah.
I talk about a lot. I mean, I play a lot of Renekton on stage. When I play Renekton in solo queue, man, like it is just so pointless. Like I'm like, yeah, I'm up 30 CS. I'm bullying this guy, and then like their Jax gets like a triple kill in a fight, and I'm like, I'm outscaled. It's so shit. Don't
But
pick
you're
this
big.
jam.
Big loser.
So I think scaling tops are good. Like Jax, Fiora is always good. You just get to 50 minutes, and then like you know the other team's having a really bad time. And also, the number one tip for climbing in top lane, like not about like getting better, but
Yeah.
climbing in top lane, just don't die to the jungler. It's like that simple.
Yes.
You
Thank
die to the jungler goes bot, he kills your bot lane, he kills your mid lane, you lose the game.
So, as someone who plays Phil and is often put top lane because no one likes that role, how do I not die to the jungler? This is the part that is the worst. Is it's so easy to like ward for like the early gank and stuff.
Yeah.
But I would say like so genuinely curious about your advice. The difficulty for me is if I'm playing a losing matchup, the wave bounces. What do I do? Right? Because now I know that the jungler could be coming top, but the wave's frozen on me, and I'm like, well, my jungler's not coming top to help me because I'm in a losing matchup, but there's no way he's coming. So then I just end up flipping it and hoping the jungler's not there, and then I die to the gank. Because in that situation, I feel so doomed. When the wave's frozen on you, it's like that is my eternal solo queue struggle for top lane.
Yeah.
When you're in a losing matchup. Because
Don't let that happen.
Because it feels like, and maybe it's that I need to manage the wave better or something. But when you get counterpicked, right? If you blind in top,
Yeah.
and you're playing against like Ignite Action or whatever, and the wave bounces, then he freezes it on you. I'm like, okay, I don't know how to play because leaving the wave frozen and just
Oh yeah, no,
accepting
we're talking
no
about
CS.
solo queue. Just run mid lane.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's what
No,
you
like
think?
seriously, like they like the enemy Akshan freezes and you're playing like what? What do you play top lane?
I play stuff that's not gonna roam in. I like Nasus and Kale. And lots
Dude,
of
I'm
Kale.
telling you,
God.
if you're Nathis and you go mid lane and you W their mid laner and you E him and maybe you hit him with a Q, that guy's tilted.
Yeah.
You just gave your team a big boost in the game. He's pinging his Akshan. He's like, you're playing against Nasus. Why is this guy in my lane? You know? Just like they freeze on you, just go mid lane.
That's
Go
what I
bot
was
lane.
gonna say.
Also
Just
love
go
the word.
somewhere else.
No, you just go. If you can't break it and your jungler's not there, just go
So you
somewhere
think
else.
it's not worth
Yeah.
flipping? It's actually better to just give it up.
Don't die to the
Yeah.
don't die to the enemy jungler.
Okay.
You'll lose
Yeah.
the game.
No, the thing is,
Level 2 Nasus coming to a game near you. Help you mid
the
lane.
jungle kill is like, I swear it's just 10x a normal person kill. Like if I'm playing bot lane and they have a Hecarim, right? if I kill the enemy bot lane, oh nice, that's pretty good. Like I'm gonna be in a really good spot. But dude, if I die to their Hecarim and that guy gets 2 kills, I just solo lost my team the game. So do not die to the enemy jungler. That is
All right, so we got a second vote.
No,
for that.
it translates to I'm sure every role except maybe jungle. I don't know how that works.
Don't die to the enemy jungler. Still applies to a jungler.
Probably still
yeah,
works
I
for
think
them.
so.
Yeah, I mean jungle is just the strongest role. You have to play around it. So just don't die, and you'll
That's a hot
probably
tip.
win a lot more games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any champion specific?
AD carry, I think Kai'Sa and Xayah are really strong in solo queue. Those are like the 2 best. I think like even in pro play, like Xayah is popping up a lot now with the new Navori build. It's pretty broken, I think. So I'm still waiting for my chance to play Kai'Sa. I love that. But
Back to the Kai'Sa Nautilus days.
yeah,
LPL
I would
style,
love it
every single game.
I would love it, but I don't know if it's happening. So.
Sweet. Well, thank you so much for joining us, guys. This was actually really fun, and congratulations on 8 of your last 9 games that you have won.
Thank you,
That's
thank
pretty
you.
damn good. It's been cool to see you guys turn it around. And I personally like seeing some of the players that have been around for a while. I think you guys are changing some of the narratives about that because people have to reevaluate. I think their opinions on some players, right? And it's been a really cool discussion. So awesome to have you all here. Thank you so much. And that'll wrap it up for us for now. Remember, if you're watching on YouTube, hit that subscribe button so you don't miss any episodes of The Dive. Definitely don't want to miss this one with the Golden Guardians folks on here. Maybe after you guys win MSI, we'll have you back on as a, you'll have your like Rolexes. Maybe you guys will get a jet. Maybe you guys get a jet for winning MSI. Shoot high for sure. Because no one's done that before in NA. A reminder also, if you want to do the Twitter giveaway, hashtag the dive LOL, and you have to also hashtag the dive LOL giveaway to qualify for the RP giveaway. LCS continues this Thursday. It is FlyQuest versus Team Liquid Hyundai, 2 p.m. PST. We'll see you there.
Hello and welcome to the waiting room. As you can see, perfectly normal day. All 4 of your analysts are here as always. Raz, good to see you.
No days off in the LCS grind.
Wow, Raz is just remarkably quiet
I know,
today.
he's very quiet.
Yeah.
If you're wondering, Raz came down feeling a little sick this morning, so ended up going home. Good to prioritize his health over doing the show right now. Make sure he also doesn't contagion anyone else with it. The rest of us will continue on, though. We'll power through.
Was he hanging out with JoJo last week?
Oh, yeah, JoJo, for people who don't know, not going to be in the studio today. We'll take a look at the standings to refresh people's memory. Powering on. FlyQuest, of course, still at the top of the tables, but getting closed in on by Cloud9 at 10-3. EG, 1 game back of them. Golden Guardians, 1 big game back of them. CLG, 1 game back of them. And then that's where things get a little thrown off. Dignitas ruined it.
Yeah, 7 people were 1 game back.
Yeah, they were saying that I think it was the 100 Thieves beating Dignitas ruined it, because if Dignitas had won, then they would be 1 game back of Immortals, and 100 Thieves would be 1 game back of Team Liquid.
Yeah, that would be such an obnoxious stat request if I was like, have we ever had every team be 1 game back of every other team?
Yeah, no one wants that. So let's go ahead and take a look. We are 2 weeks out from playoffs, and this is what it would look like if playoffs happened today.
Oh, interesting.
Wow, that FlyQuest GG matchup would be, like, both of the top matchups are really, really interesting.
I mean, spring playoffs are an interesting format because in summer playoffs, the top 2 seeds get buys. But in spring playoffs, the top 4 seeds get double elim. So the break point of just getting 4th over 5th is so much more important. And I think in this case, getting 1st, as good as Golden Guardians has looked, is a really big advantage because that C9 EG game is such a flip almost, whereas I'd say whoever's the 1 seed is going to consider themselves a pretty big favorite, assuming Golden Guardian stays in that 4th spot.
I think that also makes 5th, 6th actually kind of important because you probably want to play the loser to FlyQuest.
Oh.
If you think Golden Guardians are a tier below EG and C9. And someone was saying that. I can't remember
Is it
who.
predefined where it drops?
I think. I don't know if it
again.
gets to choose. We'll see if we can get that up again.
Well, whatever. Maybe.
Here's our preseason power rankings. The relevance of this is because you would notice that a lot of the teams that we were expecting, like Team Liquid and 100 Thieves, are actually not in the playoff picture currently. They actually need to win and make it go in their favor to sneak into the playoffs. Who are you most surprised at currently outside the playoff picture?
I'd say definitely 100 Thieves, and then on the other opposite end of the spectrum, obviously Golden Guardians moving up since we all uniformly put them 8th. Also, I definitely owe C9 like a massive apology.
Not me.
I don't know why.
Screw those guys.
Wait, I was gonna say, you had them in the same. I think, I don't know why, like, this was back when we were hearing, like, oh man, TL are like crushing it in scrims over in Korea. They're looking really good. 100 Thieves seemed like a really good mixture, kind of building on the formula of like you take a bunch of experienced veterans and then you make sure that your rookies are kind of surrounded by veterans. So that's not going super well. They're both kind of on the outside looking in at this point.
Yeah,
almost.
I think TSM for me is actually the biggest one.
S.
9
True.
and 10 for all of us, and currently 5th, right?
Yeah, I don't think we'll
Six?
see what happens in the next 5 games. Still plenty of time. They don't give out playoff spots after 6 weeks.
That's true. There's
But
5 more games to go.
currently, I don't think I've ever been more wrong.
Like we're gonna be the most wrong we've ever.
I
Yeah.
have never missed 3 playoff teams.
There's
from
no
preseason.
rallying.
Yeah.
Like the fact that 6 of the 10 teams make playoffs, and I'd be like, preseason, yeah, I nailed 3 of them. Like that's
Crushed
terrible.
it. 50%
That
prediction
is
rate.
terrible.
The
So,
same as a coin.
Yeah, really, really abnormal so far. There's still a lot of games to play.
So speaking of games to play, there's 5. So what we want to do now is take a look at the upcoming schedule for these teams who are kind of on the cusp of in playoffs, maybe chasing playoffs right now. And and never mind, I was lied to. Teletag, playoff picture.
This is Leo.
Percent of scenarios. MZ Leo the Chosen, who always comes up big with stats. And I know that's a little hard to read, but this is, according to him, the likelihood of making playoffs for the remaining teams. I assume this is based off
Yeah.
50-50 win rates, like you flip a coin for each of the remaining games.
I would imagine.
So hopefully we can take this full so people
Yeah.
can see it.
MZ Leo the Chosen is the spreadsheet god, by the
True.
way. He does our folder sheets every year. He just does them and he lets us use them. And then he
Oh,
does
beautiful.
all this cool mathy stuff like this. So I want to spend some time on this.
Wow, yeah, it really, like the percentages, just based on the way this is calculated, lock top 6 before tiebreakers, which is like making playoffs, it drops off. Yeah, here.
Do we have the points for this?
Actually,
I don't know if we do.
let's
I don't
see
know
if I
if
can
we'll
draw on
actually
this.
be able to draw on it.
I want to
see.
be able to draw on it,
Let's
but I don't
test
think
it.
so.
Let's test.
Oh!
Yeah,
Yeah.
All right.
Hey.
Okay. So there's like almost a 30%
Yellow on white
drop.
turns out to be hard
Yeah.
to see.
I don't have
It's
time
okay.
to add
Yeah,
to them.
yeah.
Minimize the video.
But yeah,
thing at
the discrepancy here is like really interesting to me. And then obviously it drops off massively
Lock
again
top 6.
here.
So
And then these are like almost, obviously Fly already made it, but
yeah, CLG at 82. They're gonna like those odds.
Let me sneak in.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Here you
TSM
go.
at
Hand off.
55.
drag this out of the way.
You're a wizard.
Are you adding another
He's
color?
trying to change colors.
No,
Yeah, that's
no, I'm
smart.
not doing that. I'm just getting this out of the way. Turning it horizontal. So I'm actually looking at the last column for me because it's like this is your
At least a tiebreaker.
This
Yeah.
is like you at least get a tiebreaker. And for teams like Team Liquid to only have a 1 in 4 shot, 100 Thieves at 35%, and that is accounting for like some of these games, not accounting for, I think some of the games that they're more likely to win
Yeah.
and less likely to lose, you know?
Correct.
So like, as you can see, very dangerous for them. Whereas TSM and even CLG, 94% chance to get a tiebreaker is huge. Like it makes it feel a little less easy to break in. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just looking at Golden Guardians at 98.5. Like that's huge for them. They're what, 8 and 5 currently?
Yeah.
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 Also, C9 are at least guaranteed, like, they're pretty much in. They're guaranteed at least a tiebreaker. to
That's
get
crazy. They have a
playoffs.
tiebreaker locked already. They can go
Yeah.
0-5 and get a tiebreaker.
Easy.
Not bad. All right, now we're gonna do what I said about looking at the actual schedule and make our own predictions of if they're going to win or lose. First up, CLG. This was me. I'm standing back up.
Wasn't this Raz?
Or was this
Yeah,
Raz?
I think this is Raz.
It's you now.
Well, whatever.
You
Raz got
it
sick
now.
and taking over. So these are the 5 remaining teams for CLG, and we're just gonna put like little check marks or X's if we think they're gonna win those. So for example,
Is this democratic or is this your opinion?
oh, do you
Yeah.
want to do votes?
Yeah.
We have 3 people. This is perfect. All right, raise your hand if you think Dig wins or CLG beats Dig. All right, we all agree there. EG, no. Golden Guardians,
This one's tough.
I'll go with no. Let's be pessimistic
Yeah.
and see.
Okay, well, I mean, if we're just gonna do favorite versus,
I think we're just doing favorite. We're
Yeah.
not making
Yeah.
predictions on all these.
I mean, oh,
What? They're favorite
No,
over Team
I'd
Liquid.
agree with that.
Oh, yeah.
I think
One's
they're
5 and 8,
favorites
one's
to
like
be honest.
I
7
got
and 6.
confused. I was like, Tia, we'll beat them, but it's
So what does that make
How
their
it works.
their final
9.
score? They're 7 and 6.
9-9.
They're 9 and 9. Which
thing
would
is,
make
that's basically in.
yeah, that's at least tiebreaker for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
So
What's
we'll
that
put
like?
them at 100% in.
Whoa.
So that's the really crazy thing about the current standings with 2 teams at 5 and 8 and TSM being at 6 and 7 is I think a lot of teams can just get in at 9, whereas a lot of times 9 would make you play like a tiebreaker. What's our
Yeah.
next team?
We'll see. Next one up is
Ooh,
TSM.
let's go. All
This
right.
one's the more interesting one because I actually don't know their strength of schedule.
Yeah.
And they're 1 game back.
Interestingly, obviously, I'm
Oh,
not
wow.
I'm not gonna bet on them to beat FlyQuest, but interestingly, they do have a 1-0 record against them. But I mean,
Yeah, true.
what do you guys think?
Yes.
Yeah. They could
Okay.
easily go 4-1 over this, right?
Yeah. Do we think they'll beat Golden
No.
Guardians?
No.
But it's like that's a winnable game.
Yeah.
It is really weird how we're still with Golden Guardians, especially after like last week. I think they looked a little shakier. Like, 100 Thieves.
Dub. I don't know if you
That
feel
you look
differently.
less certain.
Man, it depends.
Dude, you just can't let go of the boomers. Let them go.
Clutch.
Let them go.
Double lift
They're
in
gonna
the
clutch
clutch.
up in
What,
the end.
against TSM? You never. They'll lose. It's
Okay.
fine.
And then Dig.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then FlyQuest, like I mentioned, they did have the opposite over FlyQuest. I'm thinking that they're probably
Yeah, that's the interesting one.
Right?
So you have them losing to 100 Thieves, which would make them 8. If they beat 100 Thieves, they'd go to 9.
Oh, whoops.
Well,
Did
you
we
can
say
do.
they're gonna lose
It's
or
your
no?
choice actually. 'cause
No,
Yeah.
I messed up.
To
There.
be fair to 100 Thieves, they beat TSM last
Yeah.
time around. So
Yeah.
it's not like it's impossible.
For sure.
So that would
That puts them at
also put them at 9 and
Yeah.
9.
Which is pretty in if you consider what we're going to get to with the next 2 teams.
Yeah.
So, like, I think I have, what's your likelihood? 100%.
We're
It
optimists here.
would be 100%.
Well, then it's 0.
with an asterisk.
Okay.
I don't know.
Asterisk of tiebreaker, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, what's the point of
Yeah.
even playing the games?
Well,
You just gave us the last 2 playoff teams. I want to do
So who are you doing?
I think I'm doing 100. I think I'm doing 100 Thieves.
All right.
This is
there
where
you
it
go.
gets super interesting. Okay, I'm gonna get mathy on this one.
Okay.
oh Lord.
You'll let us. I give them 0.4 wins against
Oh
Golden
my
Guardians.
God, you're giving them like
You're
weighted,
giving-
Yeah, yeah.
weighted
That's
wins.
a-
I'll give them 0.9 against them. They did beat TSM last time,
They're
so
9
you were
still.
giving them favorites. But
Alright.
I'm gonna say this is half a game.
I wasn't giving them favorites. I was just reminding people that like, A,
Yeah.
we're in a single game.
I'm gonna say this one's another 0.9 because you know double lift and Bjergsen in the clutch, and EG is like a 0.3. So that's 1.3, 2.1. That's 3 wins, which puts them at 8 and 10, which is not good.
Which is not in the playoffs
Yeah.
according to the other
Which,
two.
Yeah. With the other 2 teams at 9 and 9, they wouldn't make it.
Yeah.
XD.
Yeah,
It's an
it's a
XD.
playoff.
No, but I do like this because it shows that if things go to chalk, in a sense,
Yeah,
The-
which would be like
9
loss,
wins is essentially
win,
what you need.
question mark, win,
yeah. So
loss.
unless TSM or
So
CLG,
it's anywhere from 7 to 8.
right. So unless CLG and TSM underperform, or 100 Thieves overperforms and
Yeah.
crawls to 500, then they are
Oh,
in
no.
trouble.
Yeah.
It's
Sad
scary to think that that team, Bjergsen and Double It, does not make
Yeah.
playoffs.
Yeah. And
You want to do TL2?
sure.
Yeah.
Your team
Let's
Liquid
go.
Jet. You should do it.
Well, this
Yeah,
was
with
supposed
that.
to be Raz.
Yeah, this
So
one- this one
I
actually
could
worked.
roll
One of
up
them
and
was-
try and like.
What's
You want me to
Raz
mime
doing?
him? How does this look?
This is not a.
Raz, what
This
do
is
you
not a good
think?
look. If I
I mean, you could try.
hold on, I'm coming over there.
Yeah, yeah. You're the
He
arms.
dropped his croc.
Oh, his
So-
shoes fell off.
Okay, this. Okay, so what you do is you have to
This
get
is
your
so
arms
pretty.
under his arms.
Yeah, and
Right?
like,
And then you have to write on the screen.
no, I don't think this is gonna work.
No? Okay. Okay. So if you're expecting, this is why their schedule's so hard. But they could go on a little mini run towards the end.
Wow, so you.
Oh, this works. Yeah, this is
Hold on, this is their chances in playoffs.
Oh, sorry. Oops, I did too much.
Well, no, just do that, and
Yeah,
that's their
so-
playoff likelihood.
So they'll wait. How many wins did you say they were gonna
Not
get?
enough.
Yeah.
Not-
Yeah, so it's like
it's a
X,
loss.
X.
8. Oh. 8
Keep it going.
and 10.
Oh, wow.
If they're lucky.
If they're lucky, true.
Yeah. The
That's
thing
also
is,
if they're beating CLG.
if they really hero it up and they can take either of these games, that's really what matters. Because like, I actually wouldn't be surprised if they lose both these games, go to 5 and 10, and then just like, oh, pressure's off, and then like suddenly just run the
Rip
last
off
week
3.
Yeah.
and be 8 and 10 and still miss. But it just feels like the team has stage jitters. Is one of the things I've seen.
Yeah, thank you. I think one of the things, even if they end up at 8 and 10, this there's no point to this. It's done. I was gonna say, I feel like the best chance for these teams that are on the outside, like 100 Thieves.
You can't just leave him like that.
Why not? He's good. He's chilling. He's taking a little nap. He's taking a little nappy poo.
Oh, my God.
As I was saying, I feel like the best shot for them is actually if CLG or TSM underperform, go to 8 and 10, and they can meet them at 8 and 10 and force a tiebreaker.
And then we have tiebreakers.
Yeah, because it feels hard to get to 9 for either of these teams and then like actually get into playoffs directly.
Yeah.
So I feel like they're going to have to rely on tiebreakers.
The funniest thing about this to me is the face.
Is there
Behind
two
the
faces?
Yeah, there's 2 Raz faces. He's like
Razception.
slightly smiling, and then he's
know why
really
there's 2 of them.
smiling.
But it's just.
I hope he's watching from home now.
I hope he's not like passed out
I'm
after like
sorry.
slamming some NyQuil or something.
I'm sorry, Raz.
So apparently
you,
we
Raz.
also
I
have a
miss
how
you.
Dignitas can make playoffs because they're not eliminated.
Oh, really?
Whoa. Okay, let's
Technically.
see.
Like,
If
they
this
obviously
happens.
they have to win out. TSM has to lose out. Team Liquid has to lose out. 100 Thieves needs to beat TSM, and Immortals has to lose except for the upsets that they need.
And then I still think they
And
have to
then
play a
they
tiebreaker.
actually still have to have a tiebreaker, yeah.
Yeah, if I look at Leo's probabilities from earlier, that was like the 0.003% chance of a tiebreaker. So if like TSM beats Immortals, Dignitas is just out.
It's one of those like insane graphs where it breaks immediately.
Yeah.
All right, well, if you're a Dig fan, print that out, put it on your wall. You'll need to be tracking that.
There are Dig fans that seemingly show up like every week.
They're very,
I love that
They're
crew.
very loud. I love that for them.
Yeah.
I also like that they did their post-match threads. You know, they kept the content going better than a lot
Mm-hmm.
of people, I think, this split. So hats off to Dig. Hopefully,
Yeah,
they just-
Tomo did the most recent one.
yeah,
Those don't get enough views.
they're good.
It's some of the best team content.
It is. Speaking of just random other stuff about teams, this is a historic year for 2 of our orgs. Historic split.
Yeah, I mean, this loops back all the way into our power rankings being so wrong, but part of it was based on precedent. So, like, Golden Guardians has never had a split
With a winning
where
record.
they've finished above 50%. So, looking at this, they've never won more than 9 games. They're currently 8-5, which would be 11.5% higher than they've ever done. So they're actually having right now the greatest split in their organization's history.
I think it matches what you see on the Rift, too. Like, this is one of the few times I think we're actually optimistic about their chance in playoffs going in. Even when they had these good splits at 9 and 9, it's like, hey, they made playoffs, where sometimes they don't do that. You know, like, you never really felt optimistic about the team's chances in a best of 5.
Yeah, and then this is happening for multiple teams. So Golden Guardians is one. FlyQuest is another one who's definitely on track. So they've had good years in the past. 2020, they had a 12-6 split, and they finished second twice. But right now, on their pace, they're almost an 85% win rate. And with 2 more wins, will also set an organizational record for wins in a split. And they're 1 year older than Golden Guardians. So FlyQuest actually came into the league with that high roster way back in 2017. So
I remember that. With the Pokemon.
here we go.
Yeah, well, there was also the Dark. There's Phoenix 1, Dark. There's FlyQuest. There's been like a lot of like the memes with the old C9 guys. I gotta say, that's actually pretty impressive for a new org to have that many winning seasons. When you just like compare.
True.
Yeah.
They had
They've
their
done
entire
sneaky
draft.
well. Yeah, they've actually done sneaky well. They've been under the radar. I mean, I think part of the COVID season, this is like we think of 100 Thieves last split, and we're like, yeah, that was like a really last year. Like,
Yeah.
that was a really solid team. They finished second. That's literally what FlyQuest did in 2020. But like the next year, people were like, yeah, they've never been good. Like,
Yeah.
Even going back to those old logo years where it looked like the unknown Pokemon, you
Yeah.
know, like they actually had winning records a number of times there, which I think made it a lot more impressive. All right, well, that's going to do it for the crazy part of Waiting Room. We'll try and be a little bit more civilized after this.
one of the big things is just the fact that CLG and TSM have been so good.
That insta-lock, baby. That's insta-lock, yes! And the Star Dragon is here, baby. Double kill for Palafox, and CLG's gonna take it.
All right, veteran Wild Turtle back for TSM.
It feels really great to me that a lot of fans still want to see me perform and be the Wild Turtle they all remember.
Wild Turtle's just kiting, hitting one after another, free-firing like it's shooting fish in a barrel.
TSM stomping Team Liquid. A statement game from them.
Demacia! Someday is so fast, and he just executes him. Find a different angle instead. Jojo may have been caught, but Prince Goku's dead. He's barely staying alive, but someday on the Garen, we'll find the flank. Demacia! If you guys want to beat Cassante in solo queue, there's how you do it. Pick Garen.
Alrighty, well, looking ahead at the number of games we have, FlyQuest versus Team Liquid, fighting to stay alive, TSM versus Immortals, Cloud9 versus EG. That is a hype one battle for second place on the line. Then 100 Thieves versus Golden Guardians, CLG versus Dignitas. What are you looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to game one. If Team Liquid can pull anything off, and also if FlyQuest can maintain their wins, because we know that the first seed is likely the most important one. But you also look at basically, like, actually every game today based off of what we just covered. TSM is looking like they can make playoffs, but that's actually really pivotal that they beat the teams below them in the standings. Because if they drop one of these games, there's a chance they don't get to 8 wins and things get ugly later.
And I feel really similarly about CLG. Not that I don't think they'll beat Dig, but they're a similar team to me where, like, sometimes they have a draft that I really don't like and they don't play it out particularly well, despite being a really solid team.
Is this an every game matters kind of day?
Kind of.
Every game matters, guys. Until it doesn't. We'll see how that goes. Speaking of the first game of the day, we have a very special treat for everyone at home. Little do they know, we have 2 guest casters joining us. We have Papa Smithy and Spawn joining Captain Flowers.
Hey! For those of you guys who do not know, we have FlyQuest Papa Smithy, we have Team Liquid Spawn, and no, they are not first-time casters. They are not new to this situation. These men have both been casting longer than I have. Papa Smithy was the LCK casting champion for so long, absolutely rampaging through game after game after game after game after game. Spawn, I remember you being the caster commander in the Oceania/LPL region back in the day. You were one of the guys I initially interviewed with a lot. It's great to be back on the desk with you guys.
Yeah, good to be reminded of getting rejected by Captain Flowers as well. Also got rejected by Dracos. Also, you know, we're just going through the rejections right now, but it is very nice to be here. It's actually nice to be behind a casting desk. We were saying beforehand that the last time we kind of casted together was like all this remote thing without crowds, without teams playing behind us during the COVID era. It was kind of craziness.
Yeah, it's good to be back with you fellas. I mean, I'm not going to lie to you guys. I don't know the last time, I don't remember the last specific time I casted with either one of you. Do you guys remember your last official casts?
Yeah, I mean, my last cast was World Finals 2019. I did one of those end date things. It was 1,216 days ago. Pre-COVID, pre-all these things. It's been a while. We're aging ourselves here. One of my fun things in my new role as president of FlyQuest is I talked to a lot of newer fans who debuted and started either playing League or get into the competitive scene way after I stopped casting. So it's fun to come back, and yeah, it's a good one.
Yeah, I don't really know when I stopped casting, to be honest.
True.
I feel like I've done a couple of little gigs, but then I was on the analyst desk for Worlds 2020, I believe, just before I joined Team Liquid. But like an actual cast, like must have been the last time OPL was on air, so that one cuts a little bit deep.
Yeah, a little right there in the old chest muscles. Analyst desk, how are you? Are you guys ready for this? I'm ready for this.
I'm excited for the game, but I'm a little worried about maybe a power imbalance.
Well,
power
imbalance.
And because
there's one for each team.
There's one rep.
True. We're repping.
Yeah.
It's even rep, but one team is top of the standings. One team's struggling a little bit more. Like, it's going to be very easy for Papa to punch down, is what I'm saying.
I'm curious, how biased are you planning on making this cast, Spot?
How biased am I? Well, I can't really be all that biased because I did give both of these teams players. So from my perspective, I'm just feeding the NA talents system. But no, obviously, I'm a big Team Liquid homer. So if we are doing well, you will hear about it, especially given that power imbalance that Mark has spoken about.
Yeah, and I'll keep it classy, but you gotta get your jabs in, right? You gotta get your jabs in. So thank you for Ayla, but thank you for the win also. Is going to be my thesis over here.
Yeah, is this the most Australians we've had involved in a game?
Where's Pastry Time?
Right?
Bring him back.
Because we have two casters.
We'll tag Pastry in here.
At least 2 players, Ayla and Harry.
And Harry, yeah.
We're missing Fudge and FBI if they could sneak in here. It's a lot. Spawn, how do you feel like your Academy guys have been doing? There's 3 of them that are going to be playing this year, or this game.
Yeah, obviously, Ayla's just come over, so I think that he's going to take a little bit to get used to the roster. He is like a big, when he was on my teams, he was a big voice on the teams and liked to kind of bend the team to how he wanted to play the game. So obviously coming in mid-split, that becomes a little bit of a challenge, but he's a great player, so I expect him to be up to that challenge. And then Harry and Jan have been kind of hit and miss, to be honest. They've had some games where they look like their dominant self from Academy, and then they've had some games where whatever goes wrong and potentially something happens on Summoner's Rift. And I think that they're just rookie moments. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they perform today, because I know that they've marked this in their diaries of like, playing against your friends is always very fun.
Yeah.
So they'll be going after each other, I'm sure.
I mean, when you're thinking about your kids growing up, Jon was obviously on my amateur team 3 years ago and was one of those stars next to Tenacity and Kenvi and these other LCS players. So there is always that smile when you see a player like that who you saw in their formative days rise up, make it to this big stage, make an impression. I think Jon has had a split he can be proud of, even if the results for the team aren't there yet. And I love that you set up the Ayla narrative because, in between all of the banter with Vulcan and things like that, he's been in America just over 2.5 weeks. He's trying to find his voice on the team. He's the leader of TLA, this dominant academy team, and then Prince is his AD carry, and that man has a lot to say about the game. Impact is one of those super veterans. Finding your voice when your voice is sometimes the second, the third, the fourth is not easy. And also, if you're used to dominating, taking a step back, you got to work on that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that, Vulcan found out probably the hard way. I think a couple of people on FlyQuest were probably like, Bill looks like a small, quiet guy, but he is very much willing to give as good as he gets. I had a couple of situations with him where I was like trying to coach him through something, and one of the players like, Spawn, you're just being really harsh. And then Ayla was like, he's just got a bit of an ego at the moment. Like, don't worry about it. I'm like, come on, Bill. Like, you can't do me that like that. So this is a player that definitely stands up for himself. I think he's really smart about the game. So I'm, 2.5 weeks in, whatever Chris said, but I'm looking forward to see how he keeps progressing.
I had a follow-up on that drama. Both him and Jon have found their way into some hot water with other supports. Is this something that you guys teach at Team Liquid, like how to start beef, how to build a brand? Like, where does this all come from?
We do not teach how to start beef at Team Liquid. We teach how to end beef.
All right.
If you talk shit, then you got to be willing to cop it back a little bit. I think there was some XDs and stuff going in chat. Jan is always going to have his teammates back, and I think Ayla is in a similar situation.
So I noticed a little bit there. Who takes credit for discovering Jan? Because Papa Smithy, you were like, oh yeah, we had him on our amateur system with 100 Thief Next, which is technically before Team Liquid drafted him in scouting grounds in 2020. So,
I mean, I think for that, like, we obviously had a really good collection of players. If people aren't familiar, it was Tenacity top lane, Kenvi jungle, rolling through Copy in the mid lane, who hasn't made it up to the LCS stage yet, but was close. I think Jack talked about how he was one of the options for C9 LCS in previous splits, now over on CLG. Jan was the AD carry. We actually had Auto in support, but Poom before that in support. So I don't think it's a finder's fee scenario. There was no buyouts there. For us, it was, there are good players out there who can't commit full-time to Academy, who deserve to be brought in and get good coaching. And so seeing them blossom, like the end result, the 3-year plan was these guys can be stars of the LCS. And that story is already well underway, and that's what I'm proud of there.
And what I will say to that, Chad, is Papa Smithy just had a whole lot of nothing, but he went to scouting grounds, I picked him up, and then he won the Academy split.
It wasn't even an in-person.
It's true. Last I checked, 100 Thieves Next never won Proving Grounds. So that was interesting.
Going into
Somebody's fired up.
Someone's fired also.
Going into today, if each of your teams win, how did they do it? What does that look like?
I think from watching Team Liquid, if we survive 10, 12 minutes, we should be fine. So keep it in competitive in the first 10 to 12. The rest of it, Prince will deal with it.
Yeah, and I think that that's going to be key for us as well. I think that Prince is a player that in team fighting is like just very capable of 1v5ing, especially if he gets the right comp. So I expect going into this game that he will be a big focal point, and then you just got to be able to lock him down and deal with him in the team fights.
And while I'm bantering Team Liquid, I think the thing to judge here and like the yardstick of how to evaluate Team Liquid is different, I think, externally than internally. This is a team that scrims well. Obviously, a lot of people have built them up from scrims, but trips over on stage. And with rookies, not too surprising around
It'll
that.
happen.
It'll happen, right? And I think for us, it's one of those scenarios where any team who is strong in the early game and scrims well, you always give the benefit of the doubt, they'll figure it out. And okay, week 5, 6, 7, it feels like a little bit of a late time, but Evil Genius's 2022 spring wasn't at their full power until playoffs. They were 9-9 in regular season.
Yeah.
So just because they haven't worked it out yet, it will never be a surprise for any team in the LCS when Team Liquid actually gets it together. Obviously, I'm hoping and praying it's not today. But at the end of the day, to have that precedent, all right, you sorted the early game, all right, you scrim well. If it doesn't come together, there's a lot of soul searching to be done, because those are things that if you don't have them to begin with, you can never actually get them to start.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that, when we talk about this Team Liquid lineup, we're very proud of how we do scrim, the approach we have to the game. I'm sure people are still tracking things like Champions Queue and things like that. 3 of the Team Liquid players are in that top 10. They've played 70 more Champions Queue games than any other organization.
Have there
in the
been
LCS.
70 Champions Queue games?
I think there has been, Chris, because I was checking out the stats beforehand. But so this is something that, they're still working hard. The culture and the belief in the team is still good internally. So we'll continue to push forward with that.
Alrighty, and with a little bit of time left to go as the players are finishing preparations up there on stage, we're going to toss it back to you guys in the lounge, and we'll see y'all back here once the game gets underway.
Thank you very much, Captain Flowers and Spawn and Papa, for filling some time with us. Now we're going to take a look at the predictions
naturals.
for the day. Yeah, they
Wow,
both...
they're so good.
They're so bouncy.
Yeah, wow. How'd they
Really?
do that?
Oh,
No one
really?
predicted EG? One of us wants to flip?
Dude, I love M&S too much. Jono's not even here. He's playing from
One of us
home.
has to flip.
M&S is here.
Raz would have had EG.
I never flip.
Okay,
Wait.
I
Raz
will.
would flip. I'm surprised we didn't get his prediction.
Yeah, Raz, the producer said Raz did predict EG. He's just not on the graphic because he's, I guess, a mannequin with his head on it is not enough of a stand-in to
Wait, so he
explain
really
his
did?
reasoning.
He
yeah.
really did?
Well, I
Okay.
think if he's the one EG, naturally we'd be like,
Yeah.
explain your reasoning,
Yeah,
and he's not
sure.
here. But I do think it's a pretty reasonable prediction.
It is. I just want to flip-flop something so it's not the same, but none of my flip-flops feel good. I'm like, Tia. I can't do TL. I've done that too many times. Tia.
I feel like
100 these double it, Bjergsen.
1-7 in the last 8.
Ah.
I feel like if it's not the middle one, I would probably flip EG just to break it up. But otherwise, it probably would be the 100 Thieves GG game, but not
Yeah.
for any good reason.
Yeah, I'm
to be
just
honest.
used to seeing 100 Thieves win.
Yeah.
Like that would be the reason.
3 years of it, or 3 splits of it. Anyways, that's going to do it for us here at the waiting room. As we head out to the casters, Rafa was digging through some archives and prepped something unique for Jan and Ayla's first LCS meeting.
I think Jan's amazing. I couldn't have asked for a better ADC to work with for the past 2 years. It's like kind of crazy how well we synergize. We're very close in-game, out of game.
After competing together for the past 2 years on Team Liquid Academy, Ayla will be playing his first game against former bot lane partner Jan.
We had fun together, now we face each other. We knew this day could come, we hoped we would be wrong. One goal is on our mind, leave the memories aside. Take you down like any other, forgive me my brother.
Jan and Ayla had potential to be a strong duo, and by summer 22, they won back-to-back Proving Grounds championships.
We had fun together, now we face each other.
Jan, when he just started, was like fresh baller mechanics, but a bit clueless. So it's been fun watching him grow. I think now he's like my equal. He really pushes me to improve.
Take you down like any other, forgive me my brother. It's never easy.
Jan, what are you going to win next?
Hopefully LCS.
To face reality.
I'm aiming for LCS. I think I'm ready.
Used to be simple when it was you and
I think about the future and if I will be playing against him, and I know if I do end up versing him, he's gonna be a really tough opponent.
Ayla and Jan are aiming to have long and successful careers in the LCS, even if it means they have to take each other down along the way.
Thank you, Rafa. I would have been waving my lighter in the air, but they told me it was a fire hazard. And we got a hot one brewing here today. For those of y'all that just tuned in, I am Captain Flowers, joined for the first time in years by FlyQuest's Papa Smithy and Team Liquid's Spawn. Come on, I had to do it to you, boys. I'm glad to have you back.
You're right there, mate. A lot about your old boys in that little hype intro.
Yeah, it actually makes me like hella sad for some reason. Like when you're a coach and you spend so long with these players. I spent 3 years with Ayla and Harry and building them up, and then Jan obviously for previous 2 years.
Yeah.
As a coach, you just want to see your players succeed. You really don't care how you get them to that end goal. So It's very nice, but also kind of nostalgic to watch kind of a clip like that, and well put together by Rafa, who's also another big academy talent.
True.
Yeah, Rafa coming up through the academy system, all these players coming up through the academy system. We're seeing it pay some dividends, but today, only one team really gets to walk away the winner. FlyQuest obviously on top for most of the split so far. You guys suffered only your second loss in the split just this past weekend. I didn't really see like a stumbling FlyQuest after their first loss, so I imagine they're probably not too down in the dumps from the last one either.
I think it's a really interesting thing. I think one thing to consider is it's our first time losing on the last match day of the week, so it's the first time you don't go out for the celebration drinks or food. You're kind of in your own head a bit.
Okay.
And I think we've had things to work on. Speaker on the analyst desk talked about how, as a scrim team, we have a lot to improve on. And I don't think that's effort. It's just something hasn't come together. And so Scrim Week has been better. Does that mean you win on stage just because you're the favorite? No. It's a best of one today, but there'll be a lot to learn for both teams. But I think the stakes for Team Liquid, with playoffs being such an interesting push at the bottom there, is very high.
Yeah, and for Team Liquid, you know, you always are a little bit apprehensive about playing a great team after they've just lost, because normally great teams are just looking for the closest thing to hit really hard. And I think that
you're right next to me, so I'm, I've got my options here.
So I think that FlyQuest will be looking for that bounce back game. And so, we build this game up all week. We come into it, we know it is not necessarily a must win on the standings for maths and everything else, but it's as close to a must win as possible for Team Liquid. We're playing against a good team. Sometimes this is when the season turns around. So, you build it up, you put a lot of focus on this, you circle it on the calendar, and, I'm sure the boys are hoping to come out and have a really great game.
Especially because, we have only 8 weeks in regular season. This is week 7. Next week is our super week, our final week. So we're going to be back to that 3-day thing starting on Wednesday all the way through Thursday and Friday. You want to have as much momentum as possible for these guys heading into playoffs, right?
And if the playoffs implications are different, actually FlyQuest, the only team already qualified for playoffs, what I will say is chasing and being the team that's being chased. You talked about being circled on the calendar. Every other team is doing that about FlyQuest because we are top of the standings. And so being able to be the team that everyone's final is playing against you is a different skill. You don't come with that naturally. You have to be able to treat every opponent with respect, because for them, this is a must-win.
And I think that's interesting because of the fact that you guys do both have a past as casters. You know all the different talking points that we have about teams where we talk about don't get caught up in the trap game or make sure that you have different strategies for different games once you get to a best of 5. What's some of the things that you guys have learned sort of having this different point of view behind the scenes over the course of the past few years?
Yeah, it's really tough because in best of ones, there is a lot of, you have to be ready for the specific opponent because you don't get multiple games to figure it out.
Right, one chance.
But also during regular season, you really want to be internally focused. You kind of want to say, okay, who cares who we play against? Let's work on us for the whole, 8-9 weeks, whatever it normally is. So I guess it kind of is that double-edged sword for specifically Team Liquid right now, because it's hard to be introspective when the wins mean so much right now.
And because I've been more zoomed out, you've obviously been a coach over at Team Liquid Academy. I've been the general manager, now the president of a LCS team. The difference is that I see the trap games, but I'm not going to try and put the bad thoughts or anything out there. Right. I see the team starting to walk taller, talk a bit more mess because you're winning. And you want to be hey guys, take every game seriously. But the honest truth is they're young men. They kind of have to go through it themselves. And sometimes you have to let teams stumble and fall. And actually the learning there in regular season of losing to Evil Geniuses previously to stumbling against TSM will help us and help them in the long run.
Experience is a very unique teacher. You can try to replicate it, you can come close, but there's nothing quite like walking in the mile of those shoes. And that's exactly why I asked you guys the question, because I've never been a GM, a coach, or a president. I would not be able to successfully be a GM, a coach, or a president. So it's interesting to get those perspectives and sort of hear about the peek behind the curtain that me and everybody watching from home doesn't get to see.
We'll just treat it as an audition. I have the hiring power, so there's still a chance for you, Cloud. Still a chance.
I'm sorry, man. I've heard you hire voracious weebs, and I just don't think I can have that.
I think I heard Ovely celebrate
here.
that. I think that was Ovely.
I thought she was out here, so that's why I had to do it. But
yep.
No, I've been told that we're getting ready to launch into the game here. So I want to ask you guys specifically because going back to, we've had so many conversations about all the common talking points as casters. One of the things casters always love to talk about is draft. How has you guys' view on draft changed now that you've got sort of like more a behind the scenes view of things? Is there any like big changes you've taken away there? Especially you, Spawn, like being a coach.
Yeah, I think that, so as a caster, you like to look for similar things as what a coach would be looking for. So, you know, overall, what does a global or regional meta look like? But then who are the meta breakers with their unique picks? You know, historically, you have guys like Power of Evil, Frog, and you know that no matter what's being played, they will just play their specific style. And as a coach, you have to be really good at balancing this. You know, the meta is meta for a reason. You know, the most effective tactics available is what meta stands for.
Yeah.
So you have to be able to play the most effective tactics unless it really is game breaking. So I think that, you know, as a caster, I was always like really close to kind of thinking of it from a coach perspective, but there is that extra step of really having to be on the exact same page with your players.
And as a caster, you also overlook what is a really important thing you learn working in teams is individual player strengths. There are some champions that players vibe with, some champions they don't. And for the ones that are super OP and like must draft, of course they can reach a minimum standard.
Right.
But it's also a bit kicking and streaming. You kind of pressure a player into playing something. They lose on stage, and then whose fault is it because you thrust it on them? These are the sort of things that are the reality. Nobody plays all 130, 140, I don't even know what the number is now. Champions.
I think it's closer to 160.
There you go. See, these things progress fast. They sneak up on you. And I think those realities too are like, you lost draft, but how much of that was good scouting? How much of that was champion pools that should have been pushed forward? That was that player laziness? Was that coach ineptitude? It's so hard. And when you have that extra data, you do get paralyzed by it sometimes.
And what I will say is you always want to be data informed, and scrims are such a terrifying beast, especially if you have a team that scrims particularly well, because then everything is good and nothing is bad, or a team that scrims particularly badly, then everything is bad and nothing is good. And it's very hard to be able to figure out, you know, exactly what you want to take onto stage for that weekend.
And you know this, Spawn. The early game champs that run over the game and snowball, as we see Ovely behind us, ducking in. Get that FlyQuest time in, Ovely. Appreciate it. The early game snowball champs are the biggest bait because in scrims where players are playing for many different reasons, not often to win scrims, often it's testing matchups. If I all in at level 2 or 3, how does it go? Oh, I lost. I doomed the game. Well, that was an important learning I took there. There's like 10 people testing for different things with some like common themes between both sides. Those champions that run over early games, you look at your data, right? You're sitting there as the coach. You got your notebook that has like win rates for your team, win rates for the enemy, and you're like, well, we won 10 out of 10 scrims on this champion. I mean, we have to play it, right? It's always going to win. And that's the part where weighing the actual pace of games and how much of scrims actually predicts stage, that's where the real money is made, to be honest.
So, we're talking about scrims. So I'm gonna ask a one or the other question. We're gonna play a little one-round version of this or that because you already described how always winning in scrims is bad, always losing in scrims is bad for very different reasons. Which side of the coin do you prefer to be on? Do you prefer to be a team that's got a bunch of scrim bucks that are worth no real money, or do you prefer to be a team that's good, but you just can't seem to feel good about the practices?
Well, obviously you want to win on stage. Like, no one gives it. Like, no one cares about anything else apart from winning on stage.
Yeah, I worded it a little bit incorrectly there. Just because you're winning scrims doesn't mean you're losing on stage, but just like whether or not you're winning on stage completely independently, which one's better for the scrim system?
So winning scrims is also relative to opponent level. Do you only scrim lower teams? Do you only scrim Latin American teams and get an ego boost from beating teams that are inferior to you? These are all the variables. And then also, what kind of roster do you have? What is the construction? Are they people that get rattled by losing scrims, which there are players whose pride is how they did in scrims in that day. Often you'll have players who come, oh, we went 4-1, it was a great day. And it's like, okay, what did you learn? What did you test? Were you risk averse or were you risky on that day? Because if you were risk averse and won, did you learn? And I think learning is the much bigger thing. But obviously you're biased towards winning, but the winning is with an asterisk.
Yeah, and what I would say is like in everything in coaching, it like comes with that asterisk of like, what were your goals? Because if your goals are to go out there and you know that you're struggling at the moment, so you must scrim good opponents to get to that mid game, and your goal is to never forfeit and lose, but make the game as hard as possible. I've been in that situation. I've also been in situations where I have maybe a player that is a little bit down on themselves, and you go into what, you know, in fighting would call tapering, where, you know, you maybe get a little bit of a tune-up fight or a lower skilled opponent. You give them their best champion over and over again. Then you get to show them the shiny number of like, hey, this week we're 8-0 on LeBlanc. Maybe we should lock in LeBlanc. And then you get some of that confidence being able to translate on stage. So it always depends what your goals are.
And the truth is, you never know what the scrim opponent, like what their morning meeting was, what their goal of the day was. Maybe they're all trying new champions and we're like, great, today we're doing 4 players trying new champions instead of just 1. Normally you want to do, all right, top lane tries a new champion, everyone else plays their best, now we can truly test top. It doesn't really always go like that. So sometimes that's why public scrim information is always so interesting to deal with, is like, yes, you went 6-0, but how much that 6-0 matter?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the delay, but we finally got the tech figured out. It's time to jump into the draft, and we're going to see how we go through this one. A little bit of AD carry focus at the start, with the Varus being banned away first from FlyQuest.
Always interesting to see how many AD carries are banned in the first round. I know we've been banning AD carries pretty extensively over the last couple of weeks, but strategies do change as players change, and with Ayla coming in, we have some flexibilities. Ooh, Gragas red side ban here for TL.
Yeah, and Gragas one of the strongest flex picks, I guess, on the current patch, which is why you don't really want to give an S-tier flex on blue side, because it does open up the draft a lot. But what I will say about Varus is this is a champion that is currently really annoying. If you can play a champion in 2 different styles, you know, the poke Varus as well as the on-hit Varus, one that has insane mid-game fighting and the other one that is still a pretty good late-game carry, it does pose a lot of problems in the draft, so understandable that FlyQuest would get rid of it.
Yeah, even support Varus has been around. Lucio playing that earlier in the split, so flexibility targeted by some of these bans, but power picks very much been speaker on the Vi in recent weeks. We have to ban that on blue side here, and the Caitlyn respect from TL.
I believe it was Kobe who pointed out Spica spent a lot of time playing some Amumu and some Maokai, those demonic
Sejuani too.
champions. Yeah, some Sejuani as well, but Vi has been the champion that comes up next after that, so taking that away. Getting rid of the Gnar very early. This is a very rare ban in first half of the draft these days, but FlyQuest is going to round out their first half of the ban phase with it.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say. Normally, if you get to throw a top lane ban in the first 3, it either means one of 2 things. Either you're going for an unconventional draft where you're first raying your top laner and you have something very specific in mind, or you have a free ban that you just want to get rid of a pick that someone on the opponent team plays very, very well that would potentially be a 4-5 ban, but you have the luxury of actually being able to take it 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, when I see a Gnar ban, kind of like you, I'm like, okay, why? And maybe it's to set up a favorable trade in the 1 for 2. Obviously, first pick gives you first access to an OP champion, but if you're giving up 2 powerful ones for it, not necessarily worth it. So the Annie was fished for, the Annie was denied, and we're going with Sejuani first pick.
Going with Sejuani for Spica. He is no stranger to it. Gnar, obviously one of those most popular champions for Summit, who back when he was on his MVP performances, it was Gnar, it was Jace, it was these champions. He could play aggro, be the top lane Chad, carry the game from those. So FlyQuest banning that out. What's going to be the response here from Team Liquid? Most of the time these days, we're seeing supports, we're seeing marksmen, we're seeing junglers in the first half of the draft, and the jungle will be a Lee Sin for Pyoshin.
And you can immediately see what Team Liquid is going for, because they've removed Annie, who is one of the best, if not the best, mid lane 2v2 champion, and they've taken the best 2v2 mid lane jungler in Lee Sin. So potentially showing some cards early here from Team Liquid.
Yeah, I actually wondered if Pyosik would go back to an old favorite. I believe first round we did ban Kindred against TL. Obviously, Song, our head coach, knows plenty about Pyosik's Kindred, given he was the head coach of DRX last year. So I was interested to see. I think the theory there is usually Lee Sin is paired with a Syndra or a kill 2v2 mid laner, and Vikla has been falling down in the laning phase, been targeted in the last couple of games, as Talia game most recently out. So I guess I'm not surprised by it. And the Aphelios takeaway, you would think, from Prince, who's been defaulting to that recently.
Yeah, that was my immediate thought. Keep Prince off of this hyper carry. That's one of those things that will always be an X factor. But Prince here, this is something that has fallen out of popularity recently after being picked all the time versus Zeri and Lulu. But it's Lucian Nami for Prince and Ayla.
Yeah, and this is kind of strange because whilst I agree Prince is a very good Aphelios, it's also Yun's most played champion, I think, ever. And he loves the champion. And he originally started playing it because it beat Lucian Nami. So if you take Lulu here, then the Aphelios Lulu matchup should be quite favored throughout most stages of the game until the one item spikes come through.
Yeah, the should part is interesting. I think the Thresh is trending more in the meta recently, so not too surprised to see that pick up. But the should does also take in player experience, and Prince and Ayla Will they be able to play together in the 2v2 is the bigger question. I think Yon and CoreJJ have been good. I just think Prince is a monster.
Prince's first Lucian game this split, I believe it was, where he ended up with 17 kills or something.
Was it game 1 or game 2? It was week 1.
Yeah, it was week 1, and it was just this monster performance, like constant, like, or wait, maybe the 17 kills was later on. I think this first one might have been a lower kill game, but either way, the performance that he had, the way that he was able to create space, use his callings and everything, very impressive.
I really like this on the screen because Harry is also a big table tennis fan. So maybe there needs to be, you know, the on the Rift battle.
We had a tournament actually earlier this week. We should have invited Harry.
Absolutely. There you go.
All right.
All right. Well, now we know what to do in off time next time. But right now, let's go ahead and see how the second half of the draft is going to look. It is mirrored picks for both sides with bottom laners and junglers locked in. Not a whole lot of flex potential here, so we're expecting to see only solo lane bans in second half. We got Renekton banned out by TL, Akali banned out by FlyQuest.
Interesting to see the Lee Sin, though, because Lee Sin is technically still a flex pick. I believe Licorice played it on stage. I don't know if everyone was a huge fan of it. I knew you were going to have a backhanded compliment there. So small chance we'll see a flex there. Just interested to see what the fourth pick is on red side here, is banning some melee champions to synergize with the Sejuani. Pretty big respect to just ban out the Yone in the second round.
Yeah, and I'm honestly a little bit surprised. This
maybe Azir?
Maybe at a Team Liquid going to be taking Harry's champion on 4 would be the most logical thing. Or maybe giving some respect, and though I don't know if he's ever played it in his life, to Impact on maybe being able to take it into the top side.
I mean, he's been working on the carries, but Yone, especially blind, would be a pretty big takeaway there. It does open up Azir. Obviously, we do expect something like Yone into an Azir. So how TL process this information with some suspicious bans on both sides, hovering some Impact favorites here.
Yeah.
Don't think we're seeing a Malphite just yet, but I'm curious to see what is locked in.
I actually think that's an homage to me, because my team in Challenger has been playing a lot of Malphite at the moment. But Harry getting Ahri is quite surprising, especially with something like a Yone ban, because I don't think you would be particularly worried about the 1v1 matchup, although Vikla is very good at melee champions himself. And this is a pick that Harry played to great success throughout the whole of last year.
I think, honestly, a lot of the Harry bucks when it came to promoting him to LCS were how good on Ahri he was in Proving Grounds last year. This guy was monstering multiple games, and a lot of people evaluated him because of that champion over a pick like Azir that he was struggling on earlier. Loving some of the fan signs here. Prince was actually putting the feelers out there, so the Marry Me Prince might have some legs. Here we go. Silas would be always a favorite of Vikla, and also a sort of pick to get yourself back into confidence.
Yeah, and I think that it is good into the Ahri matchup, but when I look across the board, I'm not seeing all that many useful ultimates to use. However, in that 2v2 skirmish, it's when you see Lee Sin, when you see Ahri, you assume that the mid lane will be a focus early, especially if you have a roaming support like Thresh. So being able to take something to block that effectively, I think is very critical, and a great pick by this FlyQuest squad.
And melee synergy with Sejuani is always appreciated. Waiting for the last pick here, we've seen multiple different things. Garen most recently into the Cassante last time out.
Yeah, Garen was the hard counter choice of as soon as he goes all out, you go all in with your Demacian Justice, instantly executed.
You drop yourself to half health, that's not going to be ideal.
Yeah, it's a bad time against the Garen. Gwen has been the more traditional counter pick against it, but we are going to see that Cho'Gath. Remember, he did receive buffs recently. A lot of people are liking him a lot more than they usually do, and that's going to be Summit's 1v1 against Impact's Cassante.
And it's similar theory to the Garen, right? You drop yourself to low health, he does true damage, all of a sudden you might find yourself in a sticky situation. Also quite good into these melees, because silence is something that we're probably a little bit more familiar with.
That's like an old boomer tech. Boomer tech for sure.
Old school mechanic in League of Legends, which is quite overpowered, so taking the Cho'Gath into this melee comp could be effective.
And honestly, Cho'Gath everywhere has kind of been the world meta. I'm not leaking scrims or anything, but you look over Gumayushi, a lot of 80 carries are playing the Cho'Gath. And you might think, oh, there was Senna Cho before. There's Cho'Gath Nautilus now. There's Cho'Gath everything now. Cho'Gath is just kind of the vogue champion right now.
Funny enough, behind the scenes before the LCS started today, we were hanging out and watching some LCK VODs from previous nights. And we got to the game, I think it was DRX that they were against. DRX banned 5 marksmen, and so they just picked Cho'Gath and then took 2 plates by 5 minutes anyway. I was like, okay, this definitely looks like T1 versus a not-so-good team, but the Cho'Gath also being able to do that is very impressive. Let me ask you guys, as we're loading in, before we get to see any of the action, how do you feel about your respective teams' drafts here now that you see all the pieces on the table? Spawn, I'm going to start with you.
I'm always a fan when your rookies have comfort, Jan's favorite champion is Aphelios. Harry's favorite champion is going to be Ari. So going into Summoner's Rift, I think Team Liquid got what they want.
And I think FlyQuest is on Ultra Comfort. And I think Ultra Comfort allows us to inspect the early game that we have tripped up on the last couple of times.
All right, it's time to rock and roll. Game 1 of Week 7 here in Spring Split 2023 for the LCS. FlyQuest 11-2 sitting at the top of the table, going up against Team Liquid. Boys, welcome back. This one's just for you.
Time for a podcast, I guess. We got time here. This is usually the way whenever a caster debuts, there's a hazing ritual where something goes wrong, and 30 minutes later, we're doing tic-tac-toe or something like that.
A little bit of sepia tone
Yeah,
on the screen.
exactly.
So, Clayton, you got to be the tiebreaker for us. We
Okay.
said who we like in the draft, but who do you like in the draft?
Well, I'm sorry, buddy. I know that we're friends, but I'm just going to have to go with FlyQuest.
That's what I
because
like
of
to
Prince
hear.
Lucian. I think that this is a champion, that the conversation that happened last year around Worlds, where if I remember correctly, I believe it was Peter Dunn who initially said Lucian's not just an early game champion that spikes, he scales on player skill. And I think Prince is no contest the most skilled AD carry in the LCS. And I think we're going to see him flex it a little bit here this game.
And I think it should be inspected with a pretty curious eye because Lucian has been nerfed many, many times.
Yeah.
Nami as well, like the synergy between the two. The runes have changed over time. Used to be Electrocute, now over to Airy. A lot has changed, but the proficiency and all the hours you put into perfecting Lucian Nami persists. And it's always that, okay, do you pick what's in vogue or do you pick what you're most comfortable with or what you're strongest on? And that triangle of variables, every team kind of allocates them differently.
Yeah, and it's a champion that you really have to be able to play on the edge. You know, even though with the culling and, rapid fire cannon is quite a long range marksman, can in mid-game teamfights have to put itself in a little bit of danger to get effective DPS off.
Not too much danger, though. Please don't die.
All right. Well, obviously you guys both have very different hopes for Prince's performance here this game. I'm going to point out real quick, summoner spell difference in bottom lane. Prince with the cleanse, making sure he's able to get away from these charms of Harry later on in the game, from the death sentences of Core JJ all game long. The heal being given over to Ayla instead, while Jan has the heal for his side, opting into not taking the cleanse. And it's Core JJ's Ignite that might give them a little bit of extra oomph in the bottom lane trade.
Yeah, the heal will definitely help for the 2v2 laning phase, but at some point you need a cleanse, whether it's a Mikhail's or the summoner spell cleanse against Sejuani. So given that, he's going to have to really rely on his tanks to stand in front. Otherwise, the early skirmishes could be potentially rough.
Yeah, and let's be realistic. Mikhail's is in the very distant future for an army because you are never skipping mandate on this champion, so it does make a lot of sense in this situation.
Alrighty, my friends, we've got junglers starting up on the top half of their respective jungles. Unfortunately, right back into the pause.
All good, all good. There's so much to catch up on. I said it's been 4 years.
It's been a very long
What has
time.
changed in 4 years, Flowers? Your beard has gotten longer.
Yes, I did not have one previously 4 years ago. We also, the stage is very different in here now. As you guys might remember, you used to be casting up there. Now we're down here. I actually prefer casting from down here because, as you gentlemen might remember, I'm very animated when I cast.
No.
And so it, like, your temperature goes up. And so the higher you are in the room, the air rises. It gets a little stuffed.
I'll tell the story again, but I will never forget that fateful day. It was 2017 Worlds. It was you, Deficio, and myself casting the
My
EDG
first international
SKT,
TriCast.
10K gold behind, massive shockwave where Wolf found the big engage. And let's just say that the table we were on was not very solid. It was actually being propped up by water bottles.
Yeah, it was a plastic table propped up by
They were
water
basically
bottles.
like, hey, like, be careful. This table could collapse any moment. Remember, that's like the casting desk. Literally, something would have gone very wrong. We would have lost audio. We definitely almost lost picture. And Clayton, or Flowers, was so animated that Deficio and I were manually holding up the desk so it wouldn't collapse under his bashing and wailing. And
it was a 10K gold.
I
lead,
agree.
man.
I agree. But can you imagine trying to make an analytical point where you're also trying to keep something flush so it didn't all collapse? Literally a worldwide stream would have collapsed, Flowers.
The game of watching casters cast is actually very entertaining because we have some pretty animated casters. Dracos casts very, very quickly. Atlas too. I remember when I used to cast with Pastry Time, he would start further away from the screen, so it would start on the same screen, and then he would get progressively closer and closer to the screen.
You know what
So
I remember
couldn't
with
see the
Pastry
screen.
Time? The amount of water bottles. That man is a fiend. You've probably cast after him
Yes.
with a water bottle graveyard around 10 water bottles. Like, come on, man, it was 2 best of 1s. How did this happen?
He drinks a lot of water. The man stays hydrated. The thing that I always had to be careful for after casting with Pastry Time that you guys probably didn't experience, Pastry Time likes his headset nice and loud.
Got it.
And mine generally stays a little quieter, so I had to always be careful. Had to make sure it was the attention test after Pastry. But hey, we're back into the game here today. Congratulations to Pastry, who recently got married, by the way. Saw that on social media yesterday.
Shout out to you.
Shout out to Pastry time. Hell yeah, buddy. Congratulations. Many, many happy years ahead. And hey, look at that. We already got praise for you guys. Papa Smithy and Spawn on LCS. Hell yeah. Bottom lane 2v2 is already getting a little dirty as Prince and Ayla are trying to shove Yon and Core JJ back.
Good to be back. It's a very volatile lane in the bot with Thresh buff. Haven't seen the matchup too many times post buff. I think Pioshik spotted out here. No Kindred today, so that part I'm happy about. I was worried about sneaky flex and having to deal with the famous Pioshik Kindred.
Spica looking for maybe a nice early gank up here with the top side. Summit only level 2. Still has the flash. W2 is going to be flashed away from, but the flash. Arctic Assault to follow. It's first blood over the Impact.
That's a nice little pickup there. Spica trying to play around with times. Very early gank, 220-ish in the top side. You pick the melee champions with Sejuani for a reason, and Summit on this Cho'Gath's kind of like Rumble. If you don't overextend, it's very hard to have any lane presence at all.
And that's what I was going to say. This is something that should be telegraphed because, you know, you take Sejuani, you would expect it to either go towards mid or go towards top. Harry does get his ward out nice and early. Great jungle tracking from FlyQuest. I actually knew exactly where Pioshik was. And until next patch, it is going to be ineffective to counter jungle at this stage of the game. We take another look at this. This just looks like it's a very telegraphed, maybe set play from FlyQuest.
Honestly, Summit probably knows he's dead here. It's just, do you try to play flash chicken? Do you flash early? Do you flash late? There's never really a good time the moment the stacks start adding up. We see a TSM, little hover there. And picking up first blood feels good because that's the sort of thing to get one monkey off your back and get some confidence coming into a game after a loss for FlyQuest.
And it's one of those things that we've seen so many teams do ever since Summit's debut in the LCS a couple of years back when he was just dominating lanes, ruling 1v1s. People picked up on the fact that if there was ever a choice, hey, you might be able to play this one back or play it more aggressively, he will always pick aggressive. In a game of rock, paper, scissors, the man always picks rock.
Yeah, we definitely had some interesting nicknames for him on 100 Thieves. Obviously, us kind of taking him down in that first round of the playoffs led to his eventual leaving the region after an MVP regular season. 7 camp clear, I believe, is something that was posited there. You clear 6 camps and then kill top.
Oh, man.
He struggled at times, but he's a good player.
Interesting little thing on the map here is that you would expect Lee Sin to go top Scuttlecrab because he got pushed off bottom. However, is bot, and there is going to be a 3v3.
All right, 3v3 starts with Prince eating a lot of aggro. He's already popped the cleanse, but it won't matter. It's Pioshik taking the crown from Prince, and Team Liquid answers back.
And once again, these junglers just very smart pathing. Speaker did the right thing. He pushed him off the bottom crab. You would expect Pioshik to go back to top side, but Pioshik loops around, guarantees he's off vision. FlyQuest, it's natural to fight over that crash. You do not want to give the free reset to Team Liquid's bottom lane, but they do get punished for it.
Yeah, very heavy cost too. 3 summoners invested, both of Prince's. Notice the Core and Eon both have their flashes up. You'd be looking for Team Liquid to try to return to that lane and double down on the punishment.
And I love to see the coordination there from TL. It's the comms that set plays like that up. It's the comms that I've criticized on this team later on in the game throughout many of the earlier matchups that they've had this split. And I love seeing them kind of make those things come together like we were talking about back way before the game started. But once again, Impact versus Summit. It's Impact just sort of bullying him around a little bit here in these trades. The Cho'Gath struggling early on, but Pioshik's coming in for the gank. Summit's just got to stay alive enough to be able to help out with this. Impact's now finding himself in a 1v2. Gonna get silenced, gonna be taken low, and Pioshik gets his second of the game.
And I think this is what NA fans were excited about when they heard another world champion was coming to America. Are we going to get that Pioshik that can run over an early game?
Yeah.
So far, looking very good on this Lee Sin.
Yeah, I imagine Impact thought he couldn't be top because he hadn't cleared any camps. He would have to have gone straight top in order to be there to effect a kill there. Thought he was free overextending. He wasn't. Team Liquid, their early game is one to be feared, and they already have this slight lead, and Impact will lose a lot of minions in top as well.
Yeah, and you can see that Speaker is going to try and last hit because Speaker wants to be as strong as possible, so you would never ignore the free minions. However, does want Impact to also be ready for this Herald fight because you feel like if you give the Herald over to what is already winning bottom lane, plus they have a fed Lee Sin, this is going to be a game that could get out of control pretty quickly.
And let's see what Pioshik can keep doing as we move forward in this early game. The Lee Sin being 2-0 up already. You guys already talked a little bit about how fearsome this champion is in mid-jungle 2v2s. We know that those mid-jungle 2v2s can determine so much about the pacing of the game moving forward. And Core JJ JJ just threads the needle onto Prince there with a death sentence. Yawn making sure not to step into the Nami bubble. Prince already died in the previous 3v3 here bottom, and now he's down to 200 HP underneath his own turret. Ayla will heal him back up. Spica is waiting in case a dive is about to come in. And with Pioshik coming down, Yawn and Core JJ may get some reinforcements here. Pioshik's coming in, wards that brush, does not see Spica. However, he is also on top of a ward himself. Spica knows to come back. Now the Team Liquid ward is going to see the Sejuani. Everybody walks away, or do they? Pioshik still waiting, still seeing, threads it onto Prince, but now he's stuck underneath the turret. Got a little bit too aggressive there, but gets away.
Yeah, a lot of acting being done there. The only unknown variable was Pioshik not knowing he was spotted. Everybody else kind of had information on each other, so Pioshik ends up going half health. He's sticking around though, Pioshik, not a big farmer today.
And this is the thing about current League of Legends. Hook does go wide this time around. Bubble also misses. Is that a lot of it is just eye contacting bottom lane. The marksman.
I can tell. They're literally not moving.
Yes, correct. It's so important to be able to get them ahead. Level 16 for both junglers.
Both of them are level 6. Spica comes in over the wall. Prince is going to be killed first, and Pioshik does not die. They aren't able to get the last 100 HP. FlyQuest get outplayed 3v3 for the second time.
It's right on the edge there. You can see by the health bars, but they favored Team Liquid after it. We saw nobody moving. Amazing how literally experience was literally minion for minion.
And this is a masterclass, like how to play around bottom lane, how to play on Knife's Edge, and I think both teams are doing their job. You're an extra 50 damage either way, means Triumph procs, things are coming through, and that could be a completely different skirmish, but credit to Team Liquid, they know what the game plan is. You have to get Prince behind, and they've been able to execute on that.
I'm loving what we're seeing in the early game here from Team Liquid and Pioshik, so let's see. Watch, junglers hit 6, everybody goes in.
Exactly at the same moment a minion dies and 6 is hit. No summoners up for Lucian here. He has his flash and cleanse in live. Another turret shot, another auto would have changed things, but Spica even has to defensively flash because of the consistent damage from a full health Yawn.
And you talk about the little things in League of Legends. Yeah, Core getting out all of his spells and then stepping towards the Sejuani, towards the CC, to be able to body block that so Pioshik can put out maximum DPS. It's the minute details in League of Legends that means either a double kill for FlyQuest there or a successful gank for Team Liquid.
I think it's one of the things that makes the game so fun to watch, because there's always something you can take away from everything. There's always some sort of maximization that you can find, and Pioshik is now going for the first neutral objective of the game. It is that Rift Herald. No super early Drake this time around, despite the fact that we've seen both junglers bottom lane a couple of times.
And honestly, this is a little bit of a nightmare for FlyQuest from my perspective if I was their coach, because you've drafted quite strong level 6 champions to be able to contest this Herald. You can't bring your Nami up because otherwise you leave red-white Aphelios on your bottom lane turret. But you know that now that this Herald has been picked up, one more bad gank, and this is a 2,000, 3,000 gold lead for Team Liquid instantly.
Yeah, you saw actually FlyQuest were hovering mid lane. Prince and Ayla roamed up just to see what was happening. Herald was probably the objective they expected with how the 2v2 started bot side, but they haven't started Drake. Drake's going to be a very late stack compared to the meta recently, as Spica's going to be spotted.
And hold the phone a little bit. I've only just checked in, but somehow Harry's got himself a 23 CS lead in mid lane in what I would consider a fairly neutral matchup for the Silas.
Yeah, honestly, we weren't tracking mid lane, so don't really have the read on that, but the CS doesn't lie. Pioshik back bottom again here, but Spica's also lurking.
Pioshik wants the angle, has his flash ready. Vikla versus Harry back in mid. Vikla going in to follow him here with the Ahri ults. Lands the Q1. Harry has the dash away to get out of the range of Q2, so Vikla's not going to get himself a summoner spell in terms of the flash on that one, but once again, it's jungler and jungler back here in bottom lane.
And glad I still got it. I was afraid for a moment I wasn't a caster, but then I get on the cast, I compliment one player, instantly goes rogue, so I'm glad I still got the curse.
Yeah, the curse is still real. Can't take the caster
never
away
leaves.
from us. No, the magic never leaves. I wish Pioshik would leave bot lane. That's my request.
Well, unfortunately for you, it seems like Team Liquid has settled on this being the strategy for success, and Yawn already hitting that Bloodthirster. We're seeing this come out as a very, very popular first item on Aphelios these days. The power of that shield combined with the overheal makes a champion that does not have any inbuilt escape mechanisms feel much safer with the incredible amount of extra durability at all.
I'm a fan of it if you actually play to your limits with it. If you go Bloodthirster and then don't take any damage in a team fight, it doesn't seem great, but if you flash in aggressively and play make with it, it can be a big big boon. Herald earlier for TL, but unfortunately with all the struggles in early game here from a FlyQuest POV, TL will get the first Drake as well.
However, it is pretty late, you know, so an 11-minute Dragon, this is not going to be the 24 to 26 minute Soul, so at the end of the day, this will be a scaling game. You from FlyQuest, they need to stop the bleeding, sure, but coming into a game versus Team Liquid, you know that they're up about 2,000 gold at 15 minutes on average, but you still know that they lose a lot of those games. So this is not unfamiliar water if you're looking at how Team Liquid season has gone so far.
So what I'm hearing from this is we need to see Team Liquid maintain what they've done so far now that we're into the last couple of minutes of turret plates being around, the last couple of minutes of what's considered the laning phase. Whereas for FlyQuest, this has been a squad that's worked together really well so far throughout the split. So we need to see if they can start dismantling what Team Liquid has built. You could see the attempt from Spica and Vikla there in mid lane, just pressuring the ulti off of Harry, but they aren't fully committing anything there with their own ultis, not going to use any sorts of flashes. It is Rift Herald summoned up in mid lane. Team Liquid committing this means that if they just let this charge in and then get the second Herald, they might just be able to knock down the tier 1, but it's going to be a 2v2 instead. They focus Spica's ulti down into Harry. Remember, he already used his own ult earlier, but he still does not have the ability to get away without spending summoners. It's Piyoshik and Harry both having to flash out. Traded away for Impact's Ghost, and that's about it. Meanwhile, bottom, 2v2 breaking out. Yon and Core JJ want Summer Prince and Ayla, but it's Yon with the lower health at the end of it.
But this time, Fly does actually trade up in terms of summoners. Core looking for an angle there, was not far away on picking things up. Speaking of angles, it felt like Spica saw something that Vikla didn't in mid. Obviously something that's evolving with two players who don't speak the same language, but the synergy there, both didn't see a kill angle when the all-in happened with the Sylas and the Sejuani.
And just looking at the little things, this is why people love to play with Impact. He's willing to get off his lane top, go down to mid, help contest that Herald. He loses 2 plates for it himself, but he knows that this game is not going to be Cassante versus Cho'Gath. This is going to be a battle of how the carries perform in mid-game fights. You cannot allow Vikla to fall any further behind.
Piyoshik waiting bottom, does not have flash, does not have kick.
Here we
Vikla
go.
going in mid lane yet again, but Harry with a nice charm as he lands the E2. Oh, it's time to go all out. All right, let's see what they can get done here. It's Impact and Spica looking to take down Summit. The Rupture buys a moment longer, but they can't get him in range for a feast. It was on cooldown anyway. They're going to get a kill on the Cassante.
FlyQuest have to continue to trade. They have to continue to fight. It doesn't get better trying to go into Team Liquid's team comp, 2-3 dragons down, forced to fight. So the playmaking continues, but Prince is the one who loses out in this trade.
And this is going to be White Gun Aphelios now assaulting your bottom lane turret.
Yep.
The more gold you can get into this champion, the better his late game will become. Obviously not going to be the same level of burst. Prince steps up.
Prince just dashed in. I don't know what in the hell the boy was thinking, but he's not thinking anything more for the next 23 seconds. He's dead in the dirt. FlyQuest coming in, seeing if they might be able to get something back off of this. Yon and Core JJ with full HP can safely escort Piyoshik out, and Team Liquid are 3,500 gold ahead. Bottom lane tier 1 turret destroyed 14 minutes and 45 seconds into the game.
Yeah, we'll see the replay afterwards. This is what we missed on screen, which was the trade kill. We were focused in top side when the ult was able to take down Cho'Gath. Here is the replay.
Yeah, really nicely done there. You know, you think the pressure is going to be on Prince because you want to get either a summoner spell or the fact that he had used the Gale Force earlier, able to pick up that kill. And this time around, this is just Summit giveth, Summit taketh away. He knows his jungler is bottom side, and he gives Impact a very nice angle.
Yeah, would love to see the secondary play that led to Prince dashing in. I think it was at 14 minutes when teleports were unleashed and they saw an angle as the turret was being killed. Could have been a greedy take there if Lee Sin wasn't still in position. Ended up just being an int, unfortunately, and the gold lead here is pretty sizable for Team Liquid.
And I love the fact that they've got Core JJ on a playmaker. I know that the meta has been Lulus with Zerries and Namis with Lucians, but Core JJ, to me, has always stood out the most as a man who can recognize opportunities, even the smallest ones, and jump in and make them happen. He's been doing it on Thresh so far this game. And now FlyQuest is challenging Team Liquid to answer them here with the second Rift Herald of the game. A TP will be committed from Harry, so you know Team Liquid is ready to answer for it. Let's see what this fight does. Vikla's back in mid lane. The Sylas is not here. Team Liquid are forcing FlyQuest away. And with the secure on the Herald, they're going to take the objective, but FlyQuest isn't done. They want to chase after the Team Liquid players. Spica leading the charge. Nami Wave coming in. Vikla fighting Pioshik here off to the side, not able to lock him down long enough before he can get out of the river. CoreJJ is going to be your next target, but Vikla's here in the front. He's taking too much damage. Summit's in the middle of everybody, and he takes a big old bite out of Vikla. Now they're going to get a side of Sejuani, and Spica drops next. Team Liquid washes over him, and Pioshik's gonna pick up another. A double kill back over to Harry. Impact just got impacted, and Ayla is the only one left swimming away.
And what a team fight from Team Liquid, able to swoop in. They had teleport advantage off bottom lane. I don't think FlyQuest had any business contesting that Herald, and now this game is a 6,000 gold lead.
Seems like the play call was you have to fight now, it's not going to get better later. Well, now did not suit FlyQuest. The push continues in mid. Look, we've said this before, Team Liquid have lost from advantageous positions, but you can't get a much bigger lead as this Drake is about to come down.
I'm loving what I'm seeing from Team Liquid. The early game, Spawn, you even pointed out, when you play against this team, you expect to probably be down in the early game. Their stats even tell you the story, but it's the mid game where things can get rocky. But they knew what they were doing here in this fight. They fell back beautifully.
And just watch the mobility in Team Liquid's comp. It looks like Yon is in no man's land. Flash and then Lantern out. Pioshik now caught, actually back over the wall. Now you're funneling into a choke point versus all of this CC. And Summit is just unkillable in this backline. You cannot do enough damage. Yeah. And this is why teams stopped giving Harry Ari. And if they didn't, they lost a split because this guy is just a wizard in finding these angles.
Yep. Clearly, you could see FlyQuest felt forced to make things happen, but if you over-purchase on an Ahri who, yes, no flash, but has ult up, the Thresh in position to disconnect the team fight. Looking at the gold done, and Ahri damage.
Nearly 4,000 damage in that team fight on the Ahri for Harry in the mid lane. Now back up in top, dealing with Vikla in the 1v1 still. Still that plus 30 CS that we were talking about from the laning phase that largely got overshadowed because of the attention to the side lanes. Back here in bottom lane, Impact eventually might be able to wear Summit down, but this is the classic wet noodle fight between tanks.
Jungler is coming.
Does a good job, however, of buffering through the rupture, and he's got more boys coming more quickly. CoreJJ tries to throw in a lantern, but the light is snuffed out, and Impact gets his 4th kill, the only player on FlyQuest to have any kills this game.
Trying to disrupt the momentum that TL is the driver of here. You still will lose objectives. Harry and Pioshik will be taking top side camps and the top lane turret, but any gold infusions are welcome for FlyQuest. Looking for some mistakes from the TL side.
And there was always 2 trains of thoughts in League of Legends. There was the Korean, slow, get your wards out, make sure that you're safe on your current play. And then there was the LPL, which is, well, there's only one jungler, and he can only gank one of us. And Summit seems to be very much playing there is only one jungler, and I will die to him a couple of times in the side lane.
Well, both junglers have found their way topside this time. It's Vikla just being erased. Now we're going to reinforce both sides with the top laners joining with the Unleashed teleports, but FlyQuest is there only in time to retreat. It's another kill going the way of Team Liquid as FlyQuest mounts a counterattack, targeting the Cho'Gath. He is very, very tanky, even on the front line. They're not going to do anything to him. Team Liquid arrives with some backup, and Yon uses the green gun to go in from a long way away. Spica gets dropped by the Sonic Wave, and Pioshik picks up another kill on this world champion performance we're seeing out of his Lee Sin here. Goes in, almost gets something, but hey, the kick already got used before. Goes right back out. TL, keep it going.
And I'm actually quite surprised that Team Liquid did not go towards the Baron, because that is jungler dead for 20 seconds. Maybe wanting to continue the momentum with just small victories and not good enough for Felios guns. But right now, CoreJJ just cannot miss.
The Sejuani model, nice and generous to hit there, but it continued to play. It got the jungler down. Like you say, with it just spawning, they thought, is it greedy? Is it too much? And the answer maybe is that it was too much this time. We're seeing the play in the replay here, and at the end of the day, when Ahri is there to help, when the teleport comes in first from TL, the gold lead is always going to ring true.
And I was quite surprised as this play continued, because this doesn't look like any progress is going to be made on the tier 2 turret in top lane. However, FlyQuest perhaps seeing Yon on mid lane, want to continue this fight, not enough damage, and now Team Liquid is going to hit the Baron dry.
Team Liquid ready to start this Baron up. Their jungler is 6, 0, and 5. 100% kill participation, has 2 full completed items and a stopwatch ready to use to back it up. Pioshik is the man to watch for the playmaking. Core JJ right next to him all game long. Pioshik goes godlike and then goes golden to drop the aggro. Team Liquid pick up the kill on Ayla, so the enemy support's dead for 25 seconds. Impact's gonna lead the charge as FlyQuest looks for any potential of a follow-up, but Team Liquid doesn't want to give it to him. Vicla's alone here in mid lane as Team Liquid shoves out the wave and walks back up towards the Baron now, with Summit once again being the space creator.
And that one seemed a little bit personal. Poor Ayla, just trying to get a little bit of vision. Harry, not liking that from his ex-teammate, swoops in. Another charm, another kill.
The mentor was too strong for the student there. Obviously, the Core and Ayla story is an interesting one in and of itself. TPs were used. They have a lot of Baron secure to TL, but it's not going down that fast.
FlyQuest go over the Hex Gate to find themselves on the other side of the pit. But now they've traded sides of the rift. It's a 4v5, and FlyQuest are a man down, 7,000 gold behind. They go in looking for the kill.
Okay.
They find it on the Ahri. Harry's been shut out of this fight now, and Team Liquid wants to see if they can get any sort of vengeance for it. They're gonna lock down Summit to stop some of the chase, but Pioshik's still ready to go. Prince puts a couple bullets in him and stops the chase there. FlyQuest 4v5, kill the Fed mid laner and stop the bear.
Really good passage of play for FlyQuest, first since very early in the game. Remember, they got a match TP out of Harry and a kill and stopped the Baron from going down at 22 minutes. Doesn't necessarily mean the scaling is in our favor, but it does give FlyQuest a chance to breathe.
And more importantly, Team Liquid wanted to threaten Baron to then get set up over the Dragon. FlyQuest catch them before that setup is achieved. This is always when a team is the most weak. Transitioning across maybe a little bit lazy there from Team Liquid, but a great capitalization and punishment now potentially means that they're going to have tempo on the map and priority over this Baron area.
I mean, those are going to be the review moments. Was it too little to not go for Baron at 20 minutes? Was it too much to try to force Baron here, even with Smite and Cho'Gath ultimate available? The truth is, though, that they still are at Soul Point.
Yes,
FlyQuest
sir.
comp still has to find ways to fight into a TL comp that wants to kite back a lot of the time. Eric picks up a wave here, and things still looking good for Team Liquid.
However, items are continuing to roll in. Now we have anti-heal picked up for Ayla. We also have Mandate. We have 2 items, and the free boots does allow this Lucian to ignore, an 1,100 gold chunk, so going to look pretty on that scoreboard. So even though Team Liquid does look to be in a very impressive situation on the scoreboard,
You've
when you
seen
look
it
at the
before.
items, I've seen this before.
And that's the truth there, is that's the only hope from a FlyQuest perspective, is that one of those disjointed fights where Summit in particular isn't on the same page. Speaking of pages,
Pioshik goes in, easy kill. I couldn't even finish this sentence before that Nami was dead.
And back in our day, Raise the Puppy was a very popular strategy. And the way you dealt with it is you killed the Enchanter.
True.
And time again, Ayla is stepping up on this mid wave and he's starting to get punished.
For those who do not know, the Puppy was Uzi back on the days of RNG and their comps that revolved entirely around him. And it turns out if everybody wants to protect the Puppy, you gotta go after the Puppy's best buddy instead. Let's see if Team Liquid can finish the Baron this time around. They got it down to half HP. Core JJ and Harry separating a little bit from the rest of the squad. They've got Pioshik and Summit still inside the pit. It's gonna be confirmed by Pioshik. He will not lose the Smite fight. And now Spica and FlyQuest try to fall back. Sejuani's tanky, but I don't know if she's tanky enough to get away. Not from Harry, not today. Prince keeps on running. Only 300 HP left. Means Nami's gonna deploy the tidal wave just to keep him alive. Vikla won't be so lucky. Silas just broke out of jail and they're sending him straight back into the black and white prison. He'll be in the fountain for the next 40 seconds. And Team Liquid's got a 5v3.
And this is desperation stations because that's 40 seconds on your mid laner and the base is open and Aphelios completely destroys turrets at this stage of the game. FlyQuest, they gotta go for a desperation fight.
yeah, the base defense here is going to be a desperate one. We're watching TL. They want to try to fish for something.
5 seconds on Spica. It'll be a 4v5 then. Team Liquid still looking to end the game now. Pioshik jumps in. He doesn't get the angle on Prince, and now he's going to draw the aggro from everybody else. They go all out just to bring him down. That's the enemy jungler out of the picture. It is a 4v4. Team Liquid, recognizing the lack of their ults and the expenditure of their summoner spells, starting to fall back a little bit. FlyQuest got to be careful not to overchase, though. They've got low
Vikla has
health bar,
TP.
and they got no money compared to what Team Liquid has in pocket. Vikla coming around from the side. Can he really even do anything? Look at the health bars on Spica, on Prince, on Impact. They're all so low. It's got to be something crazy here from FlyQuest. Prince wants to follow it up. Jan's still got full. Jan's got Infernum. The AoE of the Aphelios Might just be able to kill everyone. CoreJJ grabs the kill on Ayla. Young's gonna That'll do. No matter everybody else on FlyQuest is going nowhere, but straight down. Team Liquid with a triple kill on their mid laner will give FlyQuest their 3rd loss this split and absolutely slam them to kick off week 7.
And Harry Poggers showed up to play today. One mistake, but the rest of the game took over. Team Liquid pick up a must-win game.
Those chants used to roar through this studio. Liquid has been having a rough split so far, but look at the smiles on the faces. Those men have got to be feeling good about this one. They built the lead early. They kept the momentum mid. They outplayed when their opponents took their shot and chose their moment. It was a good look.
The season isn't decided in the first round robin. Obviously, Team Liquid are one to forget, FlyQuest for one to remember. But in this game, especially that early game that needs to be tuned up, TL was better, and ultimately you could see that FlyQuest felt desperate. We wanted to keep fighting because it's not like 30 minutes would read better when the items started to flow in.
And with Team Liquid having this monster performance, who better to interview the victorious team than a man who's wearing their jacket right now, Spawn? We actually have to send you out of here and down to the stage to do the post-game interview with the victorious TL. Thank you so much for joining us up here, buddy. It's been an absolute pleasure having you back up on the casting desk. Papa Smithy, you're gonna have to suffer it out with me here for a couple more minutes as we talk about that game and how FlyQuest wants to rebound now with 2 losses in a row.
Honestly, a lot of learnings here. And that's the thing, is that the thing you can indulge, the bright side of a good start, is that you have these times to be exposed on stage and say, wait, what went wrong here?
Yeah.
Was it a practice thing? Was it a today thing? Was it a luck thing? Or was it a preparation thing? And usually it's a mix of all of them, but isolating what the most important factor is the most important thing, because it's fine to be dropping games a week before the end of the season when you're already guaranteed for playoffs. If this is our look in playoffs, we're going to have a lot that we're going to regret.
Exactly. You'd rather learn the hard lessons when you've still got time to put those learnings to use. You guys still do have another game to play. You talked before this one about the difficulties of having to end the week on a loss, sort of what that does to the way that you're approaching practice and sort of the team mental and everything. So I'm hoping we get to see the bounce back. I'm expecting you guys probably got some VOD review tonight to look over this one and see what to expect, what to prep for your game tomorrow.
Yeah, we have Immortals tomorrow, which again, just like the Team Liquid game, we come in big favorites, but there's still more of the season to play. We play C9, we play other strong teams like Golden Guardians and TSM in Super Week, and those are all going to be very stern tests as well. With only 3 days of practice, the VOD review tonight's going to be important to show something better, but the season's not going to be decided for weeks from now.
And that's kind of what makes these moments, these last couple of weeks in the season, so fun. Things can change. Wild changes, wild turnarounds can occur. And for FlyQuest, I still don't think that this loss is going to make anybody look at this squad and look at this org and say, oh yeah, we can take those guys easy peasy. Like you said, some things got shown, some things might have got exposed a little bit. Still a very strong roster, a very strong team overall.
Yeah, I think the silver linings are always implied, and you never want it to be not tested in the regular season, collapse in the playoffs. You could definitely say that about Immortals a few years ago when they had their big 17-1 runs.
Right.
Some people would even say it about Cloud9 in spring of last year, but that's the positive side of it. That's the positive framing of it. There's also the critical flame, or the critical framing of the issues that went wrong in the early game. The 2v2 you wouldn't have assumed to go poor from the Lucian Nami, and in the end, you can't say that the right team didn't win today. Team Liquid were better.
And we did see like a lot of individual performances on Team Liquid just better on the day. Pioshik was able to read Spica's plays well. Harry won the mid lane 1v1 by 3 to 4 waves of CS. And CoreJJ just constantly making plays in bottom lane. So obviously, Team Liquid had a very good showing here today. FlyQuest is going to be looking to bounce back tomorrow. My friend, thank you so much for coming back and casting with me again. I sincerely have missed this. And now we are joining Spawn and Harry on stage for the Verizon post-game interview.
Harry, you got your Ari in this game. You absolutely popped off. How did that feel?
Yeah, I mean, we were versing FlyQuest, and I think Ari was one of my signature champions last year, so yeah, it was a great win.
And I saw a play in the game that I didn't necessarily see, but it looked like Bill was trying to get some shallow vision, Ayla was trying to get some shallow vision, and you just pop out and you sneak your head in for a quick kill. Was a little bit personal there that you wanted to take down your old teammate?
you know, before the game started, I did kind of want to kill Bill. You know, he was my old teammate, and I thought it would be pretty funny if I just pick on him a little. So, yeah, I saw an opportunity and I just went for it.
And we've been in this situation before. You know, you're in a rough season right now, but things are starting to look like they're trending up. What is the mood like? What are you doing yourself to try and get Team Liquid Honda moving in that right direction?
I think this week was our do or die week for sure, and surprisingly, our scrims were really good, even though like you know our results weren't that good. And I think everyone's still confident that you know we're very good, and you know we can beat these top teams. And you know we're playing out like good champions. Like everyone kind of got their signature champions, and I feel like we just had all of our individual showing.
Yeah, I'll always believe in you, mate. So really good win on the day.
Thank you.
However, that is all the time for the interview we have. I'll throw it back over to Jet at the analyst desk.
Thank you.
Spawn on challenges. It's the LCS line. But good interview.
Oh,
good
no.
win by Team Liquid. Welcome back. And this really complicates the playoff picture.
Everything we were just saying is
Yeah.
still true. We were saying if they wanted to get into playoffs, they needed to punch above their weight, probably. They did.
Yeah, and they did. And part of this was just Piosik with our Grubhub dub living bottom lane. Spica lived bottom lane too, but one team lived bottom lane better.
Yeah, and this should be just an accumulation of all of the times that Piosik did go bot, even when Spica was there before. Piosik had already been hiding in the brush, so he shows up. This was their first kill bot. I'm sure we'll see the next one in a bit. But it was a good strategy, especially with the drafts they picked, right? Like you want to get Jan ahead on this Aphelios, which is a massive comfort pick for him, and then also stop the pushing lane of the Lucianami.
This is like you ordered 3 different things from Grubhub.
Yeah.
The fact that they keep coming to keep delivering you things, like you're gonna run up your bill on that. But a lot of good plays there.
Yeah, there's nothing like being at the LCS in person, so our friends at Grubhub want to deliver you to the Spring Finals. Use code SPRINGFINALS on delivery orders of $10 or more now through March 13th for your chance to win a trip for 2 to the 2023 LCS Spring Finals in Raleigh. Terms apply, no purchase necessary. You must be 18 or older and a U.S. resident to enter. See official rules at grhb.me/springfinals terms. But a huge win for Team Liquid.
Yeah.
Massive win.
I've always believed in them. I had stats pulled for yesterday, or for tomorrow.
Yeah.
I can't speak. For tomorrow, where I was going to talk about how they're better than they look, and they showed it here.
Yeah, I did not believe in them. Like I
didn't predict them.
I had a chance to flip-flop before this game. I did not do it.
I thought the most interesting thing is like Harry was like, actually our scrims weren't good this week, so maybe that's the key, right? Like because before they were
Lose is
crushing it in scrims, and then they would kind of lose steam like mid to late game. Now they have a rough week of scrims. They come in. They have a really good early game plan. They're able to close it out.
All right, starting the day off unpredictably. We're headed for a quick break. IMT versus TSM is next. Big playoff implications there. But before we go, check out some fresh highlights from Champions Q.
Oh, nice.
I can try and fight them.
Which side?
Yeah.
If return take it, you don't.
Yeah, I'll miss them.
Yeah.
She might dash over. They just run. Okay, nice. Oh. Okay, we're fighting. Holy shit. I'm keeping it as close as I can. It's not close. I'm just running. Oh, nice. I know, fun.
guy. Nice.
Oh my god. Where you guys go? Oh, he.
Just careful of Wukong off base, by the way. Okay,
I need to give you a kiss though.
Welcome back to the LCS Lounge. We got to look at the final 5 games for the 3 teams battling for that 6th playoff spot.
Let's do it.
Really quickly, TSM is sitting at 6 wins with 5 games left. TL was at 5 wins. People thought they'd be losing to FlyQuest. They actually beat FlyQuest, so they're at 6 wins.
Heyo.
And 100 Thieves is at 5 wins. So it was looking a little more free for TSM, but now it becomes a little more precarious. So if they win this one's a question mark. This one's a question mark. You think they're going to win this, and you think they're going to lose this one. So that becomes pretty close with Team Liquid now because you thought they were going to lose out this week, but they've already beaten one. I'm still going to say they probably lose this one, but then there's a decent chance they can do this, although this one's a little question marky. But the wins are going to be close. And then obviously 100 Thieves, we're going to kind of track them later, but they have not the hardest schedule with a lot of possibilities to pick up some check marks down the line, and a massive, massive game they'll have against TSM right there.
Yeah, the Team Liquid strength of schedule is still harder than TSM, so I guess that's the saving grace a little bit, given that they're tied in wins right now. But yeah, very interesting to see.
Yeah, and I also hear we have a little point on Wild Turtle. He subbed in last week for Neo. He had a pretty good performance.
Yeah, I think you saw a lot of the things that made people excited about Turtle. It's his aggressive playmaking, the dash in here, getting in range, just standing on top of the opponents, flashing forward, doesn't get the kill, but shows that aggressive mindset. And it was something that, when you look at the stats, is very much backed up by that fact. Neo was usually down a little bit in pressure, down a little bit in gold, but with Turtle, they were actually able to win some of these early games that they were losing a lot of the times, and it's given them a little bit more carry potential for the team to try and pop off and just get a little bit more firepower as they head into mid and late game.
All right, Wild Turtle. I love having him back in the league.
That too, just a crowd favorite.
Yeah, every time he smiles, it just brightens up the room. So that's doing it. That's it from Mark and I. Emily is going to tell you a little bit more about Balulu in Draw My Life.
Hello, and welcome over to this side of the set. Recently, Wild Turtle wasn't the only player to come into the league. Balulu actually joined Immortals lineup, so I thought it was a good time to talk a little bit about his extensive career. Draw my LCS and TCL life, Balulu. Owner John Balulu Demeral's IGN actually has nothing to do with the champion Lulu, which I've seen some people erroneously thinking, but it means from Bolu, which is where his family is from. In 2019, his first professional TCL split, Balulu won with Fenerbahce and represented Turkey and the TCL at MSI. Balulu is most well known for his prowess on Zoe and Vel'Koz specifically, the former of which he's already played and won with in the LCS. If Balulu were to play another position other than mid lane, it would be jungle, which I think really suits the fact that he is a very communicative player. And then while in TCL, I can't stress enough how successful he was. He was a 3-time TCL champion, made Worlds 2 times, and MSI once. So now on Immortals, Balulu has impressed in both NACL and now LCS. And in talking to him, he really hopes that his strong voice and leadership can help give the team a little bit more direction. And so, Mark, I heard you had another Immortals point to talk about as well.
Yeah, I caught up with their other Turkish player, double-lift. Welcome back to Catching Up with Double Lift. This one was my bad. I actually forgot to send in the invite, so instead we grabbed Fleshy.
Hello, everyone.
How's the season been?
Good. Thanks.
Not you, Fleshy. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, it's good. I feel good about our team.
Do you think that your team is underrated?
Yeah.
What about you? Do you think you've been underrated?
I mean, I don't say underrated because anyone know me, you know.
Do you like to yo-yo?
Yeah, I never tried, I think. My friends were doing it, the yo-yo thing, but...
Who is your favorite teammate?
Revenge?
Why Revenge?
Yeah,
why Revenge?
I live with him and he's so friendly to me. Thank you.
No, you got...
Oh. Oh, okay. Are we feeding you? Maybe too fast, yeah.
Almost.
Oh.
All
Okay,
right.
I'm done.
All right.
Another question.
This is your first time in America?
You want to throw one?
Ah, Looks like I've got egg on my face.
What do you call a man without body and nose?
No body and no nose. I don't know.
Nobody knows.
You got an eggshell
Where?
all over. I wanted to talk a little bit about dreams.
Oh yeah?
Do you ever dream?
Yeah.
What do you dream about?
Um,
I had this dream the other day, and my parents were both stuck in this like spaceship, like storage container thing that would it would take the cars from, because I could see them up there and they were scared. And so I went to the restaurant next door, and Charlie was working. He was like, "Oh, we got to go save your parents." So we went to try to find the cable that was dragging all over the ground, and it was like there, and we didn't want to touch it because it was like electric.
Stop! I don't like that. Who do you think's the best support player in the world? All right. Do you have any secret talents? Do you like Art Deco? Because
Shut the fuck up, okay? Clean that all.
that is a good shot caller. I would follow that guy anywhere. Holy Make sure to like, comment, subscribe.
Fleshy is tired of whatever Mark is stirring up. He's having no more.
He's had enough.
It's done. He's
Fleshy
out of there.
unhinged.
I have reason to believe that may have just happened behind the scenes live just now, and he'll be walking out to play today with glass bottles still in his hand from telling Mark how it is, and hopefully he can bring that same wrath against TSM today. You like that segue?
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Wow, very well done. Yeah, I mean, it'd be a big win, you know, if Immortals can actually pick up another dub here, trying to take down TSM, who I think it's fair to say is on like a little bit of a hot streak. You know, I think has been doing better of late and have been able to actually put themselves into the playoff picture now. You know, they have to continue picking up wins. They talked about it at the start of the day on the desk, but the target for most teams to make playoffs is 9.
Yeah.
That is historically where you need to actually be able to get. 9 wins does not always guarantee you, but almost always you're going to be able to make it. I think only in history one team ever missed at 9-9. We have had teams make it at 8-10, but that is exceptionally rare. So
Right.
for to simplify it, you have to get 9 wins generally to get in playoffs with top 6.
We're talking about like 95% chance plus, like certainty. It's very, very reliable. Unfortunately, it looks like we're having a couple of issues here again, so it might be a couple of minutes late. I was hoping we got most of these out of the way in game number 1. I figured maybe that was a perfect time to have a caster curse because we had Papa Smithy and Spawn back from the time machine. But now it's just saying, no, we don't even have a time machine here. You and I casted last week. This has no mercy. What do we do?
Well, we can talk about the fact that TSM is at 6 wins.
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to start looking, actually, try to pull up their strength of schedule here to see who all they have to go up against. I know they went over this earlier in the Lounge. But so they have Immortals today. Very, very winnable. That would put them at 7. Tomorrow, TSM has Golden Guardians, which is obviously a much harder opponent. And then they have 100 Thieves. They have Dignitas. And their last game would be FlyQuest. So definitely some tough ones in there. But they do just need to get 3 out of 5, basically, to really kind of secure themselves a playoff spot, which I do think is doable at the level that TSM is playing right now. Especially there are a few of the easier matchups still left in those remaining games.
Yeah, TSM is a team that I think a lot of people had low expectations for, lower at least, coming into this split, that have performed higher than many of those expectations put them at. And with Wild Turtle being back on the starting roster here for the main team coming up from Academy, we actually have some of his thoughts about being back here on the LCS stage.
It's a sense of nostalgia and also like nervousness. I think I was like pretty nervous to play in front of a crowd again, especially like LCS.
Toto, you want to give the speech?
Sure. I mean, my first time in LCS. Yeah. I just want to do my best every game, and I want to keep showcasing and making it to playoffs and doing the whole run, you know? I really appreciate everyone and everything you guys done for us, and thank you for letting me play in the LCS. It's all for you guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to see Turtle back. Obviously, he is one of the biggest veterans in the league. This guy has been around since the very beginning, and we don't really have a lot of those players left anymore.
No.
Aframu, announced his retirement. Doublelift had been out, but he is back in now. Really, people from like the very, very beginning, it's pretty much like Turtle and Doublelift. Bjergsen pretty early on, but he's even like a later generation than those initial guys.
Right. Yeah.
Wild Turtle in there. Was he in the first season of LCS? I'm trying to think because he replaced Chaos,
man,
right? But was that pre-LCS or not? I can't actually remember if that was pre or post LCS that he actually took the spot on TSM initially. But he is very high up in the total games played, as far as like total kills, assists, like all of these historical records, because he's been around for so long. And especially in those early years, was really a dominant force in this league. I think a lot of the newer fans, don't remember those eras where Wild Turtle really was considered very top of the table, was dominating with TSM, and TSM for so many years, had been pretty much a guarantee to make finals and a favorite to win it, right? It was something like 12 straight finals that they actually made. They had this incredible run over the course of many, many years, and TSM now is in a very different place, right? Over these last couple of years has been more of kind of a rebuilding phase, more trying to actually find the direction for this team, for this organization, for the future.
And you remember, like, you talked about all of these players from back in the day. So many have left the LCS just with the passage of time. It's the nature of sports and competition and everything like that. And I mean, the original TSM back in the day, like Dyrus and Odd One, Reggie in mid lane, you had Chaos bottom, right? Like, that was the Bay Life era, right? Dyrus nearly burns the house down. Odd One got scurvy. Nobody knows what the hell they're doing. And then after that, you moved into like Bjergsen became the face of the org for so long. Like, they were synonymous, TSM and Bjergsen. And since that era, they haven't had like that same just massive presence when they walk in the room and teams and fans scream their name at competitions they got kicked out of 3 weeks ago, right? Like, Wild Turtle is one of those longtime guys that it's so easy to root for too, because not only is he this player who at his peak was excellent, one of the best ones that we've had here in the region for the AD carry position, but he's also just such a likable dude. Like, he just has this very positive energy about him. He's the kind of guy that it's very easy to get along with, talk to him, even if you've never met him. And I think having a guy like that on the team that's just so easy to get along with and has this good attitude, I think every team does good having people like that on it.
Absolutely. It's kind of those moonmaker type players, right? When things aren't necessarily going your way, the attitude, the atmosphere can get really negative really fast unless you have someone who can really kind of boost everyone up, who can be that positive vibe that you do need in the team. And he also performed actually quite well, I think, last week with the team, which I think to many who watch NACL was a bit of a surprise because he had not actually been considered one of the better ADs in the NACL. He had actually been struggling, down there in a lower tier league. So for him to come out and actually perform at this high level, I think was really important for him and his chances of staying on this LCS roster.
Well, we are into draft now, and hey, we're kicking it off talking about positive vibes and ADs. Zeri's banned. That's both. We've also got
good vibes only, baby.
Out of here, Pentakill Pikachu. And now we've got Ash and Elise also banned by IMT. TSM banning out the Xayah, the Kindred, and the Zoe. Remember, Kindred is that pocket pick for specifically Kinby and Pioshik here in the LCS. Those are really the two players you worry about playing that. TSM going to first pick the Annie for themselves. Powerful flex there between mid and support, while it's Varus and Viego locked in for Immortals.
And we were talking about the TSM side of a lot of it. We didn't really get to touch on the fact that Bolulu, you know, it was also his first weekend up with the LCS roster last week.
Yeah.
He did actually get a win on the Zoe. It was then banned against him the next game, but I think he still had a good performance on the Ahri, was very proactive in that game, and did feel like he could be a bit of a difference maker, you know, for this team to have some aggression, for this team to not just be sitting back and kind of accepting losses, to be pushing and really looking to find fights, find windows to come back into games, which is so, so important. The early Xayah ban to me was immediately interesting because I think that is kind of telegraphing that TSM wants to play heavily towards dive. Right. They want to play really, really aggressive, get towards the back line. Xayah is something that we'll be able to deal with and answer that. So I think that's why they're taking that off the table. Annie is obviously showing that you are going to be having some dive. I'm just curious what the buddies are going to be paired with that. It is going to be Annie mid, pretty much guaranteed here. With the Karma being drafted, that likely will be bought. Sure, there's possibilities of flexing around, but I'm going to operate under the assumption that we'll be Maple playing that Annie mid. Right. And then I'm just thinking, all right, is it going to be some sort of an engaged tank from Solo? Is it going to be a dive buddy here from Boogie in the jungle? You know, are you looking towards something like a Vi or something along those lines to have multiple things that you can throw back into the back line, try to burst down this Varus?
Well, that Varus is going to have a Nautilus next to him. You can see the current win percentage for Nautilus at 17 here in the LCS. I think that means he's been played 6 games and won one of them. So not the most powerful champion in the current state of the meta. Definitely does not fit the bill for what you usually see, which is enchanters that have a solid or better laning phase. Nautilus has been a champion that in the past has been a meta staple. He has received many nerfs because of it, and a lot of players have found him since those nerfs to be not nearly as good as he used to be. So I'm very curious how Immortals wants to use this pick specifically to make this game work out, because Caitlyn Karma has a lot of lane presence, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, to be fair, you always have to look at, what are the teams that are actually playing it, right? And when we're looking at what are the teams that are actually playing the Nautilus, it is all teams that are down towards the bottom of the table. It is actually Fleshy. This would be his 4th game playing it. He has 0-3 on it. Chime has 1 game on it. Ignar has 1 game on it. And then Winsome, before he was actually replaced by Ayla, does have that 1 win that it has. So it is teams that are down towards the lower end of the table. It is going to give you some hard engage that is kind of guaranteed. The follow-up can be really nice as pairing with Varus, because that knock-up is going to guarantee you could hit that ulti as a follow-up, or even at least your Q there as that follow-up. Vel'Koz, well, I wouldn't normally react. Oh, it's actually just
locked in.
Oh, so he just locked us in.
I was waiting for you to notice it. I was like...
Well, because I was going to say, this is actually a Bolulu special.
Yeah,
this is one of his things that he actually did play in Academy. And I actually love that when he came up to this LCS stage for Immortals, he immediately went towards comfort. He immediately went towards the picks that work for him. And Immortals was actually playing through him to enable it. I saw that sitting there, and I'm just immediately, of course, that's a hover, don't react, right? And then I realized, okay, TSM's
that's
picking.
what I did too. And then I saw the arrow movement thing on TSM's side. I was like, hold up. Hold on now.
But this is going to be really interesting, because it does mean Annie is going to be pretty heavily outranged. Vel'Koz you can't really blind, but it can actually be a really strong answer.
Yeah.
Because you do outrange Annie very, very hard, and you have that ability to have powerful waves there to try to lock Annie in lane. You're obviously going to have to be careful about any potential ganks that come through, because flash stun plus follow-up from something like a Wukong can be very, very dangerous. Vel'Koz is usually really, really squishy, but you have incredible consistent damage if you're able to actually land your skill shots, and you can actually shred through tanks pretty effectively with your passive, and the ulti does so much damage. So I do think it's a really strong pick, but it's one of those that can be so powerful or completely useless, just all based on if you're hitting these skill shots.
It feels like in a similar category to Xerath for me, like the artillery mage that hangs back from a long, long distance away. Because if you can hit that sine, cosine, tangent Q of his, that thing will strike from an incredibly far distance if you land the max range. But okay, let's see. Final pick of the draft for Immortals will be Revenge on the Gnar. Solo's on the Scion here for TSM. Solo has been great at being a topside role player here for TSM. Just whatever the team needs, he'll play it. You don't got to give him resources. He'll just sit up there and do what he needs to do on Scion. Revenge, we know he can be a player that can take over a game if they want to focus it. But man, the Vel'Koz is what I'm looking at so much this game. We get to see this champion so rarely. I really want to see Bolulu flex those muscles.
Absolutely. It is Bolulu's 3rd most played champion all time in his career. 26 games played, a nearly 77% win rate on the champion. So doing really, really well on it. He brought it out twice so far in NACL. It was 1 win, 1 loss. I'm also interested to see what kind of a build he's going to go for. You know, is he going to go like highest DPS build, or is he going to be a little bit nervous about the potential of the dive coming through from this Wukong, from this Annie, and feel like he has to itemize a little bit more defensively, go towards a mythic like a Roa or something to try to give him a little bit more stability there? Or is it just going to be, you know, Ludens, Leandries, something a bit more aggressive? Will be interesting to note.
But I want to go back to what you were talking about before the draft, when we got into this. The TSM schedule, you said it's still very possible for them to make it into playoffs, but you got to make sure that, you know, you're winning the games against the opponents that you're predicted to be able to beat. The Des talked about that at the top of the day, too. If you're a middle-of-the-pack team, you need to guarantee that you beat lower-of-the-pack teams. Immortals have an opportunity to really jeopardize TSM's chances here. I don't believe Immortals are officially eliminated from anything yet, but it is going to be a pretty long shot for them to make it into the playoffs, and it would start with a win taking down TSM.
Yeah, my understanding is no one is mathematically eliminated just yet. Dignitas even, I know that there was that fan sent in scenario where they could make it, but
he found the Doctor Strange 1 universe.
Yeah, they required TSM to win, I think, 0 games, rest of the split, and pretty much everyone above them to win no games, which is probably not going to happen. But, you know, generally speaking, you know, Immortals are realistically not going to make playoffs. There is a potential of a miracle run. If they could go 5-0, they would have a shot at 8 and 10. But that's realistically, you know, the only kind of chance that they would have. I'm going to be really excited to see how this mid lane goes, though. Both of them are actually playing First Strike here, so I do think it's going to be difficult for Annie to really be getting many of those procs because you are so heavily outranged by Bolulu on this Vel'Koz. But we'll see how well he's going to be able to perform. You know, so much of it is about the angles that you can actually find with these Qs and early activations on the Q. You know, not even just max ranging it, being able to bend it between those minions and so on is really, really important.
And that's why I like the fact that this is one of his most played champions. This isn't a guy who's just saying, hey, I put 10 games on it in solo queue. Let's see how it does in this game because it's a good matchup statistically. This is what dude who I expect to be able to find those angles and use that to its maximum potential. I really just want to see Immortals kind of work on what Papa Smithy was talking about last game, especially with what you mentioned with them not really having a great chance of making it into playoffs. Have goals, perfect mistakes, and really refine yourselves to become the better team, because we've heard that these guys are solid in scrims. We've heard that they're not just a pushover, they just haven't found the results on stage.
Yeah, absolutely. We actually did an episode of The Dive with a couple of Golden Guardians guys just last week. It was with 6day and Licorice, and they actually talked about how against Immortals, they have a way worse scrim record than they do against basically all of the top teams, against, you know, the FlyQuest and the C9s and so on of the world. They're actually doing better against them than they are against Immortals. So clearly, you know, Immortals does have some real skill. They just have to be able to actually translate that to stage. And I think one of the things that they've really struggled with is finding consistency and finding a consistent win condition. You know, what is the strategy that Immortals actually wants to go into every week? You know, and what is their reliable way to actually win games? And they haven't really been able to find that. A lot of pros are really quick to give credit to Revenge. And we've heard a lot of different people talking about how they believe that he is actually a really strong top laner. He just hasn't necessarily been able to show it on this team or on stage. So
yeah, I was about to say, hold on, as we do have both summoner spells being spent by Bolulu here in mid lane to get away from the gank of Maple and Boogie working together there. It was Maple's flash also spent, so we now have 2 immobile, vulnerable mid laners without flashes. I expect to see plenty more jungle attention here in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially, you know, Boogie post 6 can become really, really dangerous when you actually have that CC to set it up. The trade of flashes at least means that it isn't Bolulu losing his flash for a jungler flash, and then Maple would have a very free setup, which is flash stun, and the jungler's going to come in and you're dead. So it is at the very least that. But anytime you're playing double combat sums and you actually do get forced back to base against someone who has TP, it can get pretty bad for your lane state. Thankfully for him, he did have a pushing wave. Not a great buy on the base, though. You know, it is just boots and a pink ward, basically, that he's able to get back. So not really sitting comfortably after that.
Maple and Bolulu will... Oh, let's see.
Oh, it's
gonna
so
come around
annoying.
again. Just walks over, clears that ward. Yeah, he's not gonna get the gank off, but without that vision, now you're gonna have to play even more safe. Tactical and flashy with a nice dredge line. He's gone fishing, and it's gonna be a big one pulled up here for Immortals. They'll get first blood, but Boogie's ready to do something about it and get one back. He's got to be careful because Viego is nearby. They see that mist coming around the wall. They'll deploy Boogie's clone to make sure Fleshy's not able to find a follow-up dredge line. And now Immortals just want to stick around and crash this wave in, make Turtle lose out on some farm as they try to shove the rest of the wave up. Turtle is coming back. I don't think TSM is going to really try to do a whole lot with making a play happen here. Immortals can now back away, but nice engage from Fleshy. Nice follow-up from Immortals. Good job getting the first blood.
Absolutely, that's huge. Turtle, is going to be able to catch the wave, so it's not a total disaster for him. But very, very good for Immortals that they actually get the crash. They can take a free base, walk right back to lane. And this is just a hook that had to be flashed, right? You're not going to be able to actually sidestep it from this position. The first hook does not connect, and they try to go a bit aggressive here. But the problem is Turtle is actually hitting Fleshy while Tactical is hitting Turtle. And that's one of those situations you never really want to be in.
Yeah.
And then in this situation here, Turtle clearly saw he was about to get hooked. He thinks he can maybe outrange it or sidestep it just with the heal move speed. But it was clearly not enough. Didn't even actually move towards that sidestep. Does get connected on with that hook, and because that earlier trade had gone Tactical's way, ends up going pretty bad for him. Nice little trading ult there for Revenge, has the earlier level 6. Solo's not in any trouble. He's gonna hit 6 here, has DP available as well, but this is what you wanna do on Gnar. Push in, trade aggressively under that tower, utilize your Mega Gnar as some pseudo sustain here. But both teams out around mid. This could be a 3v3.
It's a party in mid lane. Maple got knocked up into the air. Kenby goes for the flash, and the follow from Fleshy is ready to go. Immortals find the first kill. Boogie jumps in, seeing if he may be able to recover something here second. But they still had the body. They still had that spirit there for Kenby to possess. He can drop the aggro, and it means Boogie has to back away. Immortals 2-0 the lead.
Really well done. They're able to actually preempt that gank. It was TSM that was setting up on the other side to try to make a play of their own. But the flash being available here for Kenby, flashes past the minions, lands that W stun. And then one of the nice things about Vel'Koz is Vel'Koz can assist on that backline damage, from range, right? He just drops the ulti there, putting so much damage down onto Maple that with Fleshy and Kenby locking him in place, they have more than enough to grab that kill. So Immortals looking really good in these early moments, and they're gonna have a very annoying team to play against. There's gonna be a lot of poke here between the Lethality Varus, Tactical playing Comet. We do have Bolulu here as well on the Vel'Koz. So if these guys are actually on point with their skill shots, if TSM fall behind at all, it becomes really tough to deal with. Because when you're playing, Annie, Wukong, these types of champions, you've got to be moving forward. You've got to be looking for all-ins. You can't just sit back and tank poke forever from Vel'Koz and Varus.
Now, the one thing that you can smile at a little bit if you're TSM is the fact that both the kills are on Nautilus, so it's not like Varus is spiking faster on his lethality. It's not like Viego's going to have some extra money to get ahead earlier. But I do want to bring up something that actually one of the tweets on our screen was talking about. It was Cubby, one of the NACL casters.
I know that guy.
Yeah, I think I've met that guy before, but he was talking about how this is one of Kenvy's champs. This is a guy who the dudes who were casting Academy or NACL or whatever the name of it is these days, when they talked about him all the time as one of the dudes who was a standout down there, it's because he played carries. This was not a sire of Sejuani. This was a man who wanted to get in there and stab you or shoot you or do any of these other carry activities in-game, of course, and that's how he won. So seeing him on the Viego is right where you want to see it for Immortals. Flash coming out there from Wild Turtle. If that hook hit, it would have been lights out.
Yeah, but that is a big ulti already from Tactical. They just look for the lane gank there. The ulti forces the flash, and that now means his flash is going to be off-timer with Fleshy's, off-timer with Kenby, so there's going to be that window of opportunity to try to punish here again. Boogie coming up behind here. Solo could try to set it up.
Yeah, and he will. Goes ahead, uses the ulti point-blank range just to make sure he keeps Revenge close by. Revenge does go ahead and use that crunch to jump away with the Mega Gnar form. Clears enough distance. He'll stay alive. Tactical taking some poke down here in bottom lane on the Varus, but he'll just make his way back up through the river, grab those honey fruits. Always feels great. And Fleshy with a Hex Flash over the wall to see if there was an angle there on Maple, but it's a little bit too risky with the enemy middle laner still at full HP and so close to the turret. So instead, he'll just walk up and help Kenby go for that first neutral objective in the Rift Herald. You can see Bolulu just using the ulti, chunk Maple low, make it harder for TSM to try to interfere with this objective.
Exactly, he hits the 1Q there, and then that's all it takes for him to just be willing to just let it rip. I mean, Maple's getting poked out very heavily. This is almost impossible to enter. If you try to walk through that corridor, you're going to get roasted by Vel'Koz W's. The E is very easy to hit walking through that corridor as well. So, just let it rip. Use that ulti for the lane prio later on in the game when you have a couple items. That can actually, be threatening a kill in that position. The Vel'Koz ulti really scales well. It can be incredibly difficult to deal with later on. But I like just using it for lane pressure at this stage of the game, and that gets them an easy Herald here. that TSM weren't in a position to contest.
Immortals with a 1,500 gold lead and Herald in pocket with the full plate timer to use it and get even more money there. We are seeing the second game of the day where Dragon does not take early prio. Previous game, first Drake didn't drop till what, 10, 11 minutes? This time's looking like it's going to be a very similar story. But Immortals are loving the way the early game has played out thus far. TSM trying to just stabilize a little bit. It's not like 1,500 gold is going to end your game when you have the scaling powers of a Sion in the top lane, when you have the engage ability of a Wukong and an Annie working together for those big AoEs, but TSM's got to make sure they stop this bleeding.
Absolutely, and I think range is going to be the big difficulty for them. You know, can they actually deal with the Varus and Vel'Koz poke later on? Sure, Sion could get to the point where he builds a Warmog, he starts shrugging off that poke, but they do have the ability to try to poke past him, look for champions like the Annie that really do struggle to actually find positioning as long as you're tracking them on vision, and he can really struggle to find those windows of opportunity. You know, Annie, sure, it's easy to say, I just flash on him and look for a stun, but Vel'Koz and Varus can be hitting you long before you're in range for that flash engage, unless you can deny vision, unless you can have those flanks coming out where they're not able to spot you approaching. So that is going to be so important for TSM's success later on in this game, is that vision game.
And I like how the types of poke are very different. Because of the fact that Tactical can pierce through direct targets, but he's always aiming a straight line, Vel'Koz having the unique ability to get the angles means it's not just, hey, Solo, go stand in front of him with 6,000 HP, at least 800 units away from anyone else, and just let all this dumb crap hit you over and over again. They can go past him. Lulu does have the experience on that 77% win rate to say, maybe I'll just shoot to the side.
Exactly.
And that's what I want to see.
It's not Ezreal, it is not Jace, it is not that more traditional poke as you're talking about, where you can just have that brick wall standing in front of it, deliberately tanking all the poke and kind of shrugging it off. It's much more difficult to deal with. Sion can definitely clear brushes, can help you to try to establish that vision, but look at this!
Oh, Maple just getting chunked for a massive amount of HP, but TSM have found their way in from a counterattack, and Sean's gonna find the first kill. They're gonna grab the second, and it goes over to Boogie. TSM, they get jumped on, but they punch right back and tie this game up 2-2.
Nicely done by TSM. They just have the extra members there. 4 members showing up for TSM. It does mean they're gonna lose some plates and some minions down on bot side. But I don't think Immortals was actually expecting that. I think they were expecting a 3v2 or potentially even a 3v3. So Bululu getting that early chunk would have been great in that situation. But with the extra man showing up for TSM, they're able to get that lockdown, burst down Kemby, burst down Fleshy. Getting those kills and the shutdown is going to be really, really big.
And this was always the state of the things. Let's take another look, and then I'll get back to what I was saying, because, the start for Immortals looked really good here.
Yeah, exactly. They think they have maybe it's 3v2, maybe it's a 3v3. They go in, and all of a sudden, everyone is showing up here right around Vision. Those 3 members from TSM pop out from around the corner, and immediately Kemby tries to turn tail and run, but he's locked down for far too long. The follow-up CC is actually pretty rough to deal with. You have the knockup from the Wukongs, you have the stuns from the Annie, traps can come through there, tether as well from that Karma, so there is a lot of follow-up CC available. And now just gonna have to actually drop that Herald mid here, don't want it to expire. Want to be able to cash in on a couple plates here before 14 minutes.
And Viego hasn't been meta recently, but remember, back when he first came out, when he was so strong, when the Ruined King ruined the jungle meta, the way that this guy did it was you had to stop him from getting the first kill. If he gets the first kill, he possesses the soul, he snowballs, he just continues jumping. But if you chunk him low, if you force him back, like with those defensive ultimates, all of a sudden, this guy's not feeling so hot anymore.
Yeah, it becomes really, really difficult. Especially against some of these teams that do have a lot of CC, right? Because you want to play on the line when you're playing Viego. You need to really risk it all to get that first reset. And then all of a sudden, not only you're actually resetting your health and getting that invulnerability, you're getting a new set of spells to spam out, then you pop in another alt reset, and everything really starts to snowball there. TSM, though, looking to try to set up a bit of a pick here. Kemby will spot them over the wall, but he's got to be careful.
Yeah, that sweeper was clutch.
Yeah.
Seeing the multiple silhouettes inside the brush, you decide there's nothing to do in there, not until you got backup anyway. They do have Fleshy roaming around with him. Tactical was shoving up bot, but he recognizes the need to get back too. If TSM's looking at the bot side jungle, they can easily pivot to bottom. Top's gonna look like this every time we pan up there. It's pretty much Gnar shoving up the wave and Sion bonking him with a hammer for 3 damage. This is a Sion lane.
Yeah, it is, definitely. I will say, Frozen Heart, great early item here for Sion. It is really nice for the laning phase because it actually gives you some mana, gives you the armor to survive against the Gnar. But one of the reasons I don't love it is that when it's poke Varus, he doesn't really care about the attack speed AoE in a slow that you're actually applying, and it gives you no defensive stats at all against the Vel'Koz. So I do think an HP-based item here could be more effective in a game like this. We'll see if that does actually hurt Solo a little bit later on, but he has 0 defensive stats against the Vel'Koz, who can be a threat at the front line.
Well, at least for the early phases here that we are still in, it'll be doing fine against the Gnar and the Viego, but Fleshy's got to back up in the bottom side. The Gnar has showed up to try to help these guys now, but again, it's a defensive ulti from Kenvi. It's Revenge having to jump away defensively. It's TSM.
Comes Sion!
Bringing in the choo-choo train! Here comes Sion, but he won't catch anybody in time. Instead, the laser sweeps in from Balulu, but again, it's not enough. Everybody's throwing in the kitchen sink, but nobody's got a nice kitchen. Immortals and TSM are both walking away. Not a dead man anywhere to be found on the Rift.
10 men bot and no kills to be had, but low health bars here, and the Dragon is ready to go. And will Immortals actually start this up? They know that Annie had to go back to base and has no TP, so they do have the extra man. And I think that's going to give them the confidence to try to actually secure this Dragon.
Okay.
You can see TSM is basing, so Immortals, yeah, they don't get any kills, but they do maintain a slight gold advantage, and they grab their first Dragon of the game.
All right, they're going to feel good about that. The point that I was going to bring up is, hey, at least Frozen Heart for now, if you're mostly thinking that you're only going to be fighting Gnar and Viego, it feels good there. Yep. And then right as I was saying it, he shows up in the middle of everybody on the team, and all of a sudden it makes no sense whatsoever. So just like Spawn pointed out last game, the caster curse magic lasts for everybody.
It's true, true. Frozen Heart isn't a bad item, and it's not to be roasting Solo by any means.
Oh,
it's actually great for laning phase. Sion does actually need some mana. For that laning phase, you're reliant very heavily on your spells to clear out these waves against Gnar, who's going to be perma pushing. If you go you start missing all the farm under a tower, and it's a disaster. So, it's not really to criticize that, but it is to say there is a big drawback of this item that, when there is people who are not really reliant on those auto attacks, and when there are people who are doing heavy magic damage, this thing doesn't really do much for you. TSM, though, trying to trade back with his Herald on the top side.
He'll still be a raid boss, but the raid boss does have that red weak spot that says, hey, if you hit me here, that's how you're supposed to win this fight. Oh. Ooh, close. But unfortunately for Immortals, it is TSM grabbing that Eye of the Herald here, securing the Rift Herald for themselves. Boogie with his Divine Sunderer on the Wukong is going to be the one picking that up. You can see Rod of Ages completed for Maple's Annie. That's already got 2 stacks on it. And answering the questions that you were asking back during draft about Balulu's Vel'Koz, it is Leandri's first. I'm hoping to see full glass, full artillery. If I hit them, they're dead Vel'Koz.
This is way more, my preference as well. I think when you're playing a champion like this, you have to be confident in your positioning, right? Yep. You need to be maximizing your damage with your build and relying on the fact that you're not going to be in range, that you're going to have vision, you're going to have coverage when they're looking for these engages.
Oh,
you're trying to find tactical.
Tactical. Nearly got jumped on there. Luckily for him, Ghostblade completed his first item. That active gave him the move speed to just barely clear what would have been the Nimbus strike from Boogie's Wukong.
Yep, and he still had that flash available. He still had his ult, so he had some ways to actually stay safe there. So good job by him. We'll see what the follow-up items are going to be from Solo. Going to be interested to find out kind of where he wants to go, as his third item. Turtle, I do like that he's actually going BT second. I think in a lot of cases, people are actually just going BT first against these types of teams. BT plus Overheal really, really strong now. The shield got buffed a couple of patches ago, and it just becomes so actually difficult to burst these carries down. And then when you're adding in the fact that you can shrug off things like the Varus poke, like that Vel'Koz poke, BT just becomes such a desirable item for ADs in this game.
Still a 1,000 gold lead for Immortals. 1 Drake on each side. Pretty even game here between the 6 and 7 TSM versus the 3 and 10 Immortals. Tactical getting away from that play top, I think, is going to be very important now that we're firmly in the mid game, especially just because Tactical is such a confidence player. When he's in the zone and he's feeling it, this guy can put out some master mechanical performances, but when he's more shaken up, when he doesn't have that same I'm going to win us this game mentality, we see him make mistakes. We see him get caught out. So avoiding the early errors, keeping things on track as the game progresses, I think will come in clutch.
Absolutely. It's really important to have that confidence in your own play, to feel like you're in a good spot. Oh, they're gonna find a pick.
Uh-oh! Over the wall they go. Into the ground he goes. Chime is down. And finally, Immortals get a kill on somebody not named Fleshy. Balulu is on the board.
Yeah, Balulu is on the board, and he's been farming really well. Also, up above that 10 CS per minute. This mid lane tower is very low, so that's going to go down here. More gold injected into Balulu's pockets in this position. Going to be feeling really, really good. We'll see how they're going to try to set up for this next dragon. first move to Dragon becomes so important, but Revenge is going to get this tower. Is he going to get out? Boogie's got to try to actually interrupt the hop here with his ulti. That's what he's looking for.
Just starts off immediately with the Q so that then he can get the reset after using the ulti. There was no way out for Revenge. TSM plays it well and gets to punish him for taking up shot.
Yep, they are going to get that kill back, but it's just kind of a trade of gold. No objective available for them to go straight towards, so it's not going to be that big of a deal.
Right.
25 seconds till he spawns. He still has 50 on the Dragon, so he'll be able to make his way over there, no problem. But yeah, whoever actually is first to the Dragon and has that initial vision set up, it's going to be a big deal. Obviously, we know face checking into poke teams is very hard, but on the other side, walking through a Caitlyn trap line is also very, very difficult. So both teams are going to have their challenges there.
Lulu will clear out the wave in bottom lane. The Vel'Koz very effective at doing this no matter how many minions are there. The W is going to pierce through all of them. The Q can still hit a lot of them. Even the E capable of doing some AoE. And you can see Balulu will just nuke those waves down, and it's time for Maple to try to run away because his allies have already fled the scene, but it's Fleshy and Kenby coming down. They all go back. Fleshy just mad-lifed them, and Maple doesn't have any way home. Kenby gets the kill.
Great prediction there on the flash from Fleshy. Has him downloaded, aims to the side where he's going to be looking for that flash out. He goes down, and that means it should be an easy Dragon here for Immortals. Revenge is rotating down, has a good amount charged up on that Mega Gnar. So if TSM actually commit to the fight, Revenge could look for a flank here, and that would be really problematic. They're going to go for a steal, not going to be able to get it.
Can't get it, Immortals. That means they can just secure themselves the Infernal Drake. That is the prize they get for the pick on Maple. Awesome mechanics from Fleshy to get it done.
And I've got to say, when I'm playing against a poke comp, I am so sad when I see that it is Infernal Soul, because that is very difficult to actually deal with versus these poke comps. You're hoping it's something like Cloud Soul or whatever against a Vel'Koz and a Varus where they're not going to get nearly as much use. But Infernal Soul can put that poke really over the top, can make it so oppressive. So it is going to be hotly contested in these next couple minutes, playing around these Dragons here, because if Immortals can actually secure that soul, they could potentially be wrapping up this game here.
Clips the second completed item for Tactical's Varus. This is not going to give him the flat lethality bonuses that something like Prowler's Claw would. Instead, going to give you more percent-based bonuses as you complete those extra items. It'll help him for shooting through Scion, but most of the other players on TSM will not be building that tanky. About 2,000 gold lead still for IMT here. So let me ask you, Isaac, what do you want to see this team do for the next 8 minutes, going from 22 up to 30, to win this game and guarantee they can keep snowballing?
For Immortals, I think it all just becomes playing around, looking for picks with the Nautilus, and they've been very effective with that. And he's your main engage tool. So play around Feshy, try to control vision, try to look for picks if TSM is actually overextending for vision themselves. Because if Scion is stuck in a side lane answering the Gnar, there's not really anyone that's safe to clear vision and look for these picks on wards, and trying to place these down. If Chime is actually out there, or even the Wukong, either one of those are a great engage for Fleshy. So keep playing with his jungler, keep playing with his mid laner, looking for these picks, establishing vision control, and play heavily towards those Dragons. Try to go for soul.
Oh man, Maple just showed his face in top lane, and Immortals are immediately ready to try to punish it. 2 TPs coming in at the same time. Solo's gonna be knocked up into the air. The Vel'Koz damage just drowns him. Balulu takes out the front line of the Vanguard card. Tactical's nearly killed, and Turtle's gonna get the outplay off the side. It'll be a 1-for-1. The top laner for the AD carry as the fight explodes.
That's what I'm talking about, man, though. Tanks are not tanks. If you don't have MR, if you don't have a lot of HP against this Vel'Koz, he can shred you. And he demonstrates that against the Sion. We've seen Sion be invincible in the LCS so many times these last couple of weeks. And in this case, he just gets destroyed. They do get that kill on Tactical, though, and they get both of the summoners off Tactical, which he's not going to have Flash now, for this next pivotal fight here at the Dragon. And there is going to be Flash on Boogie. The Flash for Maple is going to be back up as well. So Tactical is going to be very vulnerable potentially here. I want to see this fight one more time. So they have 3 members top. The TP is coming in, but they know through that river, there's a lot of members here coming up to try to join in on the other side. And then just this combo here, ulting him into the wall, the full channel ult goes out, and he just gets roasted. Look at Tactical here on the side. Flashes over the Q from Karma, trying to finish off Chime. Can't quite do it. Not sure if it was worth the flash, even if he actually got it there, because even if you trade flashes, you get that kill. The flash for the AD is so valuable, but he is trying to look for that aggressive play, trying to find that outplay. At the end of the day, Immortals staying proactive, and continually playing around Fleshy, playing around his ultimates and his roam windows, which is really exactly what I want to see them do.
And you saw Solo flash trying to get away from the Balulu ulti. The damage on Vel'Koz's ultimate is so deceptive because the first couple of ticks, you feel like you understand the rate you're getting hit at, but then when his passive procs, when you take the true damage from the organism analyzer decomposing...
Organic deconstruction.
That. Whenever that procs, all of a sudden, that reliable tick rate ends up being more burst than you expected, and you get popped.
And at this point of the game, every time that actually does proc, and you can have it multiple times, it's 300 true damage, right? So that is quite a lot on top of all of this damage that really is being added in with the Leandry's ticks, with a double hit on the W, especially if they're getting CC'd up. Q into double proc on W is one proc, then you have another W thrown out, E, your ulti is getting multiple ticks out there. You can start to get multiple procs of that true damage out on a Scion and really shred him. And again, they're just playing around these picks, looking aggressively.
Ooh, Kinvi unfortunately missing the Spectral Maw on Chime means the follow-up target is only the Scion, so Immortals do not want to full commit onto that. Tactical misses his piercing arrow from the brush onto a more vulnerable target in Boogie or Turtle. Kinvi still looking for an engage angle as Revenge is over the wall. He's got Mega Gnar, but it's going to be Maple who finds him first. Wallop into a little bit of a follow-up, but Revenge not spending the ulti, still wanting to save it, even though he transforms back into Mini Gnar now, so he will need to recharge the Gnar bar. TSM still in a standoff here with Immortals, who have priority over the bot side River, as the Drake is about to spawn in 5 seconds.
It's all about the health bars, though. Maple is sent back to base. He can TP back. Chime has lost some health, though. Boogie is down to about half health. They're going to look for the engage. Here comes the TP.
Solo just wants it. They know they can't let him poke. Oh! He cannot tank. There's just no way against the Vel'Koz. Solo's too squishy. See it? TSM threw him into the grinder, and Immortals are about to hit Soul Point on that Infernal Soul.
Yeah, Sign's just not even close to being able to actually tank up all of this damage, even with the Karma behind him. He's going to need a lot more items, and he is getting dangerously behind the pace of the game. When these damage dealers on the other team get too far ahead of your tanks, you can never really hit that critical mass where you can become kind of that brick wall and create space for your damage dealers. And I think Immortals are doing a really good job playing around the fact that they have these low cooldown engages, the ability to actually look for picks with a Kenby stun or with a hook from Fleshy, get in there, get chunks down on the other team, and make their job really, really difficult. Because if you're at 60%, 70% HP and you're walking in, any sort of combo from the Varus or from the Vel'Koz can be lethal. So these little chips and prods that they're getting down on TSM are so effective prior to the fights.
And I like the fact of what you brought up earlier, saying if Scion is stuck in a side lane against the Gnar, then it's going to be easier for Immortals to set up picks for Fleshy or for the rest of everybody to follow up the damage, which means Solo, he's stuck in a lane against an AD champion. He wants to build more armor. He wants to be able to handle that 1v1. The problem is, Balulu's going to kill you 100 to 0 as soon as you try to join the fight. It's just, do you want to lose this way or do you want to lose that way?
And I mean, there's so much CC for him, right? Like, he goes into that fight, as soon as his ulti is used, you can be Mega Gnar stunned, then hooked, then Varus ulted, then Nautilus ulted, then knocked up by the Vel'Koz, then stunned here by Kenvi. You know, all of this lockdown is guaranteeing that the Varus Qs are hitting, is guaranteeing that every part of Vel'Koz's kit is hitting as well, and that is really making it impossible for him to survive. So this is definitely getting tough. Immortals playing this poke comp out very well, and they are now at Soul Point here, 3.5 away from really putting their damage over the top.
Solo's going in again. Boogie's right with him. Tactical's killed immediately. Balulu fires the laser back over the wall. He'll get one back on Chime. I believe that's 100 to 0 with just the laser.
It is, and look at Bot, right? Pushing in Bot here. No one is answering the Gnar. So great, you got a kill, but Vel'Koz from downtown kills off your support, so it's a 1-for-1. You did get the beneficial trade, but you're losing your inhib, and as soon as someone shows up Bot, Revenge can potentially join the team with a TP if he needs to. We'll have to pay respect to the fact that multiple members did base.
Oh, that was not what Revenge wanted. He wanted to try to use the ulti to knock them away before he got locked down. He commits the flash even, trying to get further away from this. That was an error because you're not getting away once you've seen Maple there. Revenge ends up paying for it on that one. He does get the tier 3 turret in trade for his own life, but now it will be TSM with a 5v4 man advantage for 40 seconds.
And now they can actually push for a potential Baron here. The fact that he lost his flash as well, I think, you know, taking the tower was great, but then going for the inhib is really a bridge too far. It just felt like it was too greedy there from Revenge. And now TSM have an opportunity here, but this is very difficult. Varus and Vel'Koz on red side can contest Baron really well without committing, because because they can just constantly poke over the wall. And that is what TSM will have to deal with here. Maple on the side, though, and Solo on the other.
They want to find some way to stop this. Boogie tries to engage on him, but immediately loses most of his
Here goes the
power. Solo's ready for the follow-up, and Turtle is disintegrated. They follow it up with Chains of Corruption from Tactical. Look at Solo on the front line trying to survive this. As long as Balulu stays on him, it's so hard for the Scion to live. He's forced to flash back over the wall as Revenge joins with the Unleashed teleport. TSM knows they got to regroup. They know they've got no health. They know they've got no front line. They know their jungler just went home, and it's Immortal starting up the Baron now.
The positioning is great from Balulu, though. He's still above them on the side here. Hard to engage in onto. Maple's trying to find him.
Maple just flash engages with the Vel'Koz. He'll survive a little bit longer here with a stopwatch. Revenge swoop. Balulu's unstoppable. Balulu's still alive. Maple doesn't kill him. Vel'Koz is running away, but Tibbers gets enraged. They'll end up trading the mid laner for a couple picks on the enemy squad. Maple and Chime both down. Tactical running from Tibbers. What the hell's going on, Azrael?
You don't mess with Tibbers, man. I don't know if you've played against some of these strong innies lately, but that bear is nothing to scoff at. When's the last time you saw a straight-up solo kill in a 5v5 like this, by the way? Literally no one else hits Turtle here. This is 100-0 with the ulti, so he waits till all the CC is used, backs up. Here comes the ulti over the wall. 100-0 solo kill on Turtle. No one else got a point of damage down on him. Almost killed Boogie at the same time. And you've got to be so careful playing in these corridors against Vel'Koz. This is one of the advantages of playing a champion that people aren't really comfortable playing against, that they don't see a lot. You forget about these kind of situations where you're chasing into a jungle corridor. They find the window of opportunity here, though, flashing in, but the stopwatch buys so much time. Meganar comes through, peels off Bolulu. He's able to land another combo down, just burst out Chime. And then sure, eventually Tibbers is able to chase him down and get that kill, but it cost a lot of resources, lost them a lot of lives to be able to get it. We're back to live, we're looking for Soul.
TSM wants to go in, they find Fleshy. Port taking a lot of damage, but it won't matter when Vel'Koz is over the wall. How many times will TSM get caught by this Vel'Koz laser? The follow-up damage comes through, and Solo's forced to ult away, but now it's TSM taking out the enemy jungler and finding themselves with a man advantage. Balulu's still the X factor. He's still the one that might be able to find the damage over the wall. Again, it's gonna be a massive chunk coming from this poke, coming from this Vel'Koz. Turtle goes in, he just might die. No, he won't. That Turtle went wild, baby. He gets the kill shot on Tactical, and the bottom jungle fight rages on. Balulu's still alive, and that's the only man TSM's really worried about right now.
They got this
They've
now.
got the trap line down, and it means they'll secure the Drake and stop the Soul.
Man, that almost looked like a colossal hit from Turtle. That was so close to being one of those plays where your game just ends. But instead, he's playing that line. He's barely able to get the kills and survive there. Heals it up with the BT. And getting that kill really turned things around here. TSM was first to this Dragon Pit. They're trying to play around these corridors, trying to use them to their advantage. We've got to be so cognizant of when you chase into these areas, when you give this free location here for the Vel'Koz to let it rip over the wall to get this first kill. But then it's Immortals that are kind of giving that good positioning to TSM. Look as they overchase into this area. Now all of a sudden, you have this firing line right here where Kemby is stepping forward. His teammates cannot actually hit the people that are hitting him. They can't walk up and put themselves into that spot. And then this was so risky from Turtle, but look at the overheal shielding, look at the BT there, flashes in, actually gets hit by the stun, but the 90 caliber net went off. Back to back crits there from Turtle. Barely stays alive, barely gets those kills, but him getting him is huge.
Boy, we got ourselves a couple of damage meter giga chads here, trying to outdo one another. Turtle with 5,500, 7,200 from Balulu in that last skirmish.
Now, Turtle is going to have to be real careful in these next couple minutes here, though, because no flash on him after, Tibbers MVP. Man, Tibbers is actually really hard to deal with now. The amount of HP that thing has later on in the game, you can't really kill it. You can't really ignore it. It is so annoying, especially with Rylai's slow, when they have a huge amount of AP behind it. But yeah, Turtle's going to have to be careful because he's got no flash. There's flash on Revenge, so Flash Meganar, could be lights out for him. If they can get any sort of CC setup where Bolulu can even just land the ulti on him over the wall, that is going to be it for Turtle. But he is getting very strong. Like, look at the amount of shielding on this guy. It's like 1K in shields that you have to break through before you even touch his health bar.
But honestly, I'm still just so fascinated with this Vel'Koz from Baloo. Holy hell, tactical
Ouch.
Have to bring that one back a little bit, buddy. He's going to want some of that HP return. Unfortunately for him, he does not have a Bloodthirster build.
No.
This is one of the things I was going to mention at the end of the last fight. It looked like Turtle only had that one shot left, but just the shield from his ally was enough to keep him alive against Tactical, who doesn't have good auto attack damage, as Maple tries to get away, but the ultimate from Nautilus is still chasing. Now Immortals are looking for their moment. They're already going to kill off Maple, but Boogie's found the back line. He goes in for Tactical. He flashes to guarantee the kill. Kenby wants to get out, but Balulu's locking down the enemy jungler. They can't get the reset there for the Viego. Resurrection comes out. Revenge wants to go over the wall, but he's stopped by Solo. He has to flash to get the follow-up, and now Turtle's going to be locked down. They try to go for a bit more damage, but it's a 3v3. They get the execute, and Kenby has gone in. Solo tries to stand, but against Balulu, he can only fall. A triple for Turtles with the right on his epitaph as Immortals take out 4. Their jungler's still alive, and that Baron's looking mighty tasty.
Man, what a fight from both sides there. That was really exciting. You know, seeing that force, the initial poke that was on Varus, and then they just immediately go to the Baron. They say, we're going to force in this situation. And it does end up actually really playing a very big part. Again, this location for Bolulu is so good, but then Boogie over the wall. If Tactical wasn't chunked out, he actually can't finish him in this spot, but because they had the early chunk, they force the Baron, he gets the kill. Then watch how well Solo bodyguards here on Revenge. He actually interrupts the hop with his Q, charges it up, knocks him out of the air there, canceling that was really well done. Forcing the flash from Revenge to get in there means he has no way to exit. Turtle gets the kill as a result, but then Kenby, with the stolen Wukong body, clones in, gets the kill, gets the reset, and is able to help finish off Solo. That is the Viego fantasy right there.
Shout out to Fleshy for that as well. Dredge lining into the Scion just to stop any Decimate that might be getting charged to try to stop Viego from getting into the back line. Makes it very easy for Kenby to set that one up. This is why I say, if your jungler's known for playing carries, give him some carries. If your mid laner's known for Vel'Koz, here's a whole bunch of tentacles. Let's go.
I mean, it's no mistake that 2 of the 3 wins that Immortals have actually got this split was with Kenby on Kindred and Graves, right? You know, when he's playing those carries, when he is enabled, that is his style. That is his way to shine. And it feels like Immortals are buying more into this now. And they are really in a good spot here. If they can actually get their way in, Vel'Koz is super fed at this point. 4 full items. Turtle is really the hope, I think, for TSM, because Maple without Flash, it is tough for him to actually close the gap towards these carries without just getting shredded by the poke.
This Drake could determine a lot about the future of the game right here. 5,000 gold lead for Immortals. If they get the Drake, it is Infernal Soul supplementing all that poke they already have. TSM have used Turtle's traps to close off the pathway up into the enemy blue buff jungle. As you can see, Tactical and Kenby starting up the Drake. They're pulling it down towards the bottom side of the river, further away from the traps of the Caitlyn. Some of those traps expiring now as TSM reassessing what they need to do, where they need to be. Balulu, still the guy to keep your eyes on. Solo wants to zone Kenby and Tactical away, but he's got to be careful he doesn't just get caught out. Balulu stepping back, providing a little bit more covering fire as Solo has to flash away now as well. Boogie wants Balulu. Fleshy blocks the ace in the hole from hitting the mid laner, and Immortals seem to have won the health fight, but hasn't been convincing enough to force the Drake now. Maple and Turtle, both still with full HP. Boogie the same. They want to buy enough time for Solo to retreat and return with the teleport. Immortals still using that poke. They've still got Balulu safely behind a wall. Turtle had to flash away. The Drake at 3,000 HP. Fleshy's here on the front line and Turtle's free firing. Drake down to 2K. They want to burn it down. It's going to be stolen by Wild Turtle. TSM have managed to stop the Soul again. A 1-for-1 trade, but the jungler's down. Revenge wants the angle, and now Kenby still swooping around. He's got Boogie's body, but he can't find any way to reset further. 1-for-1 trade, TSM with the steal, but Revenge is teleporting into the enemy base. He wants to take out the inhibitor. This is
He might just die for this,
going
though.
on, man. I think he might be in trouble.
No.
Kenby's coming down to help him. Solo using the ulti to keep that Gnar locked down. Wild Turtle wants to chase. Kinvi looking for the opportunity to come in. Turtle says hell no. Just goes forward, right in the face with the sniper rifle. No scope style. Wild Turtle will not go down without a fight.
Man, that TP was at best incredibly risky there. I don't know if he thought that the team was actually going topside to get some vision, and he thought he could have an angle to just get down there in a 1v0 type spot, take that inhib, and get out of there. Does end up giving up his life. There's no objectives on the map, so there is an argument to be made to say, hey, okay, this inhibitor should be down for the Baron spawn. I give up my life, but that is actually a worthy trade, right?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna give him the kind of benefit of the doubt on that. We'll see if it does pay off. Earlier here, Flash Force there by Fleshy with the hook, steps up into the Scion to actually block this out, and they decided to turn onto this Dragon, try to finish it off. You can see ult over the wall from Vel'Koz down to 1700, 1300. Smite comes through. That's a 1500 auto.
He made the headshot. He attacked until headshot and saved it.
Yeah, and you cannot flame a jungler in that the situation. That was 1520 auto there from Turtle. You can only smite for 1200, buddy.
Yeah, sorry,
There's
man.
nothing you can do in that spot. So great job by Turtle. Really nice secure from him. And as you called it out, great presence of mind to actually save that headshot in that situation. Once Vel'Koz is doing the damage over the wall, trying to actually burst down Boogie, he's going to be hitting the Dragon too. The Dragon gets very low there, and they're able to turn that into their favor. But this is that spot that I'm talking about. So yes, Revenge does use his TP, does give up his life. But it means there is constant pressure on that bottom lane. There is no TP on Solo to answer it, and this allows them, potentially, to have a better setup here around the Baron in 1 minute when it does spawn. So we have to see if that's going to pay off for Immortals.
This game is going the distance, man. Immortals still the 5,000 gold lead, but it's so much just coming down to who's getting the right angle on who. Turtle pops anybody like instantly. Balulu pops anybody pretty much instantly. That Vel'Koz is full build except for the stacks on the Medjai's. So we'll see just how much damage pours out of this ultimate. A lot. I'm pretty sure he almost kills Solo from full health with a channel of it.
Oh yeah, I mean it is really crazy. Right now, you know, it is 1630 damage without counting passive procs. So just from the channel of the ulti. So that is a lot of damage. If you get a full channeled ulti there, that is basically 100 to 0 on most of the members. You're not going to be quite on Solo, but with the true damage procs in on there, plus additional damage, it could be. Because every time he procs passive now, that is 500 true damage on top of that. So you get a couple procs of that, all of a sudden, you're doing 2,500, you're doing 3k damage coming out from Vel'Koz, with a lot of it being true damage, and that is so hard to deal with. But Turtle really is this hope on the other side. Turtle is on 6 items, he has a Karma behind him, and he's got Overheal, he's got Bloodthirster, so he is very difficult to actually take down. His Overheal has been so effective this game, it's actually blocked over 5k damage just from his Overheal rune. So that is really paying dividends, and that's not even counting all the damage that the Bloodthirster shield has blocked.
And this is the other side of the coin. The other side of the coin that we were talking about earlier when we were saying, hey, Poke Varus and this Poke Vel'Koz can be very dangerous. Poke Varus does not have anywhere close to the DPS of Caitlyn in auto attack range.
And which one's the Poke champ? Because half of Caitlyn's ult is half of Varus' health. Like, that is really, really scary. Oh God.
No, Revenge getting caught out, having a flash to get over the wall there with the hop. Yeah, he survives, but you're gonna want that flashback.
That is huge. Yeah, getting the flash off of that Mega Gnar is so big. Flash ulti, you are a completely different champion playing Gnar when you have that flash available, because you can really threaten the carries. You're not going to be able to, in most cases, just hop into the back line onto a Caitlyn that has Gale Force, that is going to have flash, that is going to have that 90 caliber net, and really effectively lock her down. That is going to be tough unless you can find a really good angle. So a big cooldown force there by Revenge. Has been, I think, you know, in some dangerous times, in some dangerous places at times in this game, and has been punished a number of different occasions. This is soul point for both teams, and this is a fight that could potentially decide the game. Your Revenge does have the Mega Gnar pretty much fully prepped. TSM would like to pop it right now. If they can get some damage onto this Mega Gnar, force him to Mega out early before IMT is ready, that would be huge, but Turtle's just gonna kill it. They're not even there, it's going down instantly.
Turtle just has
gone.
DPS, the soul is gone. TSM weathered the storm for the longest time, and now over the wall goes Boogie. Pop goes Tactical. Balulu is exhausted, and TSM ain't done. Boogie with a flash follow. Balulu is down. Balulu Balulu is down, and that means Immortals are short to follow. Turtle flashes forward. That's what you know him for. That's what you love him for. And that's what won TSM this game here today. This man's had a hell of a show. And Boogie at the end, finding Tactical. Boogie at the end, finding Balulu. TSM just forcing on a soul, and they're going to take the win.
That is a massive win for TSM here. We'll put them to 7-7 on the season. This one looked like it was going to be all Immortals, but Turtle securing that third dragon for themselves earlier on. And TSM just rushing down the fourth one, then getting those kills. Revenge not going to be able to defend. TSM will take it, and it is a monster performance from Turtle. 10-3-6 on the Caitlyn. Really showing up here for TSM on the LCS stage.
See the turtle of enormous girth. Upon his shell, he holds the earth, and he holds TSM high against Immortals here today. TSM one step closer to the playoffs. Wild Turtle showing you how it's done. The retirement home is a myth. He's back, and he's ready to go.
Absolutely, man. Turtle having some great performances here for the team. In what is really like kind of a signature Turtle game with some very risky moments that are going to be able to pay off, right? You know, that flash forward earlier on in the game, you know, up against the Varus, against Bolu on this Vel'Koz, being able to get that kill, barely survive. That's kind of signature Turtle, really riding that line, making some dangerous plays. Being able to pull it off, though, was huge for the team. Cannot emphasize enough how much that headshot, holding that, and actually securing the earlier dragon mattered.
Yeah.
If there's Soul for Immortals, this game could look very, very different. But in those later stages, when you're not actually the one set up around that dragon, it became so tough for IMT to actually walk in, because Caitlyn was becoming really, really impressive, had great range, had the ability to shrug off all the poke. And on 6 items, Caitlyn is so threatening that it's like, anytime there wasn't a frontliner paired up with the Vel'Koz or the Varus, they instantly lost half their health to one ult.
Yep.
And it became so tough to actually fight it out from those situations, because then all of a sudden, Wukong can actually now threaten to kill you 100-0, well, 50-0, right?
Yeah.
Because later on in the game, usually the junglers actually fall off in those kind of spots. All of a sudden, Vi Wukong can't actually kill a carry off for themselves. Going backline really has reduced value. But when you can get that Caitlyn ult into the backline, it really is extending that value of the Wukong, extending the value of these divers into those later stages. And I think that made such a difference.
And I feel like a lot of this game, too, was watching TSM learn how to deal with Vel'Koz in real time. For the first 20 minutes, Solo's going in like you're Scion up against whatever. Oh, Akali, that's not going to hurt me. Oh, what do we got here? An AD carry. Oh, Poke Boy? No, you get out of here. No, man. That laser just completely melted his face off. But as the game went on, as Turtle got more fed like you're talking about, we saw TSM only forcing when they had to. Those Drake fights when they're saying, okay, it's now or never, then it really was, instead of pulling the trigger too early, not respecting Vel'Koz's damage because they weren't familiar with it yet.
Absolutely. And while it is in another loss, I've got to say, Immortals with Bolulu feels like a little bit of a breath of fresh air, right?
Yeah.
This team is playing to win. Yes, they are still making some mistakes, but I do think he has looked really strong on these Comfort Champions. You know, we saw it in the Zoe game. He looked great in the Ari game, even though that was in a loss. And this as well, I think, had a really solid performance. So at least there's a bit of momentum here for Immortals, I think, even in losses, and some things to build upon and learn from.
And with that game all wrapped up, a reminder to come celebrate the start of Fairy Court with us at LCS next Thursday. After the broadcast ends, we'll be hosting an after party with music, food, and much, much more. So if you're here live in Los Angeles, make sure to be a part of that. But remember, it's still time to toss to a break after with that game all wrapped up. And it's Chime and Wild Turtle going to be joining the lounge before C9 and EG going head-to-head next. We'll see you there.
Red Bull gives you wings.
welcome back to the Verizon post-game
We got free
interview. Yeah, me and Jet are here with Turtle, Chime, and Solo. Thank you guys for joining us in this like nicely triangulated corner over here. Congratulations on your win. Obviously, I guess the first thing we have to talk about is the Vel'Koz, because it is a known pick for Balulu. How much were you guys expecting that to come out? Because I saw you ban the Zoe.
I kept joking about it that he would pick the Vel'Koz, and then when we picked
I
it,
saw you laughing on the player.
Yeah, they cut to you and you're just.
No, I was laughing because Boogie kept saying, "Oh, they picked Bell, man." He kept, and then in the game, I think he was just like catching on, and he just used Belveth for Vel'Koz like the entire
Nice.
game. Yeah.
Oh, you knew he was talking about right, so it's fine.
We got it. We thought about it a little bit, but we haven't played against Vel'Koz like at all, and you would never see this champ. So I was definitely surprised about how much it was doing in the game.
We all kind of took turns getting beamed. Like there was one where he got destroyed, then he got destroyed, and I got destroyed too, and we just keep like, and then Boogie's like, guys, stop dying to Belveth R or Vel'Koz R. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard you talking as you're getting mic'd up. You kind of learned about Vel'Koz a little bit throughout the game, like the angles that he can hold in team fights and how that changed the way they had to play.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we saw it in the last fight, like where he was on the map was so strange compared to like most teams will line up in River. And he's like over in blue buff or over in Gromp, having these like weird angles to hit over the walls just because he has so much range. So once we kind of dissected that, it became a lot easier to deal with because it's like, okay, he's going to be in this weird spot. Like, let's just play around that instead of playing around what you normally do.
One thing I really appreciate about your team in terms of your drafting is you always seem to have this identity around like 5v5 fighting where whatever you pick, your team is going to 5v5. How purposeful is that? And like how would you characterize your team overall?
Oh, I never noticed.
You just got here. It's okay.
Just got here.
Were you free hitting, Jason?
Sure. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that a lot of our pools sync up with champs that team fight well.
Okay.
So I think that's a big thing. I feel like we never go into draft like if we can't team fight, it's doomed. But yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know how much I can say.
I guess just the style we like to play is probably more 5v5 oriented, or it kind of becomes that way. I think like initially it's like we're kind of just picking for our own like laning phases. And then when we come together, it's like, wait, our champions are really good at team fight.
Yeah, we have highlights of the game here. It was so back and forth. For a while, I think you guys were down like 5,000 gold. I think it was close to like 3 dragons to 1. But you clutched it out, took like 3 dragons in a row.
I thought we won the game here, but Annie got.
Oh, look, wait, no, what happened? Oh, no. Wait, how did Viego like ult when he was hit by my trap, by the way?
Yeah, we'll talk.
Did anyone talk about that?
Freak about that.
Did this already happen, or is it coming
I
up?
just trapped him right there, and then he just ulted out of it.
He's too good.
Yeah, this fight was looking really good. I was so scared for Turtle.
Wait, Viego should have just instant died though.
We should have paused.
I was gonna pause. I was actually thinking about pausing, but I was like, nah, I think we're gonna win this game still. Let's just play it out.
I got out.
I mean, you were right.
Because I was gonna break my focus if I paused there. You know, it's like just how it works.
And then here's the strange angles that Vel'Koz was playing through the whole game.
Yeah, props to Turtle because in this sequence he just started hitting the dragon and it got to like pretty low and I was like, oh, Turtle's doing the right thing. Just hit the dragon. They're like really messing with her position.
Yeah.
And then flash exhaust. See, big play.
Oh, the spellbook.
Wow.
The spellbook paid off.
It actually got the kill there.
I actually thought you had Flash Ignite on Sion because I didn't see the spellbook and I just had one time and I was like, oh, my Sion has Ignite.
I like the little bit of confidence you gave me here. Use Flash Turtle. Flash on him.
Ooh, that's a good damage graph. You like to see that.
The Belveth?
Belveth.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually insane. Yeah, every fight that I got one shot by Vel'Koz, I would look at the damage and it'd be like 2,500, and then 2K of it was true damage.
Oh wow, that's a lot.
I'll just open my inventory.
You were dying surprisingly fast.
I know, right?
There was like a lethality 80 carry on the other side.
We were thinking about like,
true,
you know how we were talking about like if we pick Ornn or Sion on that game? As soon as I died the first time, I was like, wow, Ornn probably wouldn't have got one shot. I could at least engage on him without being in his face, but you know, I mean, man, what a crazy game though.
Yeah, before the
You guys
game, we were
watched it
looking
really
at like playoff scenarios because you guys are like, you were 1 game ahead of everyone else for 6th, and then Team
Yeah.
Liquid beat FlyQuest,
Yeah.
and that made this game more important.
Yeah, we
How
know that.
close are you following this? Like, do you know exactly what you?
Oh,
need to do to
I
make
just
playoffs?
hopped on. I realized like we're fighting for playoffs now, so
Turtle's just along for the ride.
I was like, oh, we play team fighting cops. That's cool.
we're fighting for playoffs now. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about it. Like, we know these are the games we got to win. You know, like the IMT game, the Dig game, 100 Thieves is a big game coming up. And then if we can pick up a win off of like another team, it's like great, gives us a little cushion. But beating the teams below you is just like a must-do if you want to make playoffs at any capacity, you know?
Yeah, we went today and we were like, we can't lose IMT. And then Chow was like, there's pressure now. We're like, oh, that's what we want to hear.
Yeah, Chow's like, feel pressured, guys.
What
What
was the word he was using? He's like, the stress is on or something.
Yeah, 201, and he's like, the pressure's on, guys.
Be stressed or something. And I'm like, no, that's not what I want to hear.
Yeah, you want to relax in a lot of the cases.
Yeah, wait, is it better to be stressed or?
I don't know, that's just what the word
It wasn't a clean game out of us today, so maybe not. But
Yeah, I felt like early we were a little bit. It's weird because when you're playing like a team so late in the season that's like in the lower standings, they have no pressure because they're just like, let's just roll the ball out there and play. And then the team that like needs to win sometimes is like a little bit more timid, especially since they think the other team's not so good. Maybe they don't play as fast or as hard.
Yeah.
And then the other teams like started making good plays. Like they had a couple good kills in the beginning.
Yeah.
We made like a couple dumb mistakes, and I feel like that's what happens. You find yourself in a hole, and you're like, oh, maybe we need to be serious now.
Yeah, I just got told that we have an image of you right after the game that apparently they want you to answer for. I need I need to ask you what happened here. Where's the team synergy?
That's really
they both
funny.
said 1, 2, 3, bow. What happened here?
Well, the thing is, like, we were in like week 2 or 3, and LCS was like, you guys can do whatever you want. You don't have to bow. And so I was like, you know,
You're just T-posing.
I'm just standing. I'm just existing. And so I didn't really want to like do bowing anymore. Because everyone does bowing. And we had like the fun pose.
Yeah.
Like the K-pop pose one week.
Yeah.
And then we kind of like just stopped talking about it. But I was just like, man, I don't want to go up there and bow every day.
That's fair. More K-pop? Because I heard
We should do
he's
more.
really into it.
He is really
Boogie knows all about it.
He knows all his lyrics.
Does he make you guys sing?
No, unfortunately.
I hear him going along sometimes next to me. He's just like, no. I'm like, wow, that's pretty cute.
All right. Thank you guys for joining us.
Awesome.
This is
Yeah,
really
it's a
fun.
good time.
Congratulations on the win. You guys
Thank
moved
you.
to 7-7. We're going to be quickly teeing up the Cloud9 versus EG game. And really quickly before we send this one to the casters, it's actually the 100th game for both Inspired and JoJoPyun in the LCS. We wanted to benchmark them against, basically, this is the top 5 from the LCS, top 5 in each role that was voted on last year. And it's just a few basic stats to kind of see where they check in. This is after 99 games actually for Inspired, but I was blown away by Meteos being at 82 wins right there, but Inspired some still pretty good numbers for his first 100 games and year and a half in the LCS. Pulling over to JoJoPyun as well. This is how he has ranked up so far in his first 100. 66 wins, hoping to make it 67 today to go to second of this list of the mid lane legends in the LCS. So just a nice little trip down memory lane before we head to C9 versus EG. So Flowers and Azale, take it away.
Awesome.
Thanks.
Well, that's us, Flowers and Azale. Time to take it away. Thank you, Jat. Everybody else in the analyst lounge. And now, C9 versus EG, especially with FlyQuest's loss earlier, there's a lot on the line here in this one, man. This is guaranteed to be spicy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a huge game, I think, no matter what for both of these teams, because you really want to be, getting one of those top seeds. You want to be getting a preferential matchup in the first round of the playoffs. And that's what teams really do have on the line here. Cloud9, with a win, could actually move into a tie for first with FlyQuest, which really, I think, is surprising after the first round robin, where FlyQuest was looking unassailable. They were looking so dominant, but they have clearly been showing there's some more holes in their gameplay. They've been picking up a number of losses here over the weeks. So for FlyQuest, you could actually be caught today, and for EG, they could tie Cloud9 and move one game behind FlyQuest here. So for both these teams, first seed is very much still on the table.
Yeah, this is going to result in a tie one way or the other. It's just, does Cloud9 tie for first, or does Evil Geniuses tie for second? And with only the small bit of games that we've got left in regular season, Papa Smithy was talking about it. The split doesn't end today. It's going to end next week. It's going to end after 4 or 5 more games, depending on if you play the day or not. So much jumping back and forth can happen, especially if teams are cooking up something crazy for these last couple of games. And EG has never been a team that has been shy to play with some crazy ideas and some aggressive plays.
Absolutely. And I think it's so interesting when you're thinking about playoff seedings, because it's less clear who the best team is, because teams have been more up and down, I think, around the top. When you're looking at FlyQuest, obviously in the first half, no one would have wanted to play them in playoffs. Now they're actually starting to pick up a lot of losses. Golden Guardians, people, I think just by name power, be like, oh yeah, Golden Guardians, that's who you want to play. They're by far the easiest. But they've been on quite a tear, right? They have actually won, I believe, 8 of their last 9 games at this point. So they're looking pretty frightening. They even took down C9 and NEG, these 2 top teams that we're seeing play here. C9, I think, is having kind of a resurgence, and a lot of people are really excited about what M&S is going to bring to the team. So there's a lot of different factors here, both with changing of rosters and players, and also just kind of recency, how strong these teams are, that is really playing into it.
And I like the fact that you bring up M&S. Like, obviously, this was a later on in the split change for Cloud9. They got a lot of faith in this guy moving in to replace Diplex, like thinking that this is the right move to help the team like take off and hit that next level. Worth pointing out, you can see the empty chair on stage here today. JoJo is also playing remote, and this is one of those things that some players it affects heavily, some players it affects not at all, but it leaves a lot up in the wind.
And from what I've heard, he is feeling under the weather today. So, he's not necessarily, in the best state right now to be playing. We'll have to see if that does actually affect him, because he's coming off of Player of the Week last week, where he had a really good week. He has been someone who has actually been targeted, I think, with a lot of criticism. I've
been very critical.
I think fairly overall. I think people are glossing over still some of his strengths, because he's still been incredible in the laning phase. But he has definitely been getting caught out, making those mistakes. I will say, though, the pre-game banter was still there for JoJo, so he's feeling good enough to be trash talking.
He's still talking trash in chat?
Oh, yeah,
okay,
he was
good.
spamming in chat. So he's at least got enough energy for that. He's feeling good.
As long as he's talking trash, we know that he's still good, right?
If he's not talking trash, someone's got to check on him ASAP.
If he's not talking trash, it's his spirit that's sick. This is a trash talker through and through, but we're into the draft, so let's see how it goes. 2 junglers banned out by C9 in the Vi and the Sejuani. Varus and Ashe banned away here as well, with Annie, the second ban from EG, along with that Ashe, and the final ban from them. Do they want to pinch the jungle pool further, the AD carry pool? Okay, so it's going to be 2 marksmen, 2 junglers, a flex, and a support, with the Gragas locked in first. They are not shy about that.
Okay, so Gragas is actually showing up a lot more as a mid laner these days, but we know that Blabber has a really good Gragas. Actually, C9, back in the day with him, used to play a lot of Gragas Yasuo mid. That was something really powerful. Of course, it can actually go top lane. It can theoretically go support as well. So this is a very flexible champion here. Aphelios is going to be the answer on the other side. Will they lock their full bot? Are they actually going to be looking towards that? I don't think they have to. And we could see C9 still go towards like Zeri Lulu on their 2-3. And, Thresh as an answer potentially for the Aphelios on the other side. But instead, it is going to be Lucian Nami, pretty much guaranteed to be locked in here now. So C9 going very much so towards the early game, towards the mid game with this pick. This is something that really has to be executed well on, or the pick just doesn't scale anywhere close to as well as the Aphelios. We even saw Prince losing on it earlier today, who had been kind of that pinnacle, I think, of Lucian play in the LCS thus far. So, a high barrier of execution will be needed here by Sven Berserker. Thresh almost guaranteed. It's kind of the #1 pairing that people really do like with Aphelios.
Yeah.
Great setup, great follow-up. If you have that Gravitum, you can do the root into the hook. You can look for all-ins there. One of the weaknesses of that Aphelios is that you don't have a dash. You don't have that ability to reposition. The Lantern can help to kind of paper over that weakness. Pairs up well also, with Inspired here on that Elise. Powerful early game ganker here on this jungler, and he can bring him in with the Lanterns, look for those flash flood plays to really try to put pressure potentially on this Lucian Nami.
And you brought up the Prince game. This is all 4 champions on both sides of the matchup, the same as that game #1. And remember that in game #1, a lot of it also came down to the jungle. It was Pyosik reading the fact that Spica was going to want to gank this lane, going to want to put Lucian Nami ahead, and stopping it in its tracks. It was also individual performances from Core JJ with the accuracy on the hooks to guarantee they could get the outplays. So, Isaac, I'm expecting some fireworks going off in bottom lane. Here
Absolutely. And we're going to have to see, what else C9 is going to be drafting, because one of the things that I thought watching that game for FlyQuest is that if Lucian didn't get ahead, they had no one to deal with the Scion in that game. They had no one to actually punch through him.
Yeah.
What will Cloud9 draft for their soul lanes? Are they going to draft something that is high damage, or are they going to be looking more towards mid game, more towards burst? And is EG even going to kind of pose that question of, hey, give someday a tank, who's going to deal with me, right? Is that the approach that they're going to be looking for?
And there's some teams in the LCS that you would expect them to just go for late, be like, we need an insurance plan versus a tank. But I don't think Cloud9's the type of team that always says, we need to buy insurance. They say, give me the fastest rental car you have, and I'm going to see how fast it goes, right? So, especially with Fudge being the one you're asking the question about, beep, beep, I'm a Jeep, let's see it.
And I think one of the fun things here is that EG's down in place of chicken, right? Like, they are not a team that has to go late either. This is a team that is down to risk it all in the early game. Yone would be interesting. K'Sante, I think, would make a lot more sense here. If you are blinding top, this is a very stable top laner. It's not really going to give you great hard engage. The Yone would be pretty exciting if it does get locked in, and it does. So it is a bit of a takeaway here from M&S. You could see them hovering the Yasuo, perhaps saying, hey, we think you're going to be playing that Gragas Yasuo. We think this is going to be a Blabber jungle pick. There was double mid lane bans as well. So they clearly were saying, that's not an M&S Gragas. That is not an M&S Gragas. That is going to be going top, or that's going to be going jungle, because they banned out Akali, they banned out the LeBlanc, they take away the Yone. We can see there's so many bans thrown towards M&S. He's going to be playing something potentially new, and Tryndamere locked in. So pretty much for sure, I think this is going to be jungle Gragas. We will get absolute confirmation here. But Tryndamere will be really exciting. I wonder if they actually want that as a matchup with the Yone, if they're going to try to follow the Yone around the map and have that be the matchup that he's looking for, be able to be willing to lane swap that, or if that's just going to be going straight top. And for now, it's looking like it is going to be a Tryndamere mid, which we were seeing, I want to say, like last year around Worlds, around there was a lot of this being played in solo queue. It is actually quite a strong pick, can be dominant in these mid lane, melee versus melee matchups, if that's the kind of play that you're actually looking for. It's just so important that Tryndamere has access to the wave. You can keep your Fury high, use that for sustain if you need it, but also importantly have that additional crit chance. That is what really dictates if you can win these matchups.
Plus, Cloud9 taking the Scion, saying, hey, if you are playing Yone mid, if you still need to pick your top laner, you're not going to be able to pick the infinite health scaling mega wall that is the Scion. So it'll be K'Sante locked in for someday.
I will say, it's a very kind of weird comp here, though, for Cloud9, right? Because when you're looking at Tryndamere, you're thinking, all right, you're going to go heavy split push. When you're looking at Sion, you're thinking, all right, you really want to heavily team fight. Lucian is kind of very mid-gamey. Tryndamere, I see as much more like winning through sides in later stages. Tryndamere can go Gale Force and go, like Gale Force, Navori, and try to really play that kind of dive backline style where he's going to act as dive buddy alongside the Gragas. So maybe that is the thought process there. But this is definitely not traditional front-to-back team fighting on either side. There's a lot more explosiveness. There's a lot more kind of early game mixed in here, and a lot of dive really on both sides. So it's going to be, I think, one of those games that comes down to individual skirmishes that are breaking out. Even within a 5v5, we could see the fight break into a 2v2 on one side, a 3v3 on the other side, where it comes down to those individual outplays, how people can really perform and coordinate in the moment.
If you are telling me that a C9 versus EG game is going to come down to mechanical outplays and skirmishes, that is the best thing you could possibly say. That is the absolute value of a lane swap. That is League of Legends right there, the way that Mark Merrill intended back when he made it in 1995.
Freak made it.
Yes, that's right, in Freak's basement.
When Freak in his basement said, let there be League of Legends, and it spawned unto the earth.
I'm excited for this. I'm so ready to see what these teams are bringing to the table today. We already talked about how close they are in the standings. They both showed they're willing to play that non-traditional sort of approach here to this game. The previous game was a banger, and I'm hoping this one can follow suit.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really fun one. It is Ghost Flash for M&S here on the Tryndamere. So playing more towards that mobility, not looking for an early cheese kill with Ignite or anything like that. That's more something you might see traditionally in top lane. With mid, I think it's so important to have those mobility summoners. Tryndamere needs those summoners to be able to consistently get backline access. I'm expecting it to be Gale Force build. Maybe he's going to do something else. But that is what we had been mostly seeing when we were seeing Tryndamere in competitive, to give him that backline access, to be able to have that ability to try to get on someone like FBI and really pin him down and burst him down. That being said, I think potentially, K'Sante can shut that down. I think K'Sante can be that brick wall, can make that difficult. Tryndamere actually Gale Forces in on your Aphelios. All of a sudden, he gets ulted out of the fight by the Aphelios, or excuse me, by the K'Sante. Yeah. Flay, the box, lanterns, things like this as well can really make it difficult. If the Thresh is actually disabling you on some of these dashes and you're not able to connect, that can be really, really tough. And Vulcan is also playing Glacial Augment, so there's going to be that AoE slow. We know that Thresh in later stages of the game can get incredibly low cooldown on those hooks. So if he's actually landing them on people like this Tryndamere, on people like this Gragas that I'm expecting to be going probably full AP, knowing Blabber and the fact that he's playing Dark Harvest, that could be really, really tough for C9 potentially.
And I think that it's going to be a great game to play K'Sante in terms of itemization. We know that this champion loves both Iceborne Gauntlet and Sunfire Cape, which are pure armor items. Your lane opponent, he does physical damage. Lucian does physical damage. Mid laner does physical damage.
The
And you
flowers,
gotta-
what about the Nami?
Well, unfortunately for the side of C9, it's only the Nami and it's only a Gragas that we know in the current day and age, in the current state of League of Legends, junglers in pro play just aren't going to have the economy to be the I'm going to one-hit you, Cassante type of build, right?
Absolutely.
So this is going to feel good for Someday to be able to itemize this and just play to the edge here in these fights. I think.
Absolutely. I mean, you just pretend it's full physical. Who cares about Gragas? It honestly doesn't matter at all. Most of the tank mythics have some MR on them. That's more than enough. If you are losing a team fight where the enemy AP Gragas is full using his combo on you as Cassante and you are losing, there's a lot of other problems
Blame
happening
team.
in that game.
Blame
yeah,
team.
exactly. Like, there's a lot of stuff that went wrong there for that to be able to actually happen. So yeah, I think Cassante is going to be potentially that brick wall. But likewise, on the other side, it can be really tough to actually punch through this Sion because it's basically the same kind of situation. It is mostly physical on the other side. Aphelios obviously can do really high consistent damage, so he's going to be better as that frontline killer, but it's Yone, it's the Aphelios, and it's Cassante. Again, Elise can't actually 100 to 0 a Sion. He can't actually be focusing that either. So both these tanks could really have a big impact in this game. But I think so much, for Cloud9 is going to come down to how their carries, in particular, Eminence and Berserker can really perform because, there's really kind of high risk, high reward for these types of champions. Lucian, we know, is relatively low range. You're kind of playing that middle ground. And when you're looking over at the other side, there's a lot of CC. There's a lot of ways that it can go bad. It's not just Thresh Hook. It's the potential of the Elise Cocoon. It's the potential of getting caught by a Yone knockup or ult. It's getting flipped in by a Cassante. If any of that stuff happens, even with Cleanse, you're probably just going to die in the follow-up CC.
All right, I'm going to get back to that point in just a second, but I do want to update everybody at home. There's some sort of issue with JoJo's connection to the game because of his playing remote, so the lobby is being remade. The game is going to be remade in the same state that it is now, I am assuming. So, yeah, we're definitely not doing the draft again. I don't know if there was any mistake with runes or masteries or anything like that, but we're going to draft the same 5 champions. We're going to have to remake the lobby, so that will take a couple of minutes to get through. But you're talking about, the execution, the burden of that is high. This could go bad. This could go good. We saw the coin come up tails in the FlyQuest game earlier where they were not able to get the Lucian Nami off the ground. Again, jungler interference from both sides playing a big role in that. A couple of those skirmishes coming down to just the last hit here or there that could have gone the other way. But if that Lucian falls behind, especially with the nerfs he suffered, and especially with Thresh recently getting buffs, Aphelios just loving this stupid 80 carry shield build, these guys are going to feel insanely oppressive.
Yeah, it can be really, really difficult. I do think one of the things working for Cloud9 in this game compared to that earlier FlyQuest one is there's the potential to, snowball through side lanes as well. There's ways to potentially, circumvent some of the strengths and the difficulties that they'll have dealing with that Cassante. If you can get Tryndamere really ahead of the pace of the game and get him out to those side lanes, get him pressuring towers, make that game really, really difficult where AG can't necessarily group up, can't necessarily, find these fights that they are going to be looking for. Aphelios wants more of an organized team fight. Lucian's okay in the chaos. Lucian's okay taking those 1v1s and the 2v2s and the 2v3s and these types of situations. There's more of that ability often to outplay on that side. But the early game going to be really, really important here for C9. And this game in general, meaning so much to both these teams. We are really, getting down to it here. It is only one more week after this one remaining here in the LCS regular season. And both these teams hunting for that first seed here, trying to knock down FlyQuest a peg, take that away, secure an easier opponent here in playoffs.
Yeah, and it's so much of a conversation about strength of schedule towards the end of the season, right? There's a big difference between having to play the bottom 5 teams in your last 5 or the top 5 teams. That this is one of the strongest opponents you could possibly have left to play against. The only other opponent that you would probably consider stronger than each other in this game is FlyQuest. Maybe Golden Guardians if they're just popping off in scrims or something, right? So this is a huge one to win. This makes your path forward feel a lot better.
Yeah, absolutely. And just looking forward, Cloud9 does still have to play FlyQuest. EG does not. So they kind of have, this would be their last hardest game, right? This would be their last biggest challenge. And both these teams, really wanting to try to take it down. Going to be excited to see, what they bring out as far as, the early pathing as well. Anytime I see someone playing an Elise, it just feels like you've got to get stuff done early, and you've got to continually get stuff done early because this champion is just so difficult to pilot well in team fights if you're not enormously ahead, right? It is so tough to actually find access to those carries.
The way I see it, Elise is always a spider. If she's ahead, you're a fly. If she's behind, you're a shoe. And that means that the engagement versus the spider
Rock, paper, scissors, the
is
spider
very
world.
different. Right, yeah. It's fly, spider, shoe.
Until you go to Australia and the spiders are bigger than the shoe.
Right, I mean, this is not Australia rules. All right, we don't. Papa Smithy and Spawn, we're only here for game number 1. It's not Australia rules. This is NA Elise, so it does still apply. Is she going to be up against flies or is she going to be up against shoes? And that's entirely up to the Elise and the way the rest of the team plays around her, see?
Yeah, true. We'll have to find out. I mean, Inspired has been, I think, very good for EG throughout really his entire time. He's been so consistent with the team. You can see the players kind of joking around, relaxing. It can be tough. I'm not going to lie. It can be tough in these situations to try to really stay focused. When you are as a pro, you're going into what is an important match. And you kind of have to get into that mental state, whether it is absolute focus, absolute calm, or you want to try to stay a little relaxed, joke around, whatever works for an individual player. It can just be tough to stay in that exact same mindset where you're going to kind of get the maximum performance for extended periods of time. So when you're getting hyped up, draft finishes, you're going into the game, and then all of a sudden it's the pause. It can really kind of kill your momentum, kill your build up to that. So this is where it's actually super important to have players on the team that can keep people focused or keep people from getting too nervous. Because if there's one thing that is really common from talking to pros, it is the time before the game where nerves hit people often the most. Once they're in game, you can kind of trust in your practice in that repetition where you can kind of get into your own comfort zone. But pre-game is when you really start thinking through, oh, what if this happens? What if that happens? And for a lot of people, that is the most difficult time to really kind of manage your energy and manage your expectation.
And especially when you don't know how long the delay is going to be. I mean, a player playing from remote is, now that we're past, the COVID era where everything has to be remote all the time, it's something that's not nearly as common anymore. So it's one of those things, hey, is this a 5-minute delay? Is this a longer delay? You need to have that morale guy. You need to have the team boosting guy who's just like, yeah, it's cool, it's good, it's whatever. Or maybe you don't need the relaxing guy. You need the fire up guy. And just keeping everybody stoked. Like, let's beat these guys, right? Like, you just got to have everybody on the same page. It's tough to deal with. I know that this is one of the things that can be frustrating no matter where you are. I remember even playing solo queue games back in the day where you had promotion series between every bracket, right? Even just being like,
those were an abomination, by the way.
Those were an abomination. I hate them just as much as you did. I'm glad we agree on that.
Thank you, Riot Games.
Yeah, for changing it.
Yeah.
Not for implementing it back then. That's what we're talking about, we're upset about, but then for changing it.
For changing it.
But back in the day, even if I got to my promo series and I played the first one, but it took so long and I'm like, I have to go to sleep because I have to wake up in the morning. I'd be like, no, I'm in my zone. I'm in my promo. I want to keep playing it and just get it done.
Sleep is not an option. Only victory. You're going back in. I know you.
We gotta go back.
You're like, well, I had to get sleep, so I stayed up for 4 more hours and finished my promo series.
But you see, then the bad part is, what if you lose it? Then you're like, well,
so you got to get back into your promo series at least before you go to bed.
All of a sudden, I was originally, if I would have just gone to bed after one game of the promo series, I'm in bed at midnight. I can wake up at 8 a.m.
You've been a good boy.
All of a sudden, I'm going to sleep at 5:30.
You're getting coal in your stockings for Christmas.
I got stuff at 8 o'clock. I'm not sleeping. I just decided to play 2 more games to just go through the whole night anyway. It's one of those situations. It's annoying no matter where you are, but especially here on the pro stage, especially in a game like this. It's Inspired's chilling, Fudge is chilling. Everybody's pretty much chilling. How about you, Isaac? How's your week been?
I'm chilling, man. My week's been pretty good.
Yeah.
But I've been watching. Do you watch Drive to Survive?
No, what is
show
that?
on Netflix?
Isn't F1 just European NASCAR? I'm not really familiar with it.
It's so much more interesting than NASCAR,
I'm
though.
definitely going to get some tweets.
Here's the
for that
thing.
one,
NASCAR just drives in a circle.
Okay.
F1, they got to make turns. They got to pass. There's way more to it. Yeah, there's all kinds of different tracks.
Oh, well.
It's actually really compelling. You should watch it. I've been watching the new season. Almost done it. Or maybe I think I'm maybe one more episode. It's really, really good.
I mean, I saw Kobe tweeting that he liked it a lot too, and you guys normally have pretty good ideas about stuff. So except when Kobe comes up with certain solo queue ideas, those ones seem a little funky sometimes. But I still love you, buddy. Anyway, we're gonna go ahead. There's still a little bit more time before we can figure out this delay and the cause. In the meantime, we're gonna toss to a trailer of League's newest upcoming champion. Check it out.
Yesterday, I helped fight a giant snake, purple with 1,000 eyes and huge pointy teeth. Ah! But whoosh! Woo! My fire looked so scary, it rushed off into the jungle, never to be seen again. Pretty amazing, right? Yeah, you're so brave, Emilio. Tell us more. Fine, but only 'cause you asked. I've done so many new things since leaving my village. You won't believe this, but I battled a green monster too. It had 8 legs and massive claws, taller than the trees. I learned to heal a lot of people at once, way more than I did at home.
Wow, that sounds tough. How do you do it, Emilio?
After I get it once, it's easy. Wherever I go, I try to make new friends, and it always works.
Yeah!
Eventually. I know it's surprising, but fire doesn't have to hurt. It's nice to help people see it differently.
That's great training to get stronger, too.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, we think a lot alike. My family is gonna love those stories. They're probably waiting for my next letter.
I wish they were here right now.
They are here right now. And remember, we're gonna make them so proud. Ooh, I'm sleepy. I bet they have comfy beds in Ishalkan.
Welcome back to Literally Casters Stalling. We're your casters, and we're stalling for time while we get the players loaded back into the game. Fortunate news for all y'all out there here in the arena and at home. We're almost there. I have received update that the 10-player computers, including JoJo's, from wherever out there he may be, are ready to go, and hopefully they'll be back in the lobby here real soon.
So I see
and
2
we can get it
people in
going.
the lobby. So 2 out of 10. We're 20% there.
I was hoping for
one of
8.
them left. We have 1.
That's not the direction that I wanted.
The lobby's gone.
Okay.
Okay. We're going backwards.
All right. Isaac will find the new lobby, and then we'll.
I was hoping when I said that, I was hoping I was gonna say 2, but then I was like, oh, 3, 4.
Right? Yeah. 5. Counting everybody. Yeah. Funneling in. Like, okay, guys, let's go.
You do some Sesame Street, count.
Yeah. 1. Yeah.
2.
You ever playing little some of those smaller tournaments back in the day, like before Clash or whatever, just with your friends, and you're waiting for the other guys to show up, and it finally just feels like you see all 5 guys show up. You're like, yes, finally we get to play. I was hoping I was going to get to relive some of that nostalgia, but
I thought you were going to talk about the staggered bathroom breaks, because that's literally the worst. When you finish the game, you're like, all right, boys, let's queue back up, and someone's like, 1 sec, gotta use the bathroom, and then before they get back, the next person goes. And then before they get back, the next person goes. And then someone's like, well, if they're going to take that long, I'm going to get something to eat. And you're just like, damn it.
Dude, it got worse after I moved to LA because everybody out here does food delivery. Out in Ohio, you can't even get food delivery where I come from because it's too far out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
But out here, it's always just like, sorry, guys, Uber Eats. Sorry, guys, DoorDash. Sorry, guys, Grubhub. Sorry, guys, all of this different stuff. And it's just like, dude, how do you possibly order this perfectly desynced with every other person in the team?
We need the squad orders,
Yeah.
That's why we need. We need the homie LAN center.
Grubhub, if you're out there listening right now, I need you to implement this. The flex queue option. I've run out of stuff to say.
We're in the squad. I need to all eat at the same time.
We could totally sell this. We could make this product.
We could. This could. Yeah. Time to quit our jobs as casters.
All right. If
we're gonna go all in.
All right. If we don't make Worlds this year, we're just gonna have to use that month and
just deliver some food.
Just spend it on
Figure it
creating
out.
the ultimate flex queue food delivery experience. We've lost the plot.
That's perfect.
It's okay. How's our lobby? How many
We
guys?
have 5.
Okay.
It's half.
It's 3 more guys.
There's some more in the spectator slots though. We're at 6.
6. Okay. I thought we got
7.
but
We do.
Just one of the guys changing sides. Okay.
But one guy changed sides and then another guy joined.
Okay, so that's more guys. We only need 3 more guys.
So we got all Cloud9.
3 more guys and we win.
We got 2 EG. And we got 2 EG. So we're just waiting. Oh, wait, no, JoJo's there.
Yeah,
Who are we
JoJo's
missing?
here.
So their bot lane's there. We're just actually missing Inspired.
Where's Inspired? Wait, he was leaning back on his chair. He fall asleep?
No, he's awake.
Okay, he's there.
I'm looking at him.
He's there.
There's someone
All right.
behind him.
Yeah, I do believe he's currently receiving some help.
Some tech support.
Of some kind. Yeah, tech support of some way, shape, or form. Back when we had to do all the remote casts all the time?
That was a horrible, dark time.
Yes, it was. And I learned just how overpowered tech support was because I would call these guys for assistance. I literally could not understand the instructions given to me. The words that they used were just not words that I knew. And it got to the point where my work computer, I just had to download. They just told me to download something that would let them remote into it and fix it. Because
Remote desktop, the savior of all incompetent casters.
I was like, I'm sorry, dude. I literally don't know what the directions mean. I can't read this. It's like, you know how for international events, when we go to Europe, all the food has everything in kcals and grams and meters and stuff? I don't know what any of that is. So I'm
meters.
What?
Like 3 meters of steak.
Give me a meter of SpaghettiOs. I don't know how much is in there.
They offer their pasta in meter.
Yeah, bro. It's just a long pasta.
They don't give you a bowl. It's just like one thin line. you know? They
It's-
lay it out for you around the table.
Yeah.
Like a track of noodles.
It's like Lady and the Tramp, because that movie's in France or something, so they got
And
a
then
meter
eat
of-
together,
Give
meet
me
in
a
the
meter
middle.
of pasta.
Yeah, a meter of pasta. It's not a liter of cola.
No, it's
over
a
in
meter,
Europe. It's a meter of
it's
pasta.
a meter of pasta. See, that's what I'm talking about. Some of the.
I'm with you.
difficult
I'm with you.
experience
That's
out there.
that's
Okay.
tough.
I'm glad I'm
it's
not
tough
alone
out
in
here in
that
these streets.
experience.
Yeah, it's
How many-
difficult, man.
How many guys are we up
We got
to?
7. We're up to the same.
Still missing 3 guys.
We're still missing Inspired.
We're
2 of them are still in spectator slots.
Inspired, spent some time in the LEC. Was an MVP over there.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
How many meters of pasta do you think he's eaten in his life?
Probably a lot. You got to make sure you're getting good meal before every one of your games. Got to make sure you're ready to go. They make a lot of good pasta over there in Europe.
That's true. They
Yeah.
do. Oh, wait, he joined.
Okay.
Okay.
All
We're
right.
missing 1. We're good. We got 10.
Okay, let's rock and roll. Please don't let us have cursed. I realized as soon as
10 in the lobby. I'm waiting for. Wait,
Okay.
let's see. Let me scroll down, see if there's some banter. Maybe they're ready. We got. Hi, I made it.
Hi, I made it.
We got. Let's just have fun.
What up, guys?
Okay, it's looking like it's looking good. M&S says, I hope this game will be the best match in this split. That's wholesome. And Blabber's just spamming ready 1,000 times. Vulcan now is trying to, and now it's a spam battle.
This is exactly what I would expect, is just everybody just trying to mash the button more. Just it's like trying to click a grayed out button. You know it doesn't do anything, but it makes you feel better. It helps you vent. Wait, what is this?
Wait, Blabber's cursing it. He said, I hope this is on the wrong server. That would be so funny. Stop that, Blabber. None of that.
Please, no. Dude, come on. Just please.
Don't you put that bad juju out there, Blabber.
Wait. Have we had him as a guest caster? Has he been one of the players that's been a guest caster?
I feel like he has at some point, no? I don't actually know. I can't remember.
Because I'm trying to figure out, does he have curse magic or not?
Oh,
because if he hasn't casted before.
We're in Big Band!
Okay. We got back to Pig Band. The Pig Band, remember, is going to be the exact same thing that it was before. Now, that was so long ago that I don't remember what that was, but we're going to see it here in just a moment.
I remember there's an Elise, and we're asking, is it going to be an insect or a shoe for the other team?
Right, yes, that was one of the things. We had the Gragas, because it was bamboozling early on, but they read through the bamboozle.
Got the Lucian.
Yeah, we got Lucian and Nami in there, because they got their butts whipped earlier, and we're going to see if it happens again. And, oh, look, we got the draft happening right here. You can see we also have, it's the Yone and the Tryndamere that really stand out here as probably the most exciting picks to watch.
Stand out as the most edgy and also most angry players in my solo queue games, I would say.
Oh, yeah. Well, actually, so you know what's always wild is sometimes you'll get those guys that just completely rage. But then, like, there's the one North American Tryndamere streamer, Fogged. You ever see him?
Oh, yeah, he's pretty chill.
He's super
zen.
chill. He's always just vibing, but he's playing this champion that like all in level 1 rage cheeses you. And I'm like, the personality just does not match the player. This guy's just relaxed playing Tryndamere. It's hard to.
I think we can all agree though that Riven players are the absolute worst.
I don't know if Riven dominates the rage meta as hard as she used to with the release of
Who do you
more
have then? Who's on your
champions.
S tier rage champion?
Vayne is mega rage.
Vayne is up there for sure.
Vayne is mega rage.
Vayne can roll in, flash under a tower, instantly die, and then she's just looking for someone to blame. She's just gonna start pinging everybody. See if something can stick.
You ever wonder why her glasses are the color they are? It's because she's always seeing red because she's always pissed. Everybody who plays Vayne is mad.
True.
And then I get mad at them. And so then Vayne just makes the game more mad than it would otherwise be.
And you also just get mad at Vayne the champion. You are not a Vayne enthusiast.
No,
if I
I'm not a
remember
Vayne
correctly
enthusiast.
from all the games I played with your Skarner, if Vayne is not banned and it gets through pick bans, we're on a thin line there between love and war for Captain Flowers.
So yeah, I think I would give Vayne my nomination over the Riven, but I do agree that Riven is up there.
Riven's up there for sure.
I think that I don't see nearly as many Rivens as I used to, and that's really sad.
Thank God. I hate that champion.
I was about to say it's sad because, one, they're all trying to make montages, so you can just kill them over and over and over again every time they push. And two, we actually had so many good Riven players in North America, and I was always hoping we would get to see, like, oh, somebody pick Riven in Pro. Give me the pocket pick. Give me some of that crazy solo queue action. But now she's just so far gone, man. I can't even see her in the rearview mirror anymore. She's just...
We need someone to bust it out.
Someone has to save the day.
Get
and play
Viper
the
back.
Riven.
Or maybe he's passed on his Riven knowledge to General Sniper.
Oh, yeah. He's just got to work his way up. Maybe Revenge will break it out one day.
True.
Maybe Revenge used to
be that Riven guy.
Still ready to go.
So we are in the game. They have to, I think, do a brief pause. I think it's for like the building up the delay or something, perhaps. I'm not sure exactly what it is. But we are in a brief pause. Hopefully, it is going to be ready to go. And I don't know if they're just checking and make sure everything's good. But we are in game. Players are chatting. So hopefully we'll be smooth sailing once we actually get started. Fingers crossed.
Yeah. We're not going to say anything definitive yet, just ifs. If we get in there, it's going to be a great time. I guarantee you. I guarantee you.
I always just love the banter going back and forth. M&S is asking, should I mute all EG players? And JoJo goes, if you want, but if you mute me, I'm in your head.
Rent free.
It's already a mental diff.
I always enjoy the JoJo banter. I'm so glad, like, because I've seen so many people, like, you read the comments on Reddit and Twitter, and the second thing you realize after realizing you made a mistake for reading those comments is you realize there's a lot of people that are just like, oh man, this kid, he's always running his mouth. But then there's just as many people who are like, I love this. And JoJo, nobody has a neutral opinion on this guy, and that's why he's so fun to watch. Unfortunately, I must now be the harbinger of dread yet again and tell you all that we are now investigating a rune change issue.
Who changed the runes? Question. Do you
Answer.
support public execution on the LCS stage?
Hold on.
That's the question unrelated to the rune change and the delay.
Different ideas that we were going to, but that just went like way off the road. You didn't
Too
even
much. Me?
go down the dirt road.
In game, not in real life.
The
in
jet
game.
just flew off. Well, I mean, we were talking about Europe and the French used to use guillotines and stuff. So I don't know where we're going, but man, we're having some. Is that the name of a new rune? That must be the name of a new rune that I didn't hear of. I don't really know exactly.
Executioner's calling.
Oh yes, of course. You've got to have grievous wounds against healing. Nami heals.
True.
That's
absolutely.
It's very important to stop healing.
Drag is
in League of
passive.
Legends.
Also.
Yeah, he's
Come on.
always trying to just take a swig, top off his health bar.
I think we're losing it.
Yeah,
but
I think it's been lost.
It's been lost. It's true.
I mean, we were talking
We did take
about
a left turn at NASCAR a while ago.
Another right at meters of pasta. So
yeah, meters of pasta was a good conversation though.
Run out of a little bit.
To be honest, that's been kind of stuck in my head. I'm like, how many meters of pasta have you eaten? How many yards? How many yards of hamburger have you had in your life?
Well, I mean, a yard's close to a meter, right?
Well, we have to go, America terms. So
right, yeah. That's always.
I'm more of a meter guy myself because Canadian.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I mean, that makes sense. So here's the thing. Here's what I'll give you. When people from other countries make fun of us for measuring stuff in feet and inches and miles and pounds instead of like meters and kilograms and whatnot, you know what? I totally get it. Their system makes a lot more sense. However, there's one country that's not allowed to do it, and it's the UK because they measure stuff in stones. And
that's the worst. Everyone agreed that one is the worst.
What that was, it made less sense after I learned it than before I learned it. So I will not accept the bans from the UK, but from everywhere else, it's acceptable.
Unless it's like medieval times,
I mean, in
then you're
medieval
like,
times, you were
how
just
many rucks do you wear? Flowers?
I'll trade you 9 chickens for a sword. There was no rules back then. It was just Wild West. And except the West ended at
we need to
the
bring
Atlantic
back
Ocean.
the trade economy,
like
start bartering for things.
It was just like we were all back there. We were like, we're trying to go across the ocean. We want to find new places, and then
we're gonna have to start selling our shoutcasting skills for chickens and things.
For chicken,
yeah,
dude. How many chickens do you think we could get? How many chickens do you think an Azale and Cap of Fire's cast is worth?
I don't know. I hope at least one. Otherwise, I think we're going hungry.
Dude, if we're just gonna do this the whole time, I wouldn't even give me a pigeon.
What would we even be casting at the farm though? That's gonna be worth that trade.
Oh, have you ever?
We're just like casting them milking cows, and then they're like, "All right, thank you."
You ever seen a turkey flipping contest?
I haven't.
It's a real thing.
Yeah. Have you ever cast a turkey flipping contest?
I've never casted a turkey flipping contest.
Do you think we could get hired to cast a turkey flipping contest? Because I would be down.
What's that? I just had producers in my ear.
I said, do you think we could get hired to cast the turkey flipping contest?
Oh, I guarantee you. We can
I'm up for it. I'm just going to put that out there.
We can absolutely smoke whoever's in charge. But with us having to remake the lobby again, this time, I believe, for the Rune issue, we're going to throw it over to our latest adventure in Bring Your Pro to Work Day. Check it out.
So today is Rafa's Bring Your Pro to Work, and he has Chime. And instead of showing Chime around the office at work, he decided to start a band. This is an office.
Yeah, so I heard Chime played music, so I was like, dude, do you want to bring some instruments in? And now we're a band, guys.
As rock stars, we only got one thing on our mind.
That's right.
Instagram followers.
I was gonna say good memories. Our music, Ren Rock, Renewal Rock, we just renew everything. So we got rock, country, folk, blues.
Funk, disco, new age.
I see the password. It's a long one. Classical music. We gotta find ways to incorporate Mozart and Bach.
And we do.
What you watching?
LEC.
LEC. important artists to us, oh man, Rick Astley, definitely got to be one of them. Nickelback too, man.
Yeah.
You should watch LCS. We're on weekdays now, so it fits your schedule. The Tarzan soundtrack, dude, I just felt something in my bones.
This is ridiculous.
This is awesome. Rafa and Chime are sick. This band is so cool. I've been a fan of them ever since day one. I'm talking as soon as the band was out. 3 hours ago. All right, Rafa, Chime, got an idea? Tambourine, a little bit of tambourine in the band, huh?
Sorry, Clayton.
How about the bongos, huh? A little bit of Donkey Kong action in there. I played a lot when I was a little kid. Okay. Cowbell. Already taken. Okay, what about the recorder? How about the recorder? Everybody could use a
Oh, excuse me, Flowers. Sorry, Lucas.
These kids have no idea what they're talking about. You don't call yourself a rock star. I used to be in a band. I was a star. I rocked. But did I call myself a rock star? No, it's tacky. Guys! You can't have a band in the office.
I think there's something in my ear. There's something. Oh!
I can't find my drumsticks.
Oh, I think they're on the ground.
Right. Oh! And he's got a friend.
You're so cringe, man.
Yeah, you're a narc.
Bye, Jen.
Off, no fun, police!
This is worse than I thought. It's time to bring in the big guns. Hey, everyone! I want you to meet Carl. He's our maintenance guy. Carl, show him your keys. He's here to shut things down.
So that's it? It's just over?
This sucks. What about the tours?
Bye-bye, music. Show him the keys again.
Whoa, guys. It was never about that. It's about the music. It's what brought us together in the first place, right? I mean, they can do whatever they want, but the music will keep us together. But it can never take away the music.
I'm gonna miss you, man. I'm gonna miss you. I love you, man.
Actually, guys, I think I can figure something out. Carl, let me see your keys.
Thank you so much for coming out, everyone, to our first and only farewell tour. We are Vista Issues!
1, 2, 3, 4.
You know, I ordered the band T-shirt.
I can't believe you could be in a band with me.
I
can't believe they did you like that.
Yeah, I
That's
know.
messed up.
Jack got it canceled. There's no merchandise.
We'll have a second marketable skill. You know, once the economy collapses, we can cast turkey flipping, and
We're gonna
we'll
be
have
the
our band.
turkey flipping traveling band.
Yeah.
And on that note, welcome back here to the desk where we're currently loaded into the lobby and the players have selected their champions, and now it's loading onto Summoner's Rift.
It is.
We're getting there.
But I see someone missing from their chair.
Well, I have just been informed that, unfortunately, we correctly predicted the state of affairs slightly earlier in that now things have been desynced and paused for so long that somebody had to take an emergency
It literally
restroom
comes back
break.
to full circle.
Yeah, we've been here long enough for the entire plot line to play itself out. Unfortunately,
The LCS is
stuff-
scripted. It's
Yeah.
just too obvious at this
Yeah,
point.
sorry. We should have. What did those Game of Thrones guys say before they screwed up the whole show? Subverted the expectations of the script. Yeah!
He's back! Welcome
Let's
back,
go!
Vulcan.
Ratio that bathroom, baby. All right, he's in here. We're just about ready to play some League of Legends, Isaac. I like League of Legends. How about you?
I do too. Inspire says doesn't matter. Just go 4v5. It's just AFK level 1.
Just go 4v5. That's how you know you're desperate.
Yeah.
Your team's down and man, you just say, screw it, play anyway.
Just start. All right. I think we're good. I see them moving around. I see things happening.
Let's go! It's time for game 3 of the day. Number 2, C9, going against number 3, EG. C9 wins it, they're tied for first. EG wins it, they're tied for second. Lots on the line. Yone on one side, Tryndamere on the other. Let's do it.
Yeah, this is going to be a really fun one. Gotta get back into the game mode here. See how this early game goes. I do think it's gonna be really important. So they're trying to actually push back. This is an interesting invade. So Cyan is coming up here on the invade to actually push them up to create space for M&S to walk into this brush. Somebody is actually checking to see, all right, is there any sort of cheeky invade going here? Because there's multiple champions that can actually go over the wall. You know, you can use this back wall here, go over with Gragas. You can go over as well with that Tryndamere. So we'll see, are they actually gonna find him? And
this is also something
he's spotted.
That can be extra important. You can see M&S backing away. Fudge was also staying nearby. You've always got to be wary of early level 1 invades from Sion. He can steal so much. I know Emily has talked a lot about this on a bunch of different occasions when teams do it. You can catch somebody off guard and really screw up the early game for him if you can sneak Sion in there and just steal everything.
Well, and we've seen Cloud9 do this. It was actually Fudge playing Fiora, I want to say, against CLG. It was in that Contract game.
Yep,
where he
Fiora versus Contract.
Basically ruined Contract's entire game level 1, right? Actually, by getting over that wall, forcing him out. So I do like that C9 is continually trying this. They're making people respect it. They're making them look out for these cheeky plays. M&S gets that early push, you know, being able to actually get that spin and slash in, get a couple autos out, is going to be able to win this trade.
And the nice part about the way he used the spin and slash there, it kills all of the minions that was in his way. Remember, you get Fury for killing those minions. You get a big boost. It raises your crit chance, helps you win out on those early trades. JoJo's going to have to be mindful of the power of those crits, especially early. It feels pretty bad to lose to it because it is just a % chance to proc, but it's part of playing against the champion. You've always got to be aware that could be his game plan.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a lot of these Tryndamere one-tricks just go crazy for all ends. They'll look for these aggressive trades, and if they find that crit, that's sometimes enough for them to actually trigger that all in. Look for it. Of course, in mid lane, it's much more difficult to do that. You can't just chase him down. You know, it's not this long extended lane, so a lot of it is going to be about the sustain. You know, being able to avoid as many of these Q3s from JoJo as possible, where he can get that advantageous trade and really just try to poke and prod away at JoJo on this Yone, because Tryndamere is going to have a lot more sustain in these situations.
And the times where it is more effective to trade against Tryndamere, you can see JoJo going in right there, unfortunately missed his Q3. After M&S pops the heal and consumes all of his Fury, your crit chance is based on that Fury. You get bonus damage based on that Fury, so it makes it a window to try to hit him back.
Absolutely, and that's why it's so much about keeping Tryndamere off the wave. The matchups that Tryndamere really struggles in are the ones where he can't constantly get access to that wave and refill that Fury bar over and over and over. So if you start to get ahead, it can really snowball. You know, if you can chunk Tryndamere down to where he can't actually step up and refill that Fury bar on the wave, then all of a sudden, he can't actually step up whatsoever, and then it becomes, you know, more and more in favor of that Yone. This is awkward though, because JoJo actually didn't get that wave all the way to the turret. He's gonna take a base. If he finishes this base, he's got TP back immediately, because his wave is not great, so he will be TPing right back in, gets a dagger, gets a refillable, gonna have to complete that push. He can do this because he is not playing against an enemy mid laner who has TP, right? His double combat summons on the other side. So he refills his health, gets a little buy, and he's gonna try to utilize that additional power here to win out in this 1v1 from this situation.
And that's essentially what Teleport is early game, right? It is a full heal summoner spell that takes you away from the combat for a little while. Probably lose a little bit of EXP from the minions, a little bit of gold there. But that's what JoJo gets value from. You can see him now immediately getting aggressive against the low Fury M&S, who's now at 250 HP, healing back up a little bit. Both junglers are hanging around the area. Inspired's gonna walk forward. Sweeper is active. He'll see the silhouette of Blabber, who throws the cask over the wall. Blabber is level 4, Inspired is level 3, but it's JoJo who's got mid lane control.
Yep. But it is, you know, that dangerous move to actually look for there, because you are down a level. He's going for the all-in!
Big crit! The Ghost ready to follow up! JoJo's in some trouble, and M&S chops him over the head! First blood, solo kill, Cloud9 mid laner.
Knocks him out of the air there. He was actually in that Shadow Unbound, tried to take it back, but just gets chopped down on the snapback. And that's a death after TP, by the way, which is devastating there. Because the wave is actually not fully dead. So his wave is going to group and push back to his opponent. That is really, really rough here. Jojo was up the level, but M&S does get that level up, and let's see what actually prompted here. Backstep there. There he goes in for that spin and slash. Gets the crit, and he says, yep, I'm committing to it. 2 crits on that all-in. Jojo has got to be frustrated about that one. If he doesn't get that initial crit, I don't even think he looks for the all-in, to be honest with you.
No, he does.
There's no way.
I don't think at all.
And it's low commitment, though, right? You go in, you look for it. Oh, got the crit, going in. If he hadn't got the crit, it's not like he's forced to take that all-in. He just backs it right back out. So M&S kind of showcasing what is honestly just some of the RNG nature of these types of matchups. With Trainemir, you get that early crit, puts him in position to win, and even that second crit, I don't know if he gets the kill if he doesn't get that. Oh, this is bad.
Oh no, Jojo could be in so much trouble here. M&S has ulti. Does he even have to use it? Nope, he just pops the heal from his Fury. This is a nightmare situation for Jojo and EG.
Yeah, that is looking so bad. I mean, everything is just kind of snowballing out of control at this point. Jojo's early TP into getting solo killed kind of off that RNG crit. Then immediately ganked there by Blabber. The flash committed. They double flash on him. They kill him under the tower. You force no ulti. You're way down in XP. Your wave sucks. They're taking the dragon. It is really tough from this position. Inspired's not going to really be able to find a way in. Because bot lane Prio was C9's from that position. So C9 out to a truly incredible start. It's really hard to imagine how it could have gotten much better for him.
Inspired wanted to try to see if maybe you can throw the Spiderling in there. Blabber miss-mites it, and you manage to steal it by launch. That's about all you can get. Blabber will move up in mid lane to freeze the wave, or at least buy it a little bit more time away from the turret. Jojo tries to force him off. Berserker pops the cleanse bottom lane, but now Vulcan might be in a little bit of trouble as they fire back. Both supports at about half HP. Heal and Ignite used by EG, only the cleanse from C9.
Yeah, it is an extra summoner used by EG, but they also have a pretty solid HP advantage. Berserker also so I assume that C9 is going to go back to base on this wave here. It is a cannon wave, so it will take longer to push in, but the fact that it's actually on Infernum, and I think there's a Relic Shield charge there. Yeah, so he's just going to dematerialize the cannon, which means now you don't get to base. Without that cannon there to delay the push in, you just would lose too much. They would lose that full wave, even with the cannon actually taking so many tower shots to die when they get it pushed in that quick. And so that's why I really do love the intelligent usage there of that dematerializer. Not just spamming it out for no reason. They get an advantageous trade, they get the HP advantage, and then they use it to mess up the base timing of their opponents. And that's that kind of additional layer of thinking that you really want to see from your top level teams.
And they're going to need to do that to make up for the advantage their opponents have built back here in the mid lane, with M&S getting off to this nice start with the Trendemir. Of course, Jojo still doing just fine in the farm department. Yeah. He does actually still have more CS than his opponent. A big part of that is having teleport. It just makes it so much easier to not lose out on those resources. But Inspired's looking for a dive here in bottom lane. Elise is so good at this. Double flash away from the cocoon. Keeps Berserker and Sven alive. But this is a Felios with White Gun at the turret, plates available. C9 not feeling great about the bottom side. EG's looking good down here.
And Berserker still can't base because the wave is still absolutely messed up, right? Like it's still a brutal wave. If he actually leaves there, he loses the full wave, so he's stuck in this situation where he really does not want to be. He will be able to farm up this wave. The gold is about even, but he's going to be on 0 sums with flash available on the Thresh. That is actually so dangerous. If you have no cleanse, you call the Elise back down to bot. If the wave is pushing out, all of a sudden Thresh flashes in, flays you up, throws the lantern to Elise, and you really got no way out of that. So gonna have to be really careful for these next couple minutes until at the very least he has his cleanse back. But Felios gonna be feeling really good about his situation, and especially with this new popularized BT Rush build. Lucian Nami in the early game, they're not really looking for an all-in, right? They're actually looking to poke and prod and slowly chip away at you with these Qs through minions, with these quick trades. But that just doesn't work when someone has sustained this early on in the game. You can't actually get that kind of grind them out style of win in the 2v2. So they're gonna need jungle help, honestly, to really be able to, I think, keep up pressure.
Now let's see if Inspired can make anything happen down here again, because Jojo's also looking for a potential roam bottom. EG are saying they want to invest more into this bottom lane already. You can see it was Cloud9 taking the Herald on the other side of the map, just trying to say, all right, if you want to take bot side, we'll give it to you. We're going to have Berserker and Sven absorb that pressure and try to make a play elsewhere.
And the tough thing for Blabber, in that situation is it's like, okay, a lot of times, if bot lane's going bad, you're like, just play towards top or whatever, right? But like, that's not really a lane you want to get involved in when it's tank versus tank. Right. They can look towards Jojo, but especially post 6, Yone can be pretty difficult to actually lock down and be able to take him out. M&S here though, moving down towards bot side, even if it just is this little move to clear out some vision, does make them play a lot more respectfully. It makes them a little bit nervous in that situation, you know, knowing that they don't necessarily have that same level of coverage.
And hey, the gold lead is pretty much just the value of those couple of kills for Cloud9, so it's not like those defensive advantages from earlier have really exploded into a lot else at this time. FBI and Vulcan being the ones who are able to get ahead down here on the bottom side also feels great just because of what we already talked about with Lucian Nami sort of falling off a cliff if they can't keep pace with the game.
And Yone scales incredibly well. So, you know, as long as JoJo is not in a situation where he can't get farm, is not in a situation where the game is getting snowballed out of control on him, he's honestly kind of fine. You know, he can continue to farm. He's not going to be looking for any all-ins in a 1v1 or anything like that, but he keeps farming it up. He's going to be in a decent spot. You know, sure, there's going to be things he could have played differently to avoid that initial kill, but let's be honest, you know, the crit probably made the difference in that all-in. That is a little bit of bad luck. Then a great play from Blabber kind of really slammed home that lead. But credit to JoJo for not really falling out of the matchup completely, for being able to keep his farm up, and for doing things like this. It's one of the nice things about Yone in a losing matchup, or when you fall behind, is you can use that Soul Unbound to just jump forward, clear out a wave very quickly, snap back. It allows you to do that, you know, with relative safety, even when they are playing around him.
We have the Herald summoned up here in mid. They're
and
Elise
is
probably
bot, so it's
just
crash.
get the charge out of that. Yeah, it should just get a couple of plates here. And then JoJo's going to be forced back by M&S, who still is not afraid of stepping up and fighting him here. Meanwhile, bottom side, Berserker just gets absolutely dunked on. FBI taking the kill credit is perfect for Evil Geniuses as well. Blabber's coming down, but Sven's already dead. Vulcan lands the fishing hook to guarantee it. Back in mid, things are looking all right for C9, but bottom lane is coming up all EG all the time, and the gold is back to tie. JoJo wants to go in for M&S, but he's ready to fight back now too. JoJo gets back away, but he forced out the ult, and that's exactly what he wanted to do.
And JoJo still has his own ult, so M&S actually has to play a little bit respectfully here. It can get pretty dangerous. EG gonna be taking a dragon of their own. We'll see if Blabber can steal. No, he cannot.
I like the attempt. Of course, sliding over the wall without a blast cone meant he had to flash back over. He was alone in a 1v3. There was no way that was gonna end nice if he didn't.
I think it's worth the attempt in this situation because they had taken such an early first dragon. If you can get that second one very early on, you can really start to threaten that snowball towards Soul. So I do like the attempt, but it's a great repeat down towards bot. You know, Inspired got down there, forced both the flashes. That's what they had to look for. And even just the layering of skills there from Vulcan were really, really nice. You know, we're going to watch it. Watch how he actually starts out with the hook, and when that's cleansed, he just immediately flash plays in on top of him. So there's not really any way out of this. It's a very quick cleanse, but flash play on that dash out. No shot for him to get out. Just really expertly played there by Vulcan. Then backstepping on the bubble, gets in range, lands another hook, unfortunately gets the kill with it. But Vulcan setting that up beautifully.
Up here on the top side, worth pointing out, Someday started off with a Sunfire Cape, very similar to what we were talking about earlier. Sunfire Cape Iceborne feels great for Cassante, specifically against this team comp. Fudge going for the Heartsteel, just wanting to really lean into the full HP stacking, the scaling potential of the Scion. If this one goes 45 minutes like TSM and Immortals did, this Scion can hit 6,000 HP, 7,000 HP, something along those lines. Both junglers are topside. Inspired's the target for Blabber here initially, but Someday might be where he wants to focus after. Inspired fires off the cocoon, but nothing else to happen from it. Blabber did not have explosive cast back up and ready, so there wasn't a real play to be made there. Berserker landing a lot of damage on JoJo! Gets him through flash!
Nicely done. Berserker just getting so aggressive there. You know, JoJo just didn't want to spend the ultimate. I think he thought he could get out of that situation without just committing it. You know, had the W hit down there, was trying to actually zone back Berserker with his Qs. Wasn't able to do it whatsoever. And then by the time he actually realizes he is in trouble, Berserker's right on top of him there with that Gale Force. And then sure, you flash, but the flash is there to follow. It's just a great kill there from Berserker, punishing JoJo for the greed of not being willing to commit his ult in defense. And we can watch it one more time here. Berserker looking to try to go for this play. Has the W into the ulti there, taking so much damage, and then going back, Gale Force to actually follow that up. The Q flash just barely connects, because even though he flashes, the Q is still going in that line. He would have had to flash over to the side a little bit, I think, to try to dodge out on that.
Because remember, piercing light has a farther damage range than target acquisition range.
Exactly.
So flashing in a straight line can often end you in those difficult problems. And this is one of those things that we were talking about. Joju's playing from home. He's not feeling full health here. He's under the weather. And this is one of those things where even just a little bit of that brain fog, just a little bit of that not fully being aware of the situation can end up costing you pretty big.
Absolutely. I mean, it is tough. JoJo's obviously making some mistakes in this one, getting punished for it, but it is also feeling under the weather. So, you know, a little bit hard to kind of give that full level of criticism that you would normally want to give.
Exactly.
But, you know, EG's bot lane doing very well. Elise getting down there really has helped out a lot. So FBI is still in a great spot, and we'll see what they can do moving forward in the rest of this game.
And you want to see Fudge try to get as many of these Heartsteel trades as he can against Someday early on. That's the whole point of the item, try to stack it up, maximize that HP. EG thinking about maybe diving Berserker and Sven underneath this tier 1 turret. They know that M&S is nearby over on the other side of the red because they start clearing the ward, and they see Blabber on the red too. So EG, they want to bring Vulcan down. They're thinking about just killing the jungler. He's going to be right there in the way of the cocoon. He takes the red with him, but JoJo is going to be the one securing it there with the kill. They fire off the Nami wave, but it won't matter. Nice patience, nice plan from EG.
Yeah, really good patience there. I think a lot of people would have kind of pulled the trigger too early on that play. They see M&S, maybe they just try to go push him off or something like that. But they waited and they spotted Blabber coming over on that blast cone. Blabber, you can't blame him for thinking he's safe. M&S literally just walked around to the top of that red brush. Yeah. And they have people in mid lane right beside him. You're thinking the jungle is pretty safe and secure, but they had actually snuck in there, able to set it up with that cocoon. Yone out there to follow it up. Thresh Hook there to follow it up. You know, everything available, and they do get a kill for JoJo. And that means he finishes his mythic, so you know, right back into the game now is EG's mid laner.
And I like the fact that he's just going for Immortal Shield Bow completed first. Sometimes we see Yone's just go for the non-mythic item first.
Yeah.
You know, Blade of the Ruined King used to be the hotness. Sometimes they'll go for something a little bit different flavored, but especially with him not having a stellar early game, I think just getting the extra survivability, the extra sustain is the right way to guarantee that he can keep farming up, like you were talking about earlier, and become that late game.
Absolutely. I mean, if you're going to be getting pressured, you know, there's some safety there with that proc. You can see Cloud9's remaining opponents. You know, expected wins potentially against Immortals, but TL looking a bit better. CLG, you know, could be a tough opponent, and FlyQuest, you know, is still at top of the table currently. So are some tough ones they have to go against. M&S getting aggressive. He's gonna go.
Oh, it's the Gale Force, and again, it's JoJo not respecting the damage output of the Tryndamere. He tried to escape with the ulti, but it was too late.
Yeah.
M&S gets the solo kill.
He's got to be willing to use those ultimates earlier. He's just not respecting these all-ins, but Berserker in trouble.
Berserker may be the one getting all-in now. That Spiderling eats a lot of the culling, and Berserker's still fine. You can see that he did use the cleanse to get away there. But the victory in the bottom lane with M&S over JoJo means C9 has control over the bottom half of Summoner's Rift, which means Blabber is going to grab the second Drake of the game for Cloud9.
Yep, going to be able to grab another dragon, feeling really good about their position now. And it is, of course, that Gale Force has been completed for a while for M&S. Was kind of what I was expecting. This is the build that we had been seeing a lot from pros around Worlds last year. When Tryndamere mid was popping up a lot in scrims and in solo queue and everything prior to Worlds. And it's a build that allows you to really get in on that back line. You know, if you flash E on top of someone like FBI and all of a sudden he flashes out, you have that Gale Force to close the gap and get right back in on top of him. So it's going to be up to guys like Vulcan, Inspired, and someday on this Cassante to be able to try to peel this Tryndamere off of FBI, because he is going to be the primary target for pretty much everyone on C9.
And I really do like the Gale Force in pro play just because your opponents are so good at minimizing your DPS uptime.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're playing top lane Tryndamere against Johnny Meatball in solo queue, yeah, build Kraken Slayer, maximize the damage.
Slap him up.
Chop him to pieces. But here, every split second that you're able to deal damage, you want to be dealing that damage. I'm always a fan of this build. It's flashier, it gives outplay potential, and at 3-0, M&S has some weight on his shoulders to be carrying this game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I mean, let's be honest, in modern day pro play, when's the last time you really saw games ended through side lanes? It's very rare that a true split push win condition is available. So, you know, it is about those team fights. They're going to try to chunk M&S here, but JoJo, again, you got to be careful.
Yeah, M&S is not afraid to fight back. Blabber's coming in to see about a follow-up, but he's just a couple of seconds too late to be able to really look for anything there with an explosive cast, try to knock somebody back over into M&S's range. So C9 disengage back after that one. Tryndamere, especially with a Nami right next to him to give him some bonus healing too, can just easily restore all the health back.
Yeah, absolutely. Gonna be looking to just heal him right back up. That is Gale Force into just straight up rapid fire from Berserker. So Berserker just gonna be looking to kind of poke and prod every time the rapid fire is up.
Yeah.
Look for those chunks, look for those little bits of damage that you can land. It's always a little bit scary when a Trinity gets this far ahead because he can threaten the 100 to 0 under a tower. You know, if you misplay, if you use, especially your Soul Unbound, don't have that mobility to actually avoid some of the damage when he's in that ultimate looking for that dive. Can be really, really difficult. And that's why we see so many EG members have been hovering up around topside, trying to cover every time the wave gets up there. We saw, again, Inspired Vulcan back up to topside, trying to cover, because this is a scary spot right now for JoJo, especially if someone else shows up. He could really be under pressure.
And with Fudge on our screens right now, going to do a quick update. The Heartsteel currently has 266 stacks after that last auto attack onto Someday, and the Soul Furnace up to 888 as the bonus HP there on the W. So between those two items, he's currently sitting on about 1,100 bonus health.
Yeah.
For free.
I mean, he's above 4,000 health already, right?
Yeah.
And we are 20 minutes into the game with one item completed. So that is going to be that brick wall that they have to deal with. And that's why it's going to be so important for FBI to be able to free fire. But one of the difficulties in a comp like this, you could say, well, Azale, Aphelios has really high damage. You know, surely he's going to be able to kill that Scion, but the problem becomes you're going to have a Tryndamere running straight at you in every fight. Yeah. So it's really hard to actually find time to be able to maximize DPS and to be able to kind of create that space for the Aphelios to really be able to deal with them. But it basically has to be him. No one else on EG is going to be able to threaten the Scion. So it's going to be incredibly important for Vulcan and the rest of the team to keep FBI free.
They were waiting on M&S to come over that wall. As soon as he spun, Inspired was ready with the cocoon to stop him in his tracks, but they didn't even have the damage to burst him down to the ult. You know you're never killing him there, but if you can get his ult, hey, you can stop him from being as aggressive in the side lane for the next minute and a half. Unfortunately, he's right back into the lane. He's right back to healing up. He doesn't have any actual lifesteal items yet, so he still can't go from 1/4 HP all the way back to full, but he will be back to full after just a couple waves.
Yeah, absolutely. You just keep really filling that rage bar, keep healing up with Q. He's got the Navori already done, so that is so good. That is where it becomes really dangerous to actually play against Tryndamere in a side lane, because all of a sudden, you know, he's getting that mobility back constantly. You know, he's being able to stick on you so much more effectively, and that's where it becomes really, really tough. You know, he completed that early Zeal. It's just a super effective item here, you know, in that early laning phase, both for Yone and for Tryndamere, honestly. But you talked about it. JoJo was behind the curve of the game, felt like he needs to kind of rush that Mythic, which I think is fine.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where going for a non-completed item ball of stats feels really good as long as you're at least on pace in the game. But once you're behind, losing the Mythic power spike, I mean, the Immortal Shield Bow could be the difference between life and death for some.
Absolutely.
Right? So I understand JoJo not wanting to go for an early Zeal or something like that. I also understand JoJo saying, guys, look, you're on your own. If they take Dragon, they take Dragon. I need to scale in this side lane. I got to catch up here a little bit. JoJo should be able to cut down the last little bit of this tier 1 turret. Yes, he will. Fudge having completed his Sunfire Cape. Remember that Sunfire Cape scales off of max HP now with the AoE aura. That's why it's always fun to compare the damage on Scion when he has it to anybody else's.
Yeah.
79 and rising as, remember, you stay in combat, it ramps up. FBI is eating a whole lot of damage from calling there, but managed to disengage a good chunk of it. 98 damage per tick from that Sunfire Cape of Fudge, and JoJo has to run from him too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just, it would take him forever to actually get through that Scion.
There's just no way.
There's just no way he's going to win that 1v1 at this point in the game. He's just too far behind. Oh, they force the cleanse. Nice cocoon over the wall. That is actually pretty big to be able to get that out. It's going to be tough, you know, when you look kind of on the other side, you're thinking about how these two teams want to play it out, how the ADs are going to be dove, they are going to be focused. And that's true, I think, as well for Berserker. But the luxury the C9 have is that their Tryndamere is just giga-fed. So, you know, if they're actually diving in onto the Lucian and you're giving free time to M&S, he can win you the fight by himself.
Vulcan forced to flash away there as C9 looked for the opportunity to make a pick. And yeah, if they want to start up Baron, like, you have Tryndamere. Even if Lucian's mid lane, he can just keep on farming. JoJo, Inspired, and the rest of EG, however, are aware that something's going on here, so that does mean the Cloud9's Baron attempt is going to get stopped for now. Fudge is once again just on side lane duty. Continue to farm up, continue to clear the waves. He can join up with an Unleashed Teleport if he needs to. It's just up to his team to not get bursted down before he arrives, if that's the case. M&S spinning away as he realizes JoJo has backup, and the Tryndamere just goes right back to farming mid.
Yep, absolutely. FBI now going to be working towards that IE, and that is going to be the really big spike for him. JoJo likely going towards that IE as well. So he will at least have some backline threat, you know, once he does complete that. I don't think we're ever going to get to the point in this game where he can really kind of threaten the Tryndamere in the 1v1, but Inspired could actually be dead here straight up. Can he get out? Okay. Oh, that ward actually gave him an exit. It looked like he actually was able to repel to that blue trinket that was thrown over the wall. So potentially a bit of a mistake there. I think that's what actually happened.
I'm not 100% sure. I didn't see specifically when he landed, but he is
I didn't see anything else that he could repel to, unless there was a lantern that I missed, because I think the lantern came down after he was over the wall.
Yeah, it's one of those things where if we had a slowed down replay later on, if nothing's happening. Well, wait, never mind. We have it right now. Let's take a look.
Yeah, because I don't think you can actually go to the blast cone if the blast cone hasn't spawned yet, right? Like,
there needs to be something there.
So he repelled. They put down the trinket, and yeah, he just repels to it.
And that's what lets him land. Watch the spider fall.
So they just mess it up. Like, I think that I understand the thought process. Someone's about to go over the wall, and you're like, I gotta get vision over the wall. Maybe they're expecting him to flash over the wall, you know? But in this case, unfortunately, they gave him an easy exit, and he didn't have to use flash.
It might have been thinking the blast cone is up.
Oh, true.
He's going to land on the blast cone. We need to see where he lands to hit him before he can take it. But unfortunately, with the blast cone still down, it just ended up providing an escape for Inspired without having to spend the flash. Evil Geniuses will be very happy about that. They're still fighting a bit of an uphill battle here in everywhere except the marksman and support positions. Jojo 1-4 here on the Yone. Inspired's been having a pretty solid game on the Elise, 0-0 and 3. He's been a part of getting that bottom lane ahead. M&S is going to sidestep the Cocoon.
I mean, the thing is, it's not an enormous gold lead, but the tempo and the pace of the game, everything is really favoring Cloud9. They have been the ones, you can chunk him, but you can't take that. He just ults and kills you. The problem is that it's sole point. Right? You know, pretty early on into the game here, Cloud9 are going to be able to potentially threaten that. So EG have got to be able to try to get themselves in a spot where they can actually team fight. And I think, there's absolutely no shot that FBI actually finishes IE. He's got about 1,000 gold in pocket, so he's going to have like the BF. Oh, Berserker though, just looking for a kill.
Man, Berserker just dumping the culling into Vulcan, taking 2/3 of the Evil Geniuses support HP away. Means Cloud9 again is going to look to have control over the enemy jungle. Nice job from Jojo there using the ulti to force the flash out of Sven. That means the Nami is going to be a potential vulnerable target here in 75 seconds. When the dragon spawns, it'll be Soul if C9 gets it.
Yeah, and Jojo will have his ult just about as it's spawning, so it shouldn't be too big of a deal for him. But yeah, I just think it's such a big deal that FBI will not actually have IE for this fight. There's no shot he's going to be able to finish that. Someday could be in some trouble here.
Someday getting caught out. 0-0 and 0 so far in this game for both top laners. Someday continues to live. They can't finish him off in time, but Blabber just kills Inspired off to the side instead. Remember that Jojo has no ulti. It might be ready in time for the Dragon, but it ain't ready now. He's able to get the Q3 back.
FBI is isolated.
FBI is alone. A virtual rise. They shut him down, and C9 gets 2.
C9's going to take Baron. They're going to get Baron here. No problem, I think, with all of those kills. EG all tried to funnel in to bail out Someday, who ended up actually being able to survive on his own. And they just kind of get caught out in transition. People coming from different angles, you're not considering who they might be running into on the way over. There's no chance to steal this. And Dragon hadn't already spawned. There was no chance of a trade either. So this is kind of C9. It feels like putting a bit of a bow on it. They are so far ahead now and basically have everything they need to try to be able to close this one out. Gonna even TP back out on the map here, make sure that there's no way Dragon can be stolen away from this. So we can watch this one more time. Great CC layering there onto the Cassante, but somebody's able to get out. But look at Inspired walking in here and then just flash in. Body slam flash, full combos him as Blabber. FBI trying to come in behind to help. Gale Force is straight in, but then look who's behind you. It's M&S coming in from the top side. And he doesn't waste his flash because there's no way out, right? M&S isn't even using his E, and he's on the other side of you, and now Sven could be in some trouble, but no. Jojo gets CC.
Yeah, Jojo just had no business being there. He thought he saw a way, maybe getting back into the game. He's saying, all right, we're so far behind. We got to throw a Hail Mary. We got to get something. He tried. Unfortunately, it doesn't come up with anything good for him. Sven just baits him into another death. 1-5 here on the Yone. C9 5v4 for the next 30 seconds.
It's just about the world's strongest 0-0-0 Scion at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, he's at 5,400 health now with a Cloud Soul. There was already almost no chance they could ever kill him. Excuse me, Ocean Soul. The regen going to be so enormous at this point. Nice little sidestep from Blabber, and they're going to look.
M&S will lead the charge as long as he has that ulti and he's ready to use it. He's in no danger. There, finally going to be propped. So now he'll try to get away. M&S, complete disengage, 200 or 300 HP remaining. Blabber's in the middle, but now he goes golden to buy himself an extra moment. Sven fires the bubble at Blabber to give him some extra movement speed and help him get away, and Fudge has joined the fight. They find the knockup onto Inspired, who tries to flash out, but a little bit more damage takes him down, and M&S is the one to do it. Evil Geniuses get scattered by the Gragas ulti, and they try to regroup, but the culling is once again ready to be unloaded. Blabber looks for more chances to zone these guys off. Someday gets caught up again, might just die this time, but it looks like once more he'll escape. But the Nexus is now about to be focused. EG on their last little bit of a defense. Jojo jumps in. What can he find? He's trying to get something. The rest of EG want to stand and fight. They grab a shutdown over on the Berserker. Fudge is still alive. Blabber's waddling away. They shut down the Scion, but what about the dead body? He's got a lot of HP. He's just going to stand there and beat Jojo to death. Just barely misses out on it. EG holds on with 1/3 of a Nexus.
That's not going to be much, though. Their base absolutely in shambles. They do hold the door here, but really at what cost at this point? It is so difficult to really see a way back into this game, and you can see the ward is going to be covered, is going to be swept out. TP wasn't even available for Fudge, so unlikely that we would see a Scion backdoor regardless. But Cloud9 are in such an incredible spot at this point. We can see it one more time. M&S just getting very, very aggressive, trying to just kind of close out the game here, looking for an angle to get a kill onto FBI. But this can be that difficulty when there is a lot of CC. You can see him, really struggling to actually connect with his target. He gets played out, he gets hooked up, he's through the box. He's getting actually flung prior to that as well by Cassante. So not really able to connect. And then Blabber going in a bit aggressive, has to actually spend the stopwatch. And it's Cloud9, just playing with a lot of confidence because of the position in the game. Scion moving forward, even flashing forward here, trying to get the kill, flashing over that hook, looking to try to finish off Inspired, and they do get him, but it's M&S rejoining the fight now without his ulti, so can't really continue forward. And then all of a sudden, Fudge is hooked under, and they're gonna go again.
We're right back to live, and EG is on the defensive. Vulcan's the one here in the front, soaking most damage, and Berserker's getting it all done. Jojo wants to use the ulti into the middle. He finds a kill. He wants to get a little bit more with the Q3, connecting to the Berserker. Fudge is still in the middle of everyone, but M&S died with the ulti up. Cloud9 and their mid laners with Trendemir ultis. I'm having flashbacks. I'm sorry, Perks. I didn't mean to do that to you, but I had to. It's C9 again, not being able to close.
That Perks catching a stray, but it's Cloud9 who gets stopped again. And with every successive defense there from EG, you start to build up that small bit of hope. Cloud9 do want to clean it up a bit. I think they're just getting a bit too aggressive here. Not actually playing out the map. There's no reason to try to just straight up 5v5. You can just play through sides. You've got a heavily winding Trindamere. Just go through that side lane there. Instead, they're just trying to run it down mid with all 5 and close out this game here. Vulcan gets killed off very early, but it is M&S in that back line who's just straight up burst out. Didn't get the ulti off in time. And then all of a sudden, Berserker's pushed back. We're just going right back to live, so nothing gonna happen there. But yeah, I just want to see Cloud9 close it out playing through sides. You can just put Trindamere top before mid. You have multiple pushing lanes with the supers, pressure that top lane inhibitor, close out the game very, very cleanly in that way.
Yeah,
is what we really want to see here from Cloud9. Because anytime Elder gets on the table, Elder is kind of that great equalizer. I think EG is going to win from this decision? No, I don't. But if they're able to steal away an Elder, all of a sudden your gold league doesn't really matter anymore. The Elder is more than enough to kind of equalize in these situations. So you do get that little bit of nerves after a couple messy fights here from Cloud9. They got to clean it up and close this one out.
The Elder spawning doesn't necessarily mean EG wins, but the only way EG wins is the Elder spawn.
Exactly. And getting it too. They've got to be able to steal it. It is an absolute Hail Mary, but
Fudge has like 7,000 health. The shield's got to be worth like 1.5k at this point. I don't know, man. Scion is a tough cookie to get through.
That's
and
true.
C9 is going to have him front lighting, leading the charge. Elixir of Iron, purchased up. You know that they want to end the game fast. They're buying the elixirs. What kind of information do you have for me, Mr.
Between Heartseal and his Soul Furnace HP, he's got basically 24, almost 2,500 bonus health for free off of those. So
all right.
He is absolutely a brick wall. They're going to be starting up this Baron, and I do like this. Really difficult for EG to make their way in. Scion is just bodyguarding. They can't commit to him, and the Baron is just going to be gone.
Yeah, there's no way you can ever commit onto that Scion. M&S looking for the opportunity to get the flank here, but Someday's also going to block him away. Jojo's taken very low, but he's not dead yet. He's still trying to get out. M&S wants to change that. He goes in. The Gale Force is not quite able to find the kill, but Fudge is occupying everybody else in the meantime. Sven grabs the kill on Jojo. Someday's going to tank in the front. M&S gets one on Vulcan. Fudge taking the credit at the end, but Inspired and FBI are left to run. Someday wants to solo out Blabber, but Sven's going to keep him alive. Someday still trying to chase his way back, but FBI is shut down, and C9 finally marches to victory.
They're gonna take it. FBI could not get through the Scion. They still got 6,000 health left. What are you supposed to do about it?
I think they healed him there by the end. C9, the man on your screen right there, it's M&S. He got solo kills on Jojo multiple times throughout this game. That first one with the 2 crits caught Jojo off guard, and it just kept snowballing from there.
They're able to play it out really, really well. And the wins for M&S keep on coming. On the Cloud9 main roster has been looking really, really good. Now moving to 3-1, 3 straight wins for him. The only loss being his debut game on the Victor, but it has been multiple games. So actually, excuse me, 4 wins in a row now. 2 LeBlanc wins and 2 Yone wins. Yeah. So on these aggressive champions has been bringing kind of a new dynamic. You know, and really getting aggressive with it. It's fun to see.
If you want to win, don't play Victor. Give me something spicy. Give me some playmaking. There's some guys that you just always want to see them on playmakers. We talked about in game number 1 with Papa Smithy and Spawn how, to me at least, Core JJ is always one of the players who defines that idea. Yeah, he's not bad on Enchanters, but all of my greatest moments with him are on Engagers or on playmakers. And M&S so far, yeah, he played Victor. You can play a control mage and clear waves, but I love seeing this guy on champions that he can say, I'm going. Isaac, it's time for you to go on down to the stage and get ready to do the post-game interview with the victorious C9. So that means I'm going to stand here and say some more stuff. Now, unfortunately, Skarner wasn't in that game, so I don't have anything analytical to comment. But what I do have is an update on the standings. Because of the fact of what we talked about before that game, the outcome was guaranteed to be a tie no matter what. However, the tie that happened was Cloud9 and FlyQuest tying for first. If EG would have won, they would have tied Cloud9 at second, but C9's victory there puts him in a great spot with 4 left to play here in the split. EG's gonna drop down to 9-5, which means Golden Guardians, who play next, if they take down 100 Thieves, they can then tie EG for third. The race at the top is getting pretty close. Evil Geniuses, I think it's understandable what happened here today. Jojo looked like the weak link, but again, Jojo's not feeling so great. He had to play remote. These things can factor in incredibly heavily. I think you've got to always keep that in consideration when you're thinking about the outcome of the game. Props to M&S for playing it like he did, aggressive on the Tryndamere. I liked what we got out of EG in the bottom lane with FBI and Vulcan working together, doing a good job to try to build up some sort of a win condition there with Aphelios. Unfortunately, 2 tanks were just beating the hell out of each other in top lane the whole time. And when that happens and one of them buys Heartsteel, that one ends up with 2,500 health, more than the other one. So Someday was not able to be the same level of a brick wall that Fudge was. And then it came down to, you know, there was a couple happy moments, maybe a little bit too much joy in Cloud9's first couple of ending attempts, thinking they could just force it down. EG tried to hold on. They did whatever they could, but it was C9's advantage that proved too much. The Elder didn't end up being the factor. It was around the Baron. It was the flank coming in. Jojo barely getting away. M&S swooping in from behind to finish them off and make sure they got the kill that they were looking for. I'm running out of stuff to say. The standings are still there on your screen, so in case you forgot them from before, we're checking them out now. And hey, I got another reminder for you. We are officially live with tickets for the LCS Spring Final in Raleigh, North Carolina on April 8th and April 9th. You can head to Ticketmaster.com right now to claim your spot, and hopefully we will see you there. Road shows, there's just nothing like them, man. Last year, we went to Houston in spring. We went to Chicago in the summer. Both of those were 2 of the best road shows the LCS has ever had. Fans who went loved them. So hopefully we'll be able to see you in Raleigh at the PNC Arena, April 8th, April 9th. That's about, wait, what day is it? It's March 9th right now. So that is exactly 1 month from the LCS Spring Finals on the day here today at the LCS Arena with 4 days left to play in the regular season. We've still got tomorrow. Remember that next week is a super week. First time around, it was hard to get used to. We're already on new days to begin with. However, super week now means Wednesday games. So next week on Wednesday, get your butt here and get ready for some super week, but don't get your butt anywhere else first, because we also got more stuff coming up tomorrow. And also now we got more stuff coming up. Ugh, I'm sorry, guys. It's been a long day. There's a lot of pauses. We got more stuff coming up right behind me as we join Azael and M&S on stage for the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much, Flowers. Sorry about making you do some more, Phil, but I am here with M&S coming off of a huge win that actually puts you now tied for first place in the LCS. How does it feel to be coming into Cloud9 and having so much success right away?
I'm just so happy.
How did you feel, bringing in the Tryndamere pick today? Is that something that you guys have been practicing? Is it something that, was specific to playing against Jojo Pyun? Because we haven't really been seeing much Tryndamere in the LCS at all.
To be honest, like last year when I was in Korea, when I tried to climb rank 1 in Korea, my Tryndamere win rate was 80%.
Oh, wow.
And like 20 games. So I had the confidence with Tryndamere. So in Scream, like I'm just asking, like, can I play this? The team just say, yeah, sure. And like this game, and then we win. And today, like I didn't say Tryndamere, but someone say, do you want to pick Tryndamere? Then I say, of course.
That's awesome. So
Yeah.
how does it feel now? Obviously, you've been playing with the Cloud9 main roster for a couple weeks. To have a team that kind of has that confidence in you, because you're known as a player who wants to play really aggressive, who wants to play these picks that are maybe a little bit different than what everyone else is playing in the LCS. You're known for your Blanc and now for your Tryndamere. Does that kind of give you more confidence in yourself that your team is okay with you playing these and believes that you can execute on them?
Like at first, Bleber and Mythic keep make me confidence. Like even sometimes I got behind in scrims. They just keep saying, "We believe you. You have really good talent. So keep play what you want." And so I could trust myself in scrim. So I think this made me good performance.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've been playing incredibly well. I think people have really been enjoying, how aggressively you've been playing on stage and how much confidence you've brought to this LCS roster. So now that you guys are tied, for first place, do you start looking forward to playoffs? Do you start looking forward to your next goal, to winning a championship potentially? What is your kind of focus for the season right now?
I really want to make great goal in Worlds, because like this year Worlds will be starting playing in Korea. So this year is really important for me. So I want to make semi-final or quarter-final, grand final in this year. So like every day, like I don't have time. Like I don't have enough time. So I want to make time this useful for this year.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, M&S. Congratulations on the win. Cloud9 now tied at the top of the table. We're going to send it to the LCS Lounge, I believe. And we have got 100 Thieves and GG coming up next.
last week for 100 Thieves, and it revealed something that was fundamentally broken with this team. This is a situation where they drafted 3 scaling lanes. They had 3 losing matchups. They got absolutely blasted out of the game by C9. They then dramatically overreact the next day, drafting all winning lanes, all priority, every single player basically playing for themselves. And I said to Jat immediately after seeing that draft that this is a team that has a coaching problem. Now, that's not to say that Koss was the problem, but it could be that there's 3 veterans here who have their own strong opinion on the game and they're not listening to him. I don't know. I wasn't there in the team to know what was going wrong, but these 2 drafts show that this team had no confidence in their own game plan, how they want to approach it, and they were just radically overreacting in day 2 to what went wrong in game 1. And to me, that said, like, there's something really wrong here, and it was no shock to me then to see in the middle of the week, Koss was let go, Nuke Duck was promoted to the assistant coach, to the head coach, and they are now trying to find their footing in a tight race for playoffs.
And it's crazy that this happened on stage, because I've actually been in situations where you're trying to figure out how to win during like a scrim day, and you're like, oh, we lost our first 4 scrims. Let's pick all scaling in game 5 as like a Hail Mary. And usually you get smashed, and it allows you to correct and deal with your real issues. This, for some reason, had to happen on stage, which did make matters worse. And what's interesting is, like, because we don't know behind the scenes, they panicked from one loss to the next loss. They could have also panicked by firing the head coach.
Yeah,
we don't know.
I had never heard anything from the team about Koss, so like, I have no idea if he's good or bad. I don't want that to sound like a shot at him, but like, this is something that should not happen. Like, your team should never react this strongly, because you should just have an idea of how to win games. And this speaks to the fact that they were probably losing left and right in scrims and just trying anything.
Yeah, it reminded me a lot, actually, of a lot of things. I know a bunch of TL players, Bwippo included, came out and said about like, oh yeah, we were so reactive. Like, we'd have a really bad series of scrims, and then we'd be like, okay, we're going to draft this. And then that didn't work. So then we go back the next week and we try a completely different play style. And when that happens, I think you can lose a lot of footing within your team if you don't find a play style that synergizes well with your entire team.
Yeah, and I did a lot of research throughout the week on trying to figure out, like, what is actually going wrong with 100 Thieves, because they've won a lot of games at the start of the year, and then they've been on a large losing streak. So this is some kind of aggregated data. It's a little bit all over the place, but it goes to speak how it doesn't seem like there is a, like, purposeful way of winning the game for these guys. So whether or not a player has a gold lead at 14 minutes usually shows, like, if they have early game success or not. So this is kind of how it breaks out for this team. Double-Lift has actually had a gold lead in 9. I'm really bad at drawing 9s.
You're good.
Of his 13 games, which has led to them getting first dragon in 8 of their 13 games. So it feels on paper that their bot side is working a little bit, but then when you go to their top side, Tenacity has had a gold lead in 4 of his games, which has only led to 3 first heralds, and that's of the 13 games they've been playing. But it's a little less simple than bot win, haha, top lose, haha, because they are counter-picking top lane more than any other team, but then he's getting the second lowest amount of jungle help. And that is what's leading to this big 3 of 13 in the Rift Herald. But that can also be for a number of reasons. 1 is if you don't have top prio, you can't take Rift Herald. But 2, if your bot lane doesn't like moving, you also can't get Rift Herald. And also, depending on where your mid laner is, it depends how many neutral objectives you can get. So I looked at Bjergsen's forward percentage, and there's been like 13 different mid laners that have played. So these are rankings amongst the mid laners. At 14 minutes, Bjergsen is 9th. And at 8 minutes, in terms of the percentage of the game that he spends forward in his lane, he ranks like 12th. So he's sitting back. Top lane is losing. They don't have objective control. Bot lane is fairly resource heavy, but they're counter-picking top lane, so Closer would be pulled in multiple places. Interestingly enough, like the 3 games that Closer's had a gold lead at 13 minutes, they've won, but it's only happened in 3 of 13 games. So it's really just not been that successful of a year for them overall.
Yeah, I mean, I think, so I'm going to bring up Closer. I also am going to bring up just a general discussion on 100 Thieves playstyle, because we've talked a lot about the role of a jungler is so intrinsically tied to how the rest of your team is doing, right? So I'm just going to kind of play through this clip of a dive that 100 Thieves did last year against C9. Previously, 100 Thieves playstyle was constantly diving, right? And they tried to do this again last year. This actually pulls TP in from mid to cover it. And you notice this doesn't actually work out for 100 Thieves because Blabber is actually going to come up and clear this out. So he's going to be able to push this wave in here. And so it doesn't actually end up being, even though there is a trade down here, that it doesn't end up being a super, super positive play for 100 Thieves, but this was the kind of stuff that they were slamming, and Closer looked really unified with the team. In this same game, we're gonna skip ahead a little bit, and he actually comes up to cover top, ends up getting a kill off of this. The thing I wanted to illustrate from this isn't that like, oh my gosh, these were overwhelmingly good plays by 100 Thieves in a game that they won, but just that Closer really seemed to be so much more intrinsically communicative with his lanes, and they did have a defined play style. When the bot lane dives actually ended up not working out, they turned to a much more like slow scaling team. And then this, we're just gonna watch Closer's first path, but what I wanna bring up is the minimap, because this ties into something that Jat said, right? This is the losing lane draft. So it's tying in what Mark said and what Jat said. We have Closer here who's not gonna have any opportunities because this lane's gonna be pushed in, this lane's gonna be pushed in, this lane's gonna be pushed in, and this is super early in the game, by the way. And then what happens is that Blabber is able to come and invade here. So Closer even gets harassed out of his own jungle. He actually ends up going back down bot and looking for another play there. Doesn't see an opening down there either. And the thing I want to stress about
wasted time.
Yeah, and the thing I want to stress about this isn't that like, oh my gosh, Closer sucks, right? That is not the point. But the role of a jungler on a team changes so much if you don't have A, that clear communication with your lanes, and also B, just openings, right? Because if he doesn't have openings, not only is he not getting early ganks off, which is so important in the current jungle meta specifically, and maybe this will change once we go to the next patch a little bit, and he's able to counter jungler or farming means a little bit more, but he's not able to even, he gets harassed out of his own jungle if the entire map is already pushing in on him that early.
Yeah, it's rough to watch their games because it feels like, to Jat's point, you have all these counter picks to Tenacity. We were talking about it off camera. He leads the league in solo kills right now, or at least he did it at the start of the day.
Yeah.
So he has the skill, but it doesn't seem like he's getting the backup. Maybe he's a little green. Bot lane's getting these leads, maybe not moving around. Mid lane's not able to get to these side lanes. So it just seems like across the board, no one's getting what they actually want.
Yeah, I think in some instances when they were winning, it was double of Busio getting what they want, and they were picking tanks for Tenacity, so it didn't matter that they were getting pushed in. But you could also see like their game against CLG, they died to the Kalista. Luger was like 4-0 on Kalista early. So it's not like they're winning bot lane every game. It's just what they've done the majority of the time. And the final thing would be, even if they're better next patch, like it might not matter.
Yeah.
They're they were in eighth place, right? Team Liquid won. They upset FlyQuest. TSM won against Immortals, so they're 2 wins ahead of 100 Thieves now. It's going to be like the most pressuring games of the split for 100 Thieves coming up.
I also think it's super interesting that you brought up the Herald percentage specifically, because if you remember in the very beginning, we were like, oh, okay, this is how this team's gonna work. They're just gonna slam bot. And like, that's okay if that's what you wanna do, right? But we were even praising their Herald setups because we're like, okay, they're not going to rotate double lift up. They're going to feed him. They're going to make him this massive carry. But even in this game, you could see Closer wanted to go bot. He just didn't have a lot of openings. He actually kind of initially early checks it after to see if he can do 2 camp and then kind of go bot and just slam it then. And then he returns to bot to see if he can get a gank off. Isn't able to as well. So even that has kind of like started to come apart for them. And to your point, the CLG, that was a play they initiated that was so close. Yeah. And then it ended up going horrifically wrong.
Yeah, I mean, they're 1-7 in their last 8 with the 1 win being that Team Liquid game where they fell 5K behind, but then outscaled because Team Liquid had been a team that was struggling in team fights quite a bit. I heard we have their upcoming schedule, so we can take a look at like who 100 Thieves is going up against and who they'll have to kind of beat now, given that a number of teams have clawed above them. That's Golden Guardians. We'll see if we can get
which still
Thieves.
Counts. I mean, Golden Guardians is playing 100 Thieves. That's one of them.
They're playing them right now.
Yeah, but they're 8-5. Golden Guardians is realistically not the teams that 100 Thieves is trying to catch. Golden Guardians looking very good for playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I heard there's a slight delay on stage. Golden Guardians is 2 wins away from having their greatest split of all time for their franchise. But yeah, this is 100 Thieves. Where can they get the W's? The game today is incredibly important, and that could start a streak. Like if they could win this game, that Dignitas, TSM, and Immortals games towards the end, it's possible that they go on some type of streak.
Yeah.
So we're assuming this, right?
Yeah, we're saying
Probably.
Let's say they win 2. Jat saying if they can beat Golden Guardians here, get some momentum, they can maybe rip off 3 in a row by
That gets
taking
them to
Golden
8.
Guardians and TSM
Yeah.
on either side of Dignitas.
If they can beat Golden Guardians today and they beat Dignitas and Immortals, that would get them to 8. And then if they can stop TSM from getting a win, that would get them to 9, which would get them in the playoffs. They'd have to win 4 or 5, which is unlikely based on how they've been playing.
Yeah.
But it is also a kick in the ass to a team when the management decides to start firing people.
Well, yeah, this is the thing too. Without knowing if cost is the problem, it still can create honeymoon phases. We've seen, like, for example, on Dignitas, even though there's a lot of problems beyond Spawn, once Tomo came in, you saw that the team had a little bit more life in them. These kinds of things can happen. Balulu has brought some more life to Immortals, even if they haven't picked up all the wins. And I do hope for this team, because there are so many big names on it, that they do rally. It would be crazy if double-if Bjerg missed playoffs.
Yeah.
Like, that just sounds wrong.
I have a funny coincidence between this game.
Tell us you're funny.
Oh, no.
I mean, okay. The last time double-if was in the LCS, he won the LCS. He was on TSM with Bjergsen.
Okay.
And he had epic playoff series against Closer, Huhi, and FBI, who were on Golden Guardians.
They then went to
They
100
then went to 100 Thieves to win LCS title, finished second place multiple times. Now Huhi is back on 100 Thieves again. He's back on Golden Guardians again, playing against Bjergsen and double-if again, who are now on.
Where's the board with the yarn?
So are you saying
Pepe Sylvia?
who he is the blue shell?
I've lost myself.
Bjergsen double-if?
Yeah, what was the takeaway there, Kat? What were you trying to say?
It's just weird.
I feel like you could try and do like one of those like unofficial World Championship belts. There's a delay on stage if you're wondering why we're going down.
This is really important.
We're engaging the rabbit holes where normally we would go around them because we have
LCS
time
iceberg.
to. Yeah. So I guess if you did like the unofficial championship belt, double-if won it. But, But the last team to beat them in a series was Huhi in FBI.
Yeah, and then they lost.
Because then they went losers bracket
run.
But the last team to beat double-if. So that's why he's going to get revenge today on Huhi. I guess that's the takeaway you wanted.
I don't know what it is.
I tried to help you get there, man. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a nothing point. I apologize.
Or who he is the blue shell that he needs to watch out for. Although they're not in. Yeah,
you can't blue shell 8th place from above.
Yeah,
you threw the blue shell backwards. What's going on?
Yeah, if people haven't seen it, Stixay and Licorice were on the dive talking a lot about their experience so far winning with Golden Guardians, but also some of the differences that happen when you're on a team that's winning versus when you're on a team that's losing, because Licorice went through a number of struggles after being on C9, losing a bunch of games on FlyQuest, losing a bunch of games on Golden Guardians, and Stixay as well after having that first run at CLG in 2016 all the way until now. But they're feeling extremely confident right now is one thing that they're saying. And so much of winning or losing to them was like actually mental. They're like, I don't know like how much I've really improved. I've done a few things differently, but like just the expectation that you're going to be able to win. And if your teammates are doing well on stage next to you, you're going to just end up kind of playing better because you have more leftover confidence from the wins.
Well, the other thing they talk about is like how much less punished you get on a good team for making the same mistake.
Yeah.
Because if you int in lane one time and give up a solo kill on a top team, you're like, okay, well, you come back to lane and you're fine. But on a bottom team, it's like the game's just over because your bot lane's also losing and maybe your mid lane's losing or whatever's going on, or you just don't support each other the same way. It might not even be like an individual thing. And this is something that you see all the time on lower tier teams where the confidence just drains away. And League is a surprisingly confidence-based game. I feel like, you know, everyone talks a lot about draft or itemization or even gameplay, but like so much of it is like headspace where you're confident in your picks. Like, is it really that much better of a pick than what the other team's doing? Maybe not, but like you just feel good about that champion and you can make it work.
Yeah, I want to turn attention to 100 Thieves again because I remember that when they did win that one game, Bjergsen did the stage interview, and I think it was you, Emily, that talked to him.
No, I think it was
Mark.
Boy.
Yeah.
You asked him like what the mood was like on 100 Thieves, and he was like, intense.
Yeah.
Which is seemingly what they need, but at the same time, maybe they're just in like this stress vacuum and they're over pressing for success. I'm not sure.
I mean, to reiterate a few of the things that Stixay and Licorice said as well, like if you keep losing and as we already covered in terms of drafting, it's not like they have a set identity from game to game to game. They're just trying anything to like get that win, because that win can just alleviate so much pressure. And everything was expected of this team, I think. Like the names on paper are, this is supposed to be the next iteration of veteran rookie combo, kind of bringing it up. And I think, yeah, like Bjergsen, I just remember he looked so relieved when he was talking to you, Mark. Like he was just like, oh, hopefully this is going to be kind of the start of, you know, digging ourselves out of the hole, and then it wasn't.
For what it's worth, they look relatively relaxed on stage. I saw them making the referee crack up behind them, who was listening on their comms. Nuke Duck is the new head coach. We didn't touch on it that much, but if you're not a fan of LEC and don't know, you know, that's a relatively storied career Nuke Duck has had. It's his first time coming across to North America. Didn't do it as a player. You know, hopefully he can help turn the ship around for this team. That'd be a very good little mark on his resume. We'll see if he can do that. We're finally ready to get into game. Head over to Deserex and Kobe.
Welcome, everyone, to the casting desk. My name is Deserex, joining once again from the North American Challengers League to see how some of our graduates are doing in LCS. I'm joined by Kobe. How you doing today, brother?
I'm doing great. We are done with pauses forever, I promise.
Yes, please, please, no more.
Welcome back to the LCS. I'm excited to get into this one. I see them loading into the Champion Select screen, so shouldn't be too long now. We got time for some more fun facts then, because they're still getting into it. All right, they mentioned Nuke Duck on stage, new coach. I ran into Busio backstage before this during the pause. I was like, oh, hey, you guys got rid of the coach, right? So that means you can lock in whatever you want. And he's locked in Azir support, and he just says, yes, I'm gonna lock something crazy in.
Yes.
So hopefully he delivers on that. Funny though, because I checked, and Busio is not actually the support with the most unique champion picks in the support role right now, even though he played Azir support and has played a bunch of different stuff. He's tied for second. Number one is who he's playing, in support actually across on Golden Guardians with 10 full different champions.
And they're both role swaps to support, you know, kind of bring that champion pool alongside with you.
Exactly.
You know what I want to see? I want to see Yasuo support Busio. That's one of his specialties that we've seen so many times over at Academy, now the NACL. That'd be a lot of fun to see. He's pulled off some banger games with it. But as I said, that's one of our graduates that I'm here to watch. Tenacity is another one.
In fact, wasn't it your most promising graduate?
Yes, he was our MVP. Our most valuable prospect is what we called Busio. And hey, Double If Han picked him, so I think that really adds to that reward right there.
Yeah. Hopefully 100 Thieves can pull it together. That's good. I like to see that. He's laughing right now. We can get our little insights into the morale at 100 Thieves right now. It looks great. Yeah. On stage. Hopefully we can get right into this one. The support matchup, though, basically what we're promising is the wildest of things that you have seen. I would say that Huhi actually has been one of the best AD carry support players. Sven, of course, you know, is going to be up there, debatable for number one. But Huhi's Caitlyn game was amazing, and he has adapted really well to being super flexible in this support meta that is being led by Keria, basically, and everyone's trying to follow along in his wild footsteps as they whittle on down. But honestly, I'm just curious to see what this 100 Thieves roster is going to do with a coaching change like this. Getting rid of the head coach when your team that has a bunch of stars on it is failing. You know, it's something that's very common in regular sports, and we'll see if it transfers here.
I'm very curious about that as well, because we've had some talks about Nuke Duck over in the NACL and what he provides for that roster. And a lot of it is just getting the scrims going for the mid lane, and not get the scrims going, excuse me, the 1v1s to actually practice a lot of these mid lane matchups. That's what he was doing before the call up right here. So it's going to be a different take being on the LCS stage to see what he can bring and try and dial in for 100 Thieves. You know, watching a lot of their games that have been going off, you know, sometimes I'll look over at, you know, those comm videos that they release and seeing how they communicate as a team. Sometimes it feels a little bit like there's too much going on, like we don't have the clearest of communications for the Thieves.
Is it possible to have too much communication
too many cooks?
and not enough at the same time? Because honestly, that's what it looks like at some points in these 100 Thieves games. I like your point about Nukeduck playing mid 1v1s though with them, because watching Champions Queue, where a lot of these players are getting some of their best practice, there are 2 coaches that actually play a ton of games in Champions Queue. Nukeduck is one of them, Marn is the other one, and they are really players coaches. You know, they're still so close to their careers as players. They want to keep their skills sharp, and they do that actually getting down there with them and practicing. So we'll see if that hands-on approach will pay dividends. They're still laughing.
Still figuring this out, still putting me through misery. Do you know how much torment it is to not be a regular on this broadcast, come in, and then just be in the longest delay possible, Kobe?
Well, you're getting the most out of your time, right? You get one day, so we got to get as many minutes packed in there as possible. Delay it on stage. Oh, hello, everyone.
Hello.
Yeah, they're all loaded in now, so we should be good. The lights are very hot, though. I can tell because I can see some beads of sweat popping up.
I naturally sweat a lot, Kobe. Don't you worry. We got a fan on over there, so that's going to cool me off. And as we go on, getting some gameplay will help cool me off as well.
Yes, that noise.
I hear the music. It is time for Champion Select Golden Guardians versus 100 Thieves.
All right, let's get into it. 100 Thieves, and we're looking down their draft previously, and this should definitely change. Big coaching staff change. I would think bringing up Nukeduck, you're going to get even more player-controlled drafts immediately. But one thing they have gone back to so heavily is that Zeri for double lift, the Zeri Lulu over and over. They failed with it, obviously, last weekend when they went with the 3 lanes of scaling, losing lanes. See if Golden Guardians still feel it is necessary to avoid that, or if they're just going to leave it open here. Annie and Ash already off the pool, 2 of the best supports, as well as flex pick there for Annie transferring to mid lane, which Bjergsen tried to play as well. So good ban so far.
A little bit on the fan side, I'm very curious as to what the lock-in is going to be for that support role. I've been seeing a lot of interviews that come out from Huhi, and he says he has some champions in the chamber that are a bit on the spicier picks. Even mentioned that if everything were to align, if the stars were to align, Aurelion Sol would be one he would consider for that support role, even in its current iteration.
Yeah, he's trolling you.
No, I want to believe it, man.
Yeah,
we get a whole draft focused onto the bot lane.
As the single best scaling champion in the entire game right now, I think relegating Aurelion Sol to support is a crime that we will not see on this stage. They also decided, you know what? He's been talking about it too much. We'll ban it ourselves. Getting right into it, though, your hopes of the Busio Yasuo are alive because picking up Gragas is a great component if 100 Thieves want to give him that power to actually pick up and really change up their game plan. Golden Guardians, so there's that Zeri we were talking about. They steal it away from Double Lift instead of having to invest bans into it.
That Gragas lock-in, Yasuo would be so juicy if I could ever get it, but it's just not gonna happen. It's not a fanboy day for me, it's all right. 100 Thieves gonna lock in the Lovers duo. Let's look at the Xayah and the Rakan for the bottom lane.
All right, so Golden Guardians then. Want to lock in something here for River or for Licorice? What's it gonna be? River has a pretty wide champion pool, honestly, even though people in his first couple of splits in the LCS really focused on the Jarvan. He's been able to perform in the early game, especially on a wide variety nowadays, and has earned that confidence. Meanwhile, the Renekton locked in. They were talking about our dive episode earlier where we just had Licorice as well as Stixxay on, and he was talking about Renekton being one of his favorite champions, also being one that has been high tier in the meta for a very long time. Insta-locks it. He's so comfortable on this champion, his most comfortable champion. And you love to see that in a very critical game.
And it works so well because River's already drafted the Sejuani. So, melee champions alongside the Sejuani, if you start ganking up there, you get a lot of lockdown. Ruthless Predator provides a stun. The Permafrost will provide a stun. If that is the point of attack for Golden Guardians. Second part of the draft coming in now. Sion, Vi, and Lulu all banned away.
All right. Look at maybe a melee mid laner ban. There's the Silas from Gory banned away. Like you say, whenever you have Sejuani looking for more melees to be able to stack up. What's it going to be here? Wide open.
little bit of suspense right now as that clock ticks down.
The shout out?
A little shout out towards the other side. Bjergsen, very, very comfortable on that Zillion. Not going to be the lock-in for Golden Guardians. Just giving him a wave as they'll take the Soraka.
All right, who he's special. Soraka comes back out for the Golden Guardians. They've got a beefy front line. They've got Zeri to be able to carry later on to chase them down. And Busio promised us a really spicy pick, so they're going to rotate the Rakan to somebody else, and then he's going to pick Ivern. So
yeah, exactly.
That's
what's going to go on,
Mid Rakan.
Hey, Rakan's got crowd control. Put him in the jungle. Get rid of him out of that support role. I want something spicy. It's probably not going to happen. Bjergsen, this time, going to go on to the Azir. So looking at a lot of this setup that's coming in, that's layers and layers of protection coming out from the Thieves that can be used either way. If they want to find an engage on top of that, they can play towards that.
All right, and we finally figure out, is this Gragas going to be played into the Renekton on top side? It looks like it will be, and Closer gets his Lee Sin. Now, a lot of people have been looking forward to the moment where Closer finally starts to pick his champion. They feel like he's been locked in the tank prison of the meta for the last few patches. But they actually locked it in last weekend, and did not really get a lot accomplished with it. I'm still one that has a lot of faith in Closer, and especially Closer, Lee Sin, his Viego. So hopefully this game he can set up some plays with Busio and with Tenacity. Gragas and Rakan are both very, very good playmakers to assist Lee Sin in some of these early moves. So let's see if 100 Thieves can start their run towards playoffs now. The playoffs hopes are alive for this team. They've been beaten down. There's a ton of pressure. They've made coaching changes mid-split, completely getting rid of their head coach, promoting up Nukeduck, who you see on screen, and trying to make a really big push here in the last 2 weeks of the LCS.
They kept saying it during the pre-show, double lift in the clutch. Well, there's no bigger time to clutch than right now to make it into playoffs. And a tough team to go against in Golden Guardians was what they drafted right now. We talked over towards that top side as well as the jungle, but Gory and River have pretty good synergy together. Sejuani and Yone together provide a lot of spicy team fight. Gory has been fantastic on that Yone in the past to win out on some very clutch engages for the Golden Guardians. So I do like the presence that Golden Guardians are able to bring onto the map.
All right, long have we awaited. The game will finally start.
No more! All right, on to the Rift now for 100 Thieves versus Golden Guardians. It'll be a 5-way spread coming out for the Guardians. Still about on that precipice of being pretty secure for playoffs altogether. 100 Thieves far off.
Yeah, Golden Guardians do feel pretty secure. They've got quite a few games left, and sitting at 8, if they get 9, then they'll be very, very, very comfortable. Right now, a little bit of a possibility of a delayed invade counter.
Don't say delay. Please don't say delay. That word does not work with me right now, Kobe.
All right, no synonyms for pause or delay will be used from here on out. Sweeping through to see if they can get control of the bottom side brush.
And nothing too fancy on that start off for this.
But the walk back towards mid gets a little bit of an early chunk here. Interesting double sweeper start too. Sejuani also here has sweeper for River. Curious where he's going to go. Level 3 Sejuani. Definitely one of the big playmakers here. Renekton topside would be obvious. He's got Red Raptors, Krugs as a possible clear to go over there with his sweeper. Or look towards that bottom side.
Be curious to see where he goes. I would like that gank over towards the red side. We were talking about it in the Enchanted Select of how much you can layer in that CC and how well Sejuani works with those melee champions. Might not be the case with the red buff start unless he goes for the level 2 gank right away. But this is the thing, you still have to be very careful because you don't know where Closer's going to be. You don't know what he's going to bring onto the map. Lee Sin is a very active champion. And of course, that congratulations, that shout out to Double Lift. 500th LCS game, 6th most of all time.
One of the GOATs. 100 Thieves picking up both GOATs in the offseason. And Bjergsen.
Zoo.
See what they can get done. Looks like it's just going to be normal full clears for both junglers. starting top side, heading down towards bottom side. Oh, river though. Bjergsen does have a ward on this bottom side river. So if he looks to slide in through this front, it is false sense of security for Bjergsen with that ward in the pixel brush.
Yeah, and he's very overextended right now.
Arctic Assault, long cooldown early on. He's waiting it a few more seconds probably. It's an 18-second cooldown level 1, so he got to be patient.
You got to be snappy with this. It is going to burn out the flash of Bjergsen, but not going to find much else. Still summoner burnt, so successful gank coming out from River in the mid.
Yeah, jungle trading flash for mid lane flash here. When you're in a kill pressure matchup versus the Yone, still is profitable even if you're not able to get it there. So the patience pays off for River in the exchange, but it does mean you spent that extra 18 seconds of a level 1 Arctic Assault in the brush. That gives closer full clear time. So Lee Sin, pretty healthy lead over River right now, and he wants to come even those gank times.
Yeah, the visit from River earlier. Now Closer going to show up in the mid lane, going after Gory, able to land the Sonic Wave, resonating strike in first blood for 100 Thieves Closer.
Beautiful stuff from Closer. The problem after that gank from Golden Guardians, their wave was slowly pushing towards Bjergsen, and Gory, as soon as he uses the E, gets immediately jumped on by Closer. Bottom side.
Stixxay pushing forward onto Busio. Flash going to be burnt out of Busio, and Stixxay and Huhi, they've been incredibly aggressive over in this bottom lane as they start to push out Double Lift and Busio.
Yeah, that's Soraka harass. Very powerful early on. Huhi just using his heal, and Closer's on a rampage.
Man. He's all over the place. Licorice gonna take a bite out of that one, waiting for the Sonic Wave. You want that execution damage, and he is gonna find it. Closer gets 2.
His auto already triggered there as Licorice flashes away, so Licorice still dies, flashing under turret. Closer's back, baby! This is why I still have faith in Closer's Lee Sin. He is back. This is why he won Finals MVP on this champion. Ganks towards mid after the full clear. He waits for the Unbound Soul. Boom, you see it, immediately goes in. Ward hops to make sure he can get the slow, immediately flashes, point blank. You are not dodging that Q. And then very same thing here versus Licorice. He's gonna go in first, get the slow down after the slice and dice. Then he's got the Q already attached. Gives it the extra range there, and auto enough to finish it. You can see the idea from Licorice.
Yeah.
He was hoping to flash just after the Q damage and hope that he's not low enough that it actually goes down there, but ends up losing his summoner as well. So now, I would say repeat towards that Renekton. He's got no flash, and you have a Gragas setup with flash. That is guaranteed engage whenever you want it. So if they can figure out their way around some wards, they could easily be able to get that one, continue to snowball. Bottom side camps are up though, and Dragon needs some, at least vision.
This is Lee Sin going rather early. I want to put it out there that Closer has had a rough season, and there has been some criticism going his way. Double Lift has been more on the vocal side to say that, like, these are team decisions we're making. You know, Closer's doing these on our whim, on our will, and we're failing as a team. Sometimes it does make Closer look bad, but still showing that, you know, he has those chops. 2-0 so far to start this game, 6 minutes.
Yep, and you know he's got confidence on this champion, especially when you get early kills as Lee Sin, getting a really, really early Iron Spike whip. Instantly clears these AoE camps, and he's back into gank mode.
Watching this bottom lane, Stixxay is by himself, but Hui will soon follow River in the river, not realizing that Closer's not too far off from right here.
He soaks up level 6. If Sejuani goes for this, this could be very bad for them.
Still clearing out the Scuttle Crab, and River will show off of that. Did get spotted out in engagement earlier, spotted out on the control ward as he moves through. We'll give information to River on where this pathing is coming out from Closer.
Uses the blast cone to juke some Scuttle Crab, only to find that there is a control ward inside. So no sneaky dragon. Picked up 400 Thieves. Bottom side has had some good pressure though.
Explosive cast going out onto Licorice. Licorice returning that damage. Nice thing about the Renekton is
mid lane?
decent sustain, but here we go. Fi coming out in the mid. He's there to put down the silence, which means Closer can go nowhere but the respawn.
Yeah, Gory gets some revenge there. Unfortunate that the killing blow actually goes to Huhi himself. So is rewarded for the support roam up there.
Bananas get deadly, man.
But also taking the gold.
Interesting trade coming out here. Interesting matchup on top of that. Stick save versus double-lift. A little bit of history in that regard. Here comes the Emperor's Divide from Bjergsen. Soul Unbound returns Gory right back to safety.
Yeah, and he's going to have to go right back to base after that one. Significant chunk. Yeah, the stick save versus double-lift, one of the oldest origins of replacement in the LCS when double-lift first left CLG and 6A came in, immediately winning a championship. But here's a look at it. River hit him with the ultimate over the wall. No chance to move at all. Fully CC'd into the Soraka silence from 100% to 0. It's a dangerous job clearing those control wards around mid.
Very much. Especially when you got the wee Soraka running around the place. People don't realize just how strong that silence really is. You put it down at the right time. Double-lift's not using his ultimate. Bjergsen's not using his ultimate. Who can time that well, it does a lot of work for the Guardians.
Yeah, as long as you have your primary engaged somewhere else and you can just use that as a follow-up, it can be extremely effective. Gory here with a lot of attention. That mid lane has had so much attention early on in this game from both teams. And Bjergsen is winning out in the CS from all those exchanges, though all of the kind of casualties have been on the other side. River just goes instantly to start up this dragon, and he should be able to get it, seeing as how Closer is on Gromp and bottom lane is just recalled. So nice timing window here, taken advantage of by the Golden Guardians. River will slip right in, and his ult will be up after the dragon too, so they can look for another play.
It's pretty nice right now. They got priority over in that bottom lane, which means they can shift out their bottom lane to secure this dragon. They'll grab the first Drake of the game. Goes over to the Golden Guardians. Busio going to show up a little bit too late off of that recall and that reset. See what Closer has in mind as he's eyeballing the mid lane.
Yeah, and Huhi just topping off the jungler, topping off Gory as he comes over to get a heal over the wall too. Really trying to spread that love from the bottom lane as some further attention focused on him, and still being able to scrap together most of the CS. Pretty nice start, honestly. 1,000 gold lead there, 400 Thieves River trying to defend some of the vision in his jungle. And the sweet bird, there we go.
Pressure coming out, resets for River. Will be returning to the spawn, see what he's going to be able to purchase. Won't be able to finish up his first item just yet. Checking out Closer, who's been accelerated in this game thus far. Got those 2 early kills, has yet to find next kill onto the map, but still giving the Thieves a pretty strong gold lead for the early stages.
Yeah, we'll see where he drops this Rift Herald as well. I would prefer to give it in mid lane to Bjergsen, but some teams opt to give it to their bottom lanes, with the state of bottom lane right now being incredibly powerful for the AD carry to truly funnel. If you can get that Xayah to the quick blades ASAP, any extra money funding that build is going to be very powerful, but Bjergsen's definitely done well with all of the pressure around mid lane thus far, and would like to see another revisit pressure Gory, then drop Rift Herald, chunk down mid, because if you can then get Rift Herald number 2, that fully takes out the defenses of that mid turret, and you can set yourself up for a much easier mid game.
And the Thieves so far have been generating a gold lead even without this game going as fast as it is. But here we go. Huhi caught out. Emperor's Divide. Huhi, you roamed out at the wrong time, and Closer's going to cash in.
Landing the Sonic Wave. Beautiful double kill by Closer.
Well, there's your mid pressure. That is an easy move now for 100 Thieves. Push out this wave, drop that Rift Herald, annihilate the mid turret. Closer's able to chase down Huhi. Bjergsen slides in for an easy Azir ultimate. They don't drop the Rift Herald. With only Sejuani being there, they want to keep up the tempo and make the play towards bottom instead.
Yeah.
So they'd rather get first turret bonus here for double lift and really funnel this Xayah.
We're putting pressure down here. River has shown up. 3 versus 3. Double lift is a little bit too low. We'll use the Feather Storm. He's got to be careful in that position. Blade Color can come right out, but already first turret going to go down. Closer, thanks to the Rift Herald, might give his life for it, though. And that's exactly the case, because Stixay is running them down with that pea shooter. Bop, 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 and drop in the Thieves. Golden Guardians get a double in the bot.
The tragedy of wanting to funnel AD carry instead of dropping Rift Herald towards mid. They wanted to get the first turret bonus, but if you're not around the turret when the Rift Herald kills it, you don't get the local gold there. Rift Herald turret plates all also went to Closer, so they didn't even get to share them onto Double Lift with him being chased back and then also dying. That was such a pivotal moment for 100 Thieves where they made this beautiful 2-person pick, getting Gory down, getting Huhi down towards mid lane, and they just greeted for too much, trying to stretch it into the bottom lane, opening up a pretty big counterplay there from the Golden Guardians. 100 Thieves, though, they're still going to have a very substantial lead off it. It just could have been better. Closer, though, my goodness. This has been an absolute clinic on his Lee Sin. Then they come down. They want to get the first turret bonus here for Double Lift. And look at this. Stixay says, you want this? He clears out the minions. It's a turret shot, plus chasing Double Lift down to 100 HP. And with River stunning up Closer, they just turn their sights right towards him as well. Nice little flash from him to follow. And it's shut down for Stixay. That is very scary. Plus the follow-up kill here. This is one thing you really don't want to see as the 100 Thieves team, is that Zeri getting so much money.
Yep. I mean, for all it's worth, Closer still has a lot of income, and it's not at a time where Lee Sin has fallen off yet. He can still have a lot of impact onto this map, and that's exactly what Closer's looking for, as he tries to set up on a Gory, but Gory gonna read that Sonic Wave.
And since they didn't, it was just in some recall timers for Huhi and River. That's why they didn't want to overchase there. A couple more seconds before Huhi and River just showed on mid, they were still walking back in the fog of war from base. And so they did not want to overchase. And now it's going to go the other way here with the 3-person invade.
Closer catches it with a Sonic Wave, lands on a Huhi, so now has some vision of the Guardians, even for just a brief second, knows that's not the Lee Syndrome you want to take. The Guardians now starting up this Rift Herald. Thieves in the mid lane do have priority as they start to collapse in.
Here comes the teleport. It's really deep towards red buff, though.
Right behind the pit. Ultimate gonna go wide for River, but the fight still coming out. Gory looking to land the big ultimate right here, but goes wide so the Thieves can clean up the Guardians. Or is it gonna be enough? There it is, the knock up from the body slam of Tenacity, bouncing off the belly and sending the Golden Guardians right home.
The Golden Guardians may have gotten Dragon number 2, but 100 Thieves take 4 of them for it. This is going to be extremely worth for 100 Thieves. Bjergsen can push in on mid lane. I don't even know. That thing's gonna melt, and look at top lane. Tenacity teleports right back out too, so 100 Thieves will get to shove all 3 lanes after winning the team fight here towards Dragon. On reset, Closer can go over, pick up that Rift Herald, and snowball this gold lead. 2 dragons for Golden Guardians, but massive gold lead for 100 Thieves. And look at this, Licorice is still so far away from the fight, so 100 Thieves, good engage here from Busio. They waste no time. Closer gets the double kick. Kick Stixay right through the Sejuani. He dies after flashing as well. Massive Lee Sin game from Closer this time around. On top of it, with that ultimate missing there from Gory and the late flank around from Licorice, Golden Guardians timing just a couple seconds off there. That being comboed with 100 Thieves, no hesitation from either Busio or Closer. Looks like a giant snowball here. The only thing now 100 Thieves really have to pay attention to is Dragon number 3. The good thing, you're really rich to be able to fight that Dragon number 3, so they should have that defense in the bag.
Yeah, they're rolling in dough right now. That was one of the things I brought up. Closer, Lee Sin doesn't fall off, takes a little bit of time, and you see exactly what it can do when it gets going around these early stages, around these mid stages. I do appreciate Tenacity, who bought a lot of space for the carries of 100 Thieves to win out in that last fight, but now it's a 5.4 gold lead coming out for 100 Thieves. 16 minutes into this game is so accelerated, Kobe.
Surely is, and all in part due to Closer here. Let's see, reset, all towers defensible here for 100 Thieves. A big movement from Golden Guardians towards top though. I don't know how much time Tenacity can buy. He clears out the minion wave. He does have flash and ult available, but they have no idea.
Oh, spots it out now with the sweeper, but already caught out by the ultimate of River. 4-man dive finds a shutdown for the Guardians.
Yeah, that's a pretty juicy shutdown here for Golden Guardians, considering how far they were behind. The best in a bad scenario that they could actually get. Gory, though.
Oh, Gory, beautiful with that buffer. Will be able to escape the grasp of Busio. 100 Thieves still putting pressure, though, as they rotate between mid and bottom. Shelly crashing into that bot lane tier 2.
Yeah, let's see. Finish it off here with the power of Bjergsen on Azir. And that was going to be enough. They're going to just trade that for the topside tower here for Stixxay. Golden Guardians, again, they're working with such a deficit that they have to take these types of plays. And it feels pretty good for Stixxay to be able to get solo tower gold up there on the top side in exchange. Even though secondary towers are worth 800 gold on the side and outer towers are only worth 500 gold, you're the losing team. You know, you have to take those trades. Yeah. And especially for you to be able to funnel that money into the Zeri is definitely the steps here that Golden Guardians need to take to be able to come back in this game.
Yeah, I am curious to see what the gold of Stixxay is at the moment, because Stixxay did get those kills, those 2 earlier in the bot lane. One of them was a shutdown, did get funneled a lot of gold from that tower going down earlier. So it seems like Golden Guardians are playing pretty heavily towards Stixxay to be that late win condition to come online and start to pop off, and definitely going to need it right there, but allocating the resources in the right spot.
All right, objective bounties are on as well through the 5.4 thousand gold lead that 100 Thieves have. So Golden Guardians, honestly, I would probably trade the pressure that 100 Thieves are going to send towards that dragon, because 100 Thieves do not want to let you continue stacking them, and try and make a hard push towards topside and get an objective bounty. Even, a secondary turret objective bounty would be worth a ton. But looks like they feel a little bit too scared to overextend for that. And 100 Thieves are doing a good job of covering. This is a good duo here from Busio and Closer. What they're doing right now is trying to deny that weak side play. Them both covering over here for the swap from Golden Guardians to make sure, hey, we're not going to let you set up your vision to be able to pull off any extra trade like that. You don't want to let this comeback team get any sort of objective bounty shutdown.
I will say, what a bump from the Thieves, though, to have this 5K lead against the Guardians. A team that got, their first 4 losses on the first 4 games, then only picked up 1 loss after that, after all 8 of their wins. It's showing that things are coming together for this roster as they do get control of the river. It's still a very, very long shot, Kobe, that they do make it into playoffs, but I do like these signs of life that we're getting.
Yeah, for sure. Hope is alive. They're making the changes that they feel are necessary. And honestly, biggest change to me is Closer for this game. So can they keep it up? 20 minutes here, Baron's on the map. Golden Guardians know that they have to keep some vision around it at the very least, because Bjergsen is Azir with 2 items, and that will melt a Baron. So you have to be very, very, very nice ultimate. Good reaction from double-elimination.
Featherstorm, perfect time, is able to get the root onto River. A lot of damage onto River as double-elimination continues chasing and peppering onto the boar.
That'll teach you. Try and ult for ult trade me. Takes
you know who I am?
70% of his HP. Nice to see the reaction speed to be able to ult the Sejuani ult, and there's the control ward going down. So with that play, Golden Guardians not only lose out on a big chunk of HP, but they lose out on the critical thing they had just set up, the vision on Baron.
That Baron already started up. Golden Guardians are aware of it. Closer just hops right over the wall to challenge the Guardians as they try and meet him over there. But they have control of this side of the jungle, looking to push it a little bit further into Golden Guardians territory. Guardians spread a little bit thin right now. Closer's leading the charge. Can be such a threat. You got to watch out for that Dragon's Rage, especially if your name's Stixxay, because Closer will be looking for you.
Certainly will, and he has found him. He found him at that last dragon fight, which was the reason 100 Thieves are able to crush the dragon fight so hard. The Closer kick onto Stixxay's Zeri. Fully set up on vision again. Control wards in place. Tenacity screening here. All he has to do is keep River out. 6,000 HP.
Gory's right there. Soul Unbound has to back off.
Nice ult.
Ooh, Fate's still available, but River can't get over the wall. Busio will deny it. And like that, 100 Thieves make out with a high skill grab the Baron.
Beautiful stuff here. 100 Thieves, they make the call. Tenacity, keep River out at all costs. You are the bodyguard, you are the bouncer. He's able to ult him back, and then Busio makes the around the world Rakan ultimate, goes full circle through the through the red side jungle here, keeping River pinned as well as trapping up the rest of the Golden Guardians members and allowing 100 Thieves to easily take that without any casualties, but Huhi's already dead.
Ooh, Huhi, there's not enough fruits to mend the wounds that Bjergsen will put into you. Another kill picked up by 100 Thieves at a time where they're going for Baron empowered pushes. Seems no mercy. Thieves continue forward.
Golden Guardians trying to get something back mid, but Double Lift is here and Busio's flanking. Meanwhile, another fight on bottom.
Yeah, teleport coming out from Gory, wants to help out with the situation that Licorice is in. Stixay with the pinch. Don't want to pinch onto Tenacity. You got to be careful right there. That explosive cast could send you in the wrong direction. Stixay going to pay his respects as he passes by Tenacity.
Yeah, plus during this whole time, there's an extra member on the map. Bjergsen pushing towards top side with that Baron is going to immediately melt this turret. 100 Thieves will be able to collect the last of the secondary turrets for themselves.
Look at the gold just ballooning right now. AK at 23 minutes. This is very calculated play coming from the Thieves. You can tell they set up a game plan and they're playing to it, but here comes the plan from the Guardians. A teleport on the flank. Ruthless Predator goes out, but it doesn't get on to Double Lift. Licorice runs low. Gory runs in, but that's the wrong direction, friend. Closer will take him down.
Oh man, Golden Guardians are so out of sorts. They've been demolished here. That was not timing the Licorice flank with, Bjergsen!
Oh, Bjergsen! With the Emperor's Divide to divide the hopes of the Guardians. Another double kill picked up by Closer, and they're looking to just end this out, Kobe.
Yeah, 100 Thieves are all business, and they are done with this game.
Woo! What a display from the Thieves. They got a new coach in, Nuke Duck doing some work, and it is paying dividends. 10K lead, 24-minute game. 100 Thieves will take it.
Holy! This is a completely different looking 100 Thieves. Demolishing Golden Guardians, and let me remind you, Closer picks Lee Sin last weekend, and it was 0-4. So they changed the magic sauce. Well, we can chalk that one up to great coaching. Hey, just smurf on them this game. Go ahead, gank mid, gank top. Take everything. 100 Thieves know they have to put in a ton of work to be able to make playoffs. Only top 6 teams now make playoffs in the LCS. And they're not wasting any time. They're getting right down to business. They dispatch the Golden Guardians so quickly here. And these are two organizations that had completely opposite stories this year in the LCS. 100 Thieves, a huge downfall after being super hyped up. Golden Guardians, a huge ascent up to the top of the LCS after being looked down upon. But this game felt like a crash back to reality.
I mean, for the Guardians, you know, a lot of things they were looking to work on was after picking bans, what is our win condition? What are we looking to do? What is our identity with the draft? And it seems they really couldn't figure it out in this one. Just 100 Thieves were going too fast for the Guardians to write it down on the paper and turn in the test. And a lot of that, as you said, coming right off of Closer. The ganks he was able to do in the mid lane and the top lane just kept it running, Kobe.
The only mistake that 100 Thieves made was not dropping the Rift-Tailed mid and trying to greed a little bit for bottom turret to get the first turret bonus, giving up a couple kills. And even that one, they still got the turret, and then they got right back out and made another pick towards mid. So, yeah, that was a massive, massive game for 100 Thieves. Look at these standings. That moves them right up into tied for 7th with Team Liquid. Only one game out.
I think they're still tied with Team Liquid because we came into this with that tie over on this side. So, I mean, it's a long climb for 100 Thieves, but this is the start of it right now. It's a new boost of momentum. They just got to keep it running, though, Cody.
Got to keep it running. Closer, keep that. Whatever he's doing, whatever he did today, repeat.
More Lee Sin.
Whatever he did to wake up today, from the moment he opened his eyes, repeat exactly that tomorrow, and I will be happy. Lee Sin, yes. Viego's also acceptable.
Yes.
That's about it.
All right, fine. We got more carry jungles, we got Kindred Graves and all that. Well, before we go, a reminder that Fantasy LCS is happening over on Sleeper. Make sure you lock in your picks and bans for next week's games if you want to top your league. However, we're joining Emily and Closer for our Verizon post-game interview.
Hello, that's right. After that early game, it could pretty much only be you. So first of all, congratulations. Second of all, I think everyone, ourselves included, as analysts, have been kind of rough on your early game and jungle to lane communication. So talk to me about what went right today.
I think, like, even though results are bad, I think if you ask me, like, the first 4 weeks of LCS, our standings were good. Like, our record was good. But if you would ask me, I wouldn't say, like, we were a good team. Right now, we went 0-2 last week. But, like, for the last 2 weeks, I think we improved a lot in our early game and our communication. I would say we are a good team again, maybe. Nice. Yeah, like, we played the top teams and did well in scrims. I was like kind of worried if it wouldn't transfer to stage, but Golden Guardians is a strong team and we played good today, so I'm happy with the win.
Yeah, I was really impressed with your early pathing, especially how many lanes you were able to visit early on, which is something that I think the early game is kind of lacking. So as you said, you think you guys have actually improved a lot over the past 2 weeks. What kind of team do you think you are? Like, what do you think is your greatest strength and play style?
I don't think we found our, like, I don't think you can say like 100 Thieves plays this way right now, but like we played scaling, now we are playing more like a early game. So I don't know. I wouldn't say like we still know what to play, but we are a lot better than our previous game knowledge, I would say.
All right. So what changed, I guess, in the past 2 weeks? Just stronger communication or better scrims or better reviews? What happened?
Better scrims for sure. I think we realized our weaknesses and just started focusing on them heavily. I would say last week, actually, like I was expecting pretty good results, but like the 2 early game went boom, and then like both 20-minute games, like that was very embarrassing. So I'm happy we started this week with a win, and hopefully it will continue like this.
All right, well, thank you for taking the time to catch up with me. Congrats. I thought your early game was awesome. It was great to see you back in form. And on the other side of the break, CLG and Dig are next. But first, Mark and Jat had the chance to catch up with Tenacity. So don't go away. Check that out.
Do you describe yourself as a boy or e-boy?
No, not at all. I think I give golden retriever energy. I just lied my ass off. So my name's Tenacity. I'm the new top laner for 100 Thieves, and today I brought you my 10 essentials. I like to get some carbs, some proteins, just something to eat before the gym. And this is a killer right here. This is the most delicious ever tasted. They actually just put crack in this. I really don't understand. In the gym, I think I'm pretty antisocial. I don't really like talking to people, so this is an essential for me. The JBL AirPods. For supplements, I usually take omega-3, vitamin D, and multivitamins. But this bad boy right here, creatine, is probably my favorite supplement. I think that the growth in physical performance has been crazy with it. So yeah, this is one of my essentials. So a common theme in the gaming world is gamers have really bad BO, which I do agree with. So I kind of want to break that standard, and these are actually 2 of my favorite colognes right now. Backlash Rouge 550, and I'm not even going to try to pronounce this, but these 2 are like my go-to recently. I'll use like shampoo and conditioner, and I'll either air dry it or blow dry it. But after the fact, I like to use this shaping cream right here. And then, you know, a brush never hurts. I think Solo probably has the best hair in the LCS, alongside like Licorice as well. I think gamers should take notes from them. So for accessories, you know, I've sat next to a screen like my entire life, so you know, I'm kind of blind as shit. So I got some glasses right here. My lovely glasses. I don't really wear them. I usually wear contact lenses, but I'm almost out. Kind of rationing right now, so. So yeah, I'm a bit of a LV fan, so this is usually the bag I bring to the gym, as well as my wallet. probably like one of my favorite bags right now. Yeah, so I bought these two in Korea with like my teammates, so definitely special to me, my old teammates. I'm Tenacity, these are my essentials, and thank you guys for watching. Support 100 Thieves, support my teammates. Thank you, Nate Shots, and follow me on Twitter.
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome. Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Wow, I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
Who said you can't teach an old dog new tricks? Hmm?
Welcome back to the LCS Lounge. Next up is CLG versus Dignitas. And Mark, I have to say, CLG has been one of the most confusing teams to try and figure out if they're going to win or lose.
Yeah.
But I will say, the last 2 weeks, I've started to get an idea of what makes them win and what makes them lose. And I think it has to do with signature champions. And the way I'm defining signature champions is things that they are more willing to pick than the rest of the LCS. I wouldn't consider any of these super popular, but they're champions they play very well. And as you can see, find a lot of success on Dokla, 2-1 on Aurelia, 1-1, 1-0, 3-0 for Luger's Sivir, and 2-0 for Luger's Kalista. So I feel like if they can find a way to pick these less popular champions, they're more reliably going to get wins.
I'm not sold. I don't believe anything you just said. I actually think it's better if we just go check out the coaches who we actually caught up with to see why they thought that they were winning.
Well, I think the biggest factor for our winning in terms of superstitions would be Greg, our CEO.
So the reason CLG's been winning all of our matches is because of Greg's superstitions.
He tends to have a long list of superstitions, more notably the one where he sits outside in a chair. Very commendable, considering it's been raining outside.
And before every game, he chugs 1 Diet Coke. He eats his popcorn.
He also changes his shoes every day, or every time we lose. He eats popcorn. I think it's like the same brand of popcorn.
My shoes plus belt combo, you can't really see it right now, but like there's one combo that's 4-0, there's one combo that's 0-2, there's a couple other combos, so I've been using this one a lot more often.
There was one time me and Apollo both had an acai bowl that we might have not supposed to have.
We've had acai bowls more recently when we're winning. Yeah, I'm not doing it for myself, I'm just doing it for the team.
For ThinkGuard, so he takes, he doesn't time them exactly, but every time I'm waiting for him before we go to the studio, it's always around 9 to 11 minutes, and he just takes a massive shit. And we're 6-0 when he skipped it is against FlyQuest and we lost, so he just needs to do whatever he needs to do to get his bowels moving.
One of the weeks, I believe, we had, actually maybe it was just one day on the studio, we didn't come in, so we didn't have the Greg Kim chair factor. And we instantly lost. You know, like, I don't know if those are just coincidences or if it's just factual.
So my superstitions, at the beginning, I was chugging a Diet Coke with Greg, but then we lost doing that one time, so then I stopped doing all my superstitions just because of that experience.
As you can see, highly analytical. And so I broke down their superstitions into a very comprehensive flowchart, Jet. Allow me to walk you through it. So it all starts with the Greg Kim popcorn Diet Coke combo. And if he gets the full combo, you can see it's a very easy route to victory from there because all he has to do is sit outside afterwards. And if he does that, it's an easy CLG win.
Okay.
So that's the easy route. The hard one is when they only get the half and half, or if Greg Kim is afraid of the elements, and then they have to go check to see if they won the last game. Regardless, you then have to check the shoes. If they won the last game, you don't change the shoes. If you did lose the last game, you need to change the shoes. So if you answer that yes, no, or no, yes, then again, you can call that into a CLG win. The hard route is having to go the coaching staff left-hand route. So this one takes into all account the rest of the superstitions. Greg Kim fails the popcorn combo. Then Croissant needs a fresh fit. If he gets a fresh fit, Apollo and Demonte need their double date. They got to be cutie pies. And then it's all bound to the ThinkCard Big Poo Poo, the final one that brings it all together. Takes a big one. We're good. No, nothing. And then the small poop looks like it can get into a recursive element here with the Greg Kim shoe combination. But it's just every time Greg Kim changes his shoes, then ThinkCard needs to go to the bathroom again. And eventually, that's going to resolve itself.
Yeah, so we've been tracking this. It took a lot of our production staff to do so, which is, I think, part of why we've had so many delays today. I apologize.
It's a good use of resources.
Yeah, so also, because it's currently 7:01 p.m., first off, they didn't stock the fridge. It's nothing but Coke Zero. So he didn't get the Diet Coke, and I think the popcorn was all eaten. I heard about the popcorn earlier, and it's gone. So we're actually
going the hard route.
We're in this life right now.
Okay.
I caught Croissant walking in.
Is he on stage right now? Can we pull up a shot maybe? I don't know.
Is it a good fit? That's a question mark, right? So if it's not a good look, they've already lost, and that's gonna be a bad look for Dignitas. So let's just say it's a fresh fit. This one is a little questionable. Again, normally their acai bowls can be done before 5 p.m. For those of you who don't know, that's when the acai bowl supplier here at Riot closes. They would have had to order that in. I think they're committed enough that I'm willing to say that happens.
And they would Grubhub it if they needed to as well.
Absolutely. This is the one, Mark, that is questionable. I'm not close enough with ThinkCard to ask him this level of question, but...
Well, I did post up when he went into the bathroom, timed it out.
Okay, how long?
He said 9 to 11. He said it's 8:30. But they're playing Dignitas, who only has one win. So that maybe you can change the window based off the opponent?
I guess. I think this is it.
You think it's a CLG win today?
And it's close enough.
I believe it. There you go.
That's it.
That's CLG is guaranteed to win today.
All right.
I hope you guys like that.
I liked it. Greg actually just came over and told us, undefeated if he goes and sits in the specific chair that's outside in the tent. And he did it today, so we can go home.
Do you have any superstitions? I'll tell you mine first. Over in NACL, I rub Kangus's head. He's bald. Gives me a little bit of good luck. What about you?
Okay, yeah, I don't have any superstitions. I'm a man of science. What can I say? I'm sorry.
Well, that's all right. That's all right, because we got the hard science, and that is a match in front of us. It's going to be Dignitas versus Counter Logic Gaming. Now, personally, I'm excited about this one because I, Kobe, am a CLG fan.
I'd love to hear it.
Not just from watching the LCS, but watching over an academy. I've seen each and every one of these members in the academy system, you know, from Palafox and Cloud9's domination of 2020, Luger and Poom being together on 100 Thieves Academy. This is, I don't want to use the word nostalgic, but it just brings me back, man.
I do remember, especially when CLG first signed last year, this team, all of the academy, now Salt League, NACL, Challengers League, everyone, get it right. We're all popping off. They were so happy because of the fact that this combines so many of these Challenger League talents. We will see here with the second year, this team being run back. I was very, very excited to see CLG try and build on the synergies from last year. And they are in a pretty comfortable spot in 5th place here with 7 wins themselves, already looking towards playoffs. So if they lock in the guaranteed win today from Greg going and sitting in the chair, then it looks good.
Yeah, I mean, they had a rough start that kind of worried me a bit when we got started on the season for CLG. But
good, you're a real CLG fan if you're being worried 80% of the time.
You got to be stressed out permanently if you're just a Counter Logic Gaming fan. That's the way it's going to be. What about the opposite side of things? We've got Dignitas, who right now, they're already out of contention when it comes to playoffs. But I want to ask you, what does this mean in that perspective where you don't have anything to fight for? Do you still want to end on a high note?
Well, I think we continue with the same discussion of stress. They have no stress.
Yeah.
Stress is all gone because, like you say, they are, well, I think I saw it was what, 0.0038% chance?
Yeah, there's 2 zeros.
So some really wacky stuff had to go on. I don't know if that's still alive. But as far as they're concerned, probably, you know, it's full stress relief because this split, you know, with only a single win for themselves. Okay, just got word that the 0.0038% chance was also eliminated already by previous events of today, and so yeah, they can just focus on their own game. I personally, when I see a team like that, I then always want them to take the biggest chances. Play whatever you've been hiding in. Exactly. You've been hiding and you're too scared to play, or play something that, you know, popped off in scrims, but everyone decided that's scrim only. Well, guess what? Pull it out on stage now because there's no difference.
And it's a good time to fill out things more with Tomo, who has taken that marksman role. When it came to that change for Dignitas, there was a lot of criticism whether this was the right move for Dignitas. Some people felt like it was a side grade. I think Tomo's stats have shown that he is a very, very good marksman and still performs all right, given what Dignitas have. It feels like there's deeper issues underlying, but that being said, still make the most of this marksman.
Yeah, I say they have definitely looked better since they've brought in Tomo. And yeah, it's not always down to a single player. Contracts, I love contracts also. Let's go on. Bringing in a single player is not always just about the effect of that individual player, but how the rest of the team, gets an overall shift. And it definitely seems like it has been positive for Dignitas. They are, still pumping out content, still seem like they have, pretty good morale over there. So hopefully they can string another one together here.
It's a complete flip.
How about double your wins?
Double your wins? Yeah.
Double your wins today.
That would be
What if I told you?
How do you do it? What's the secret, Kobe?
Well, all you got to do is beat CLG and overcome the superstition of the magical chair.
Oh, no.
Also, what you have to do is avoid a pause or any sort of delay.
Yeah, going into delay right now. I sat in the chair today, so
we already told that story.
Yeah, already talked about that. Please tell me, Kim Dynasty didn't have his popcorn and Diet Coke today.
Yeah, I guess Dignitas are a little worried there. At least his social media person shaking in their boots. Get in the huddle here.
We also got to talk about sponsors with Dig if they're doing stuff like that.
Dude, I really want to get deeper in the huddle. put the camera right on someone's shoulder so it feels like we can be
I wanna join
connected
them.
there.
I want to be part of the camaraderie.
Exactly. Become the Dignitas.
You know, it's funny. Jat was saying he couldn't figure out whether CLG were going to win or lose. It's very similar over in Salt League because Counter Logic Gaming challengers, they tend to stomp everyone in scrims, but then once they come onto the actual stage, it's suddenly a different story with them. Sometimes they're swinging for the fences, sometimes they just strike out.
Yeah. Well, this CLG team has really also embraced what I like. New champions, new patches. They're all over Aurelion Sol. They're jumping all over, you know, anything that gets buffed and hyped up. So I'm hoping for a good champ select.
I am too, and no more delays, thank goodness. Oh, I said that word. I've already ruined my own momentum. We get into champ select, final game of the day. I know it's been a long one, ladies and gentlemen, but bear with us for CLG versus Dignitas.
All right. Contracts did some nasty things with the Elise. So instant ban here from Dignitas. If they want to continue focusing jungle, Sejuani probably finds her way into this pick and ban phase. But there's so much you have to pay attention to on bottom side of the map. Caitlyn, Varus, Lucian, Zeri. So many things you have to worry about. Ashe, actually, if Ashe gets left up here, they could do some sort of trade. I feel like Dignitas will save their last ban for Ashe, and if CLG want to do one more target ban here.
I was going to mention that because the Ashe is something that Poom played in their first matchup in the round robin. Poom did not miss with those arrows, man, and did a lot of damage to Dignitas. Next man comes in. It's going to be the Karma taken away. I'm also curious about the solo lanes because I've always felt like when Dig play a little bit more towards those and get those online, that's when we see more high points of Dignitas. Throw you back to the win that they had against Evil Geniuses. It was Santorin ganking both for Armut and Jensen.
Yeah. Yep, definitely powerful. All right, Ashe is finally banned out. That means there is slightly higher priority on the Sejuani. It has been super highly preferred by most of these teams. And it's not as exciting as I was hyping up some of the possibilities for this game, but okay, so they do actually pass it over for the Recon engage here for Poom. Get that engage, set up for the possible Xayah pick here for Luger. Xayah is so strong right now with Navori in the state that it's in. Just synergizes so well with Blade Caller. Always a fan of seeing that because you are also preemptively guarding yourself against enemy dive. So even if you know, hey, we're giving over, hard engage like Sejuani or something, having that anti-dive AD carry always gives that extra modicum of safety.
Santorin going stock standard right here. We'll take the Sejuani. We'll get paired alongside it. It's going to be the Aphelios. I always want some level of peel coming out for the Aphelios to get some protection to get towards those later stages. But that will be the duo right now for Dignitas, Sejuani, as well as Aphelios.
So, in my eyes, there are 3 good supports for Aphelios. Thresh, Lulu, and Renata. And it comes down to what style of bottom lane do you have, do you want to play, and how does your team want to play these team fights for later? Probably the most common is the Thresh, because obviously the Lantern, that gives you that knee-jerk safety that you're talking about. Plus it can be used later in the game for saving people from split pushing, trailing people down lanes and stuff like that. But some of the craziest, most aggressive ones, especially if you are looking at Xayah Rakan and counter engage, are the other 2 options that I mentioned. They're definitely more risky, but I really am still a big fan of the Lulu buff up with it. But there we go.
I'm a bigger fan of the Thresh. We've had too much time with Enchanter supports. I'm done with them. I'm done with them, Kobe. I welcome Thresh back into our life, and that's what we're going to get right there. Ignar will be playing that champion. Ignar can facilitate a lot of those bigger engages for Dignitas, especially alongside Santorin. It's one thing Santorin was really wanting to have Ignar on that team when he had those visa issues coming through. So you get some great engage coming out for Dignitas if they want to use the death sentence that way. Of course, great peel for Tomo.
Yeah, the adjustments they made to Thresh with cooldown on Q and being able to almost death sentence into another death sentence later in the game with enough ability.
It never ends.
Definitely gets very annoying. Since there's no or since Gragas is such a flex pick here, Dignitas covering for the flex to jungle could be Contracts. He's definitely a very good Gragas player, but of course this champion can flex into 4 different roles, probably even 5 now that we buffed Senna, and you can throw in some crazy other things there. So they are covering their bases here, banning out the Vi as not wanting to deal with that on Aphelios, even with the Thresh Lantern.
Just go wild, Dignitas. You know, it is what it is. You've ended up where you are. Just go wild with this draft. Blow me away. Get something spicy going on the Rift. We got one more band to come out from Counter Logic Gaming. We'll see what those final picks are going to be so far. Bot lane, as well as potentially the jungle for CLG. Same thing matched over on Dignitas as we still wait for those solo lanes.
And the Aurelion Soul is still available. This is something CLG embraced really quickly, really early on. And Aurelion Soul worries about stuff with early pressure on him, so you can try and get the most out of the early stages before the dragon is allowed to scale. They double ban here to do a little bit of protection. If CLG do go for it, it would probably have to be blind, as I assume Dignitas want to keep mid for countering the possible Aurelion Soul. And they do just that. They force Armut to blind on top side. He opts for the Renekton, the most popular top lane blind at the moment globally. And will it be CLG? Does Palafox, with just the bans of Syndra and Taliyah, feel like that is enough to protect himself? You have to figure Dig have prepared for this, and they saw the 2 bans and they're like, you know what? We're cool with it. If you blind pick it, Jensen's got something special. And I really hope it is something special. I hope it's something based off kill pressure early, because if we can see this coming, they can see it coming, and they definitely can prep for it.
They very much need to, because once the skies descend, it is so hard to stop an Aurelion Soul. It's kind of nutty what this champion is able to do on the Rift. A lot of people not shy to say he's just outright busted, but this next locked in for Contracts, we want some carry jungling. It's going to come out of the Viego.
Love it. Viego, a lot of people focused on the crit buffs improvement, but really the big percentage damage for his ultimate is what's boosting him back in, because you actually have execution threat with your ultimate back now. And that also lets you live the fantasy of getting multiple R resets and executing multiple people. As you said, Contracts, he's a fighter down to his last little grain of being, and so he's down to scrap at any and all times. Definitely a Viego player to boot. So the Cassiopeia, interesting option into Aurelion Soul, because you can definitely abuse him a little bit earlier on, especially if you have Sejuani ganking, because Sejuani gank with Arctic Assault into the Miasma to ground the Aurelion Soul so he can't W out. Is definitely a lot of early pressure. Plus, Cassio also scales very well and will complement this Aphelios for the late game team fights extremely well and deal with some of that engage. Cassio ultimate into a Viego charging at you, into a Rakan charging for that engage, can be some pretty good tools for Dig. So honestly, I like the draft for them here. It's been difficult for Dignitas to scrape together some wins, but they've been looking better recently. See if they can put up a big fight.
And again, if Santorin can play towards those solo lanes, I mean, getting an Aurelion Soul, that Miasma's there, the gank potential that you have just naturally out of Sejuani, you can get a lockdown there, and that win against Evil Geniuses that Dignitas were able to get was played off of Jensen taking a lead and just running the map with it.
Yeah, he only had to pull off about 5 separate game-winning plays for them to
How many highlight reel Shurima shuffles can we make?
All right, let's get on to the Rift. Aurelion Soul picked again. CLG, they can't stop picking the OP. I heard that one. Collect some Stardust. Let's see it. And something CLG have done is not pick a bunch of other losing lanes with the Aurelion Soul has been key for them. And picking some areas where they can get aggressive. Bottom side moving in with the sweeper here for Poom. Able to see that nobody from Dignitas poking around.
I always get excited when I see a Viego. When we get him in the NACL, carry jungling is, it's how do I put this? It takes your breath away, man. It is so fast, intense, and crazy just how much a lot of our junglers over there are willing to do. Contracts, as I said, CLG, everyone has played over in the Academy season. Contracts during his time with Evil Geniuses Academy. So I got to have a lot of fun over there. And now seeing him on the Viego, personally, Kobe, I don't get to be on the stage too often. So I like to reminisce here and there from seeing my old players up here on stage.
Hell yeah, I want to see them succeed. And Contracts has been pretty volatile as far as junglers go. So Viego encapsulates that. It's a volatile jungler. You can either end up being useless this game or end up getting those multi-kill resets. I would like to see him try and concentrate on the bottom side personally, lending some more threat to Xayah Rakan lane, pressuring Ignar and Tomo. If they can do that, especially early on, it sets CLG up for a really nice win con later where Palafox scaling should be able to bring home the biscuit.
How are they supposed to win if they don't even coordinate jerseys, Kobe?
I'm a big fan of the CLG red ones. The CLG red hoodie actually is the softest hoodie that I own, and thus it is my most used. Here we go.
Already cleansing away the death sentence. Luger will escape that, but here comes Contracts. Won't get the stun onto Ignar. The knock is found onto Tomo. Will have to burn Flash to get to safety.
We ask and we shall receive.
Yup, bot lane.
We look for bottom lane aggression from Contracts, and we get it. 30 seconds later. Now, though, counter from Santorin.
Yeah, Santorin walking into this brush, not realizing that someone else is waiting for you. Contracts will take a little bit of a skirmish right there, but no one willing to continue that for too long.
So, not so much of a punish because Jensen wasn't able to push quick enough. If Jensen had been able to push that mid wave harder, that could have been an actual really punishing brush sneak attack from Santorin, trying to set up and get the stun onto Contracts, lock him down, but Palafox had done good enough a job of holding that minion wave, so Jensen was not able to come over, and it just turns out that Contracts was able to burn the bottom summoner spells without actually having to pay the price of getting behind in camps or losing anything significant himself. So Contracts feels very good about that exchange, actually. Palafox himself, though, gonna have to teleport back. Oh, cancels it.
Good place to play around. Santorin now focusing onto this bottom side, following up what we had just seen from Contracts. Not spotted out in the tri-bush currently. Trying to sneak around right now as they crash this wave into the tower. Santorin will not waste too much time in that direction. Just get the crash and get out.
I think his main priority is that defensive ward right there, because the dive on them is so dangerous, and so he actually spends a lot of time just to go down, put this ward, looking for the repeat gank from Contracts after his bottom lane got all of their summoner spells blown. I do like the play from Santorin, even though it does cost him, and Sejuani is going to be a little bit behind Viego. He does steal away Raptor's number 2 after getting the defensive ward on bottom side. He'll also know when Contracts goes for Krug's number 2, whether Contracts is either ganking bottom or if he continues up towards mid lane.
And we are getting some resets in the bottom lane. Tomo's already taken one. I was able to purchase that pickaxe. Oh, boom. A little bit late right there. Will not be able to take the enhanced recall alongside.
Left at the altar.
Shame. That's the way it is. No Poom. Got to talk about Luger about that.
We see the cracks in the Xayah Rakan relationship starting to form already.
We got our own drama on the rift.
Will they survive this? I think if they get a kill on bottom side, that'll definitely do it for themselves. Contracts.
Best man Contracts.
Did he find that ward? He found the ward. He sweepered and found the ward. CLG. I don't know if they caught sight of Santorin or if they just assumed it because Santorin was staying on the bottom half of the map that there was going to be a ward in there, but that's great stuff for CLG to sniff it out.
Best man Contracts. We're sticking with it right now. Ignar trying to stick on Contracts as well. Lantern goes out. Tomo under pressure, doesn't have the flash. Dead to rights. Luger will grab first blood. Returned on the opposite end. Jensen will take down Contracts.
So the good news is Xayah and Rakan, they're going to be married forever. They're going to last the test of time. You get a kill in the bottom lane, and that's a good relationship. Bad news is it cost them Contrax's life because that's where Dig put all of their other resources. With Ignar roaming away, they actually did kill off the Viego here with the mid.
This drama's getting spicy, Kobe.
Surprise.
I like this. Way to keep this for a script. It's award-winning. Take a look at the map right now. Santorin does have some control over the dragon. We'll try and establish that. Let's take a look at Tomo. Flashless got out.
I love it. You know, they take the initiative here because at the same time, you can see on the mini-map, the play mid, Contract's called, hey, Ignar's here. As soon as he places this control ward, Ignar's here, and he dodges the hook. Yeah, he dodges the hook, but they still follow up on him with the Lantern for Santorin and the Flash. But as soon as he made that call, hey, Ignar is mid, boom, Luger, no hesitation. They flash in onto Tomo on bottom side, late caller, and kill secured.
That's money over to the Xayah. CLG trying to actuate their AD carry, get that marksman rolling and running. And Santorin wants to stop that, now paying a visit over towards the spot side river once again. Behind the Dragon Pit, does see that ward over there, but a control ward will deny the vision. Starting up the Dragon will be Santorin.
Honestly, I feel like CLG could fight it, even though there's a really big wave. I wonder if they want to try and contest. Contract moves over, and mid wave is also pushed. I guess they give it up. Yeah, Jensen gonna be able to push on mid. Bottom side moved in. Nice move here from Dig, taking advantage of the timing window. Dragon secured.
Ooh, Ignar, death sentence over the wall, but only for harassment. To let CLG know that that river is not their property. First strike will go over to Dignitas.
All right, so it should probably just be a topside reset for Santorin. Maybe you even look for linking up with Renekton. Santorin does not have Flash, but he should be close to level 6. He should be like one camp away from level 6 right now. If he gets red buff, gets level 6, ganks topside, that could even set them up to continue controlling these neutral objectives. Rift Herald spawns 8 minutes in here, and with CLG making a bottom side play, Dignitas are going to want to get something back on the other half of the map.
Be careful. Tomo's Flash is back up now, and there's the Thresh, so you always have the Lantern. It's gonna make it a little bit harder to gank this bottom lane. So Contracts instead. We'll take that recall, not waste too much time there. But you said it, Kobe. Level 6 for Santorin means he has that ultimate to lock down Glacial Prison.
All right. Well, they're gonna play it cautiously. Just clear out a little bit of vision, and Armut's gonna go for the recall into teleport, I assume. Rift Herald is up, and it is looking juicy. Bottom side. Okay, CLG, bottom side push, gonna allow them the early rotation. That thing's in turret, so it means their bottom lane gets the early move up the river. Since Dig didn't jump on it in the top side possibility, CLG will be happy to rotate their bottom lane up. Look at this, Xayah's going back down already.
Oh, and Dig might want to fight this. Yeah, looking to take it right now. Body slam comes out from Dokla to hold the line. Disguised Descend, still looking for more, is going to be Armut. Gets critically low. Dokla will take a whole chunk out of him. Boom, on retreat, and Dignitas, they call the play, and they fight CLG away.
Yeah, they sent Xayah back down bottom. CLG could have hard committed to it, but Luger goes back down bottom, and then Ignar comes over, even though it's a little bit delayed. That Dignitas focus fire there. Annihilate Dokla. They force Contracts out. They claim the Rift Herald. Dignitas looking to double their win today.
You gave him the secret. Beat CLG. Well, all right. 500 gold lead
great
so
coaching
far.
going on today. Nukeduck just told Closer, hey, time to smurf, and then he did. And 100 Thieves get the win. Now Dignitas just looking like they are going to control the early game at the very least. Dragon plus Rift Herald acquired, plus the extra kill means they've got the early advantage. They will get the first Rod of Ages here. Jensen, I think he's got enough. He does have enough. He completes it. He gets it plus the Dark Seal. This is huge stuff for Dignitas. Jensen is massive, and as you know, the single win that they got was off the back of some massive Jensen performances. He's definitely set up to carry here with Cassio.
In that game, it was a game where Dignitas were able to get a very strong lead early on. They just almost threw it away, and Jensen was the clutch to secure that back into their hands. Kind of a theme from Dignitas so far on the season. They do have some pretty good early game plans. things fall by the wayside around mid-game, around late game for Dignitas, and that's where things have gotten themselves to that 1-13 scoreline so far. Contracts now looking to visit over onto this bottom side, but ships in the night, both junglers bounce into each other, but not looking to engage.
And then it goes all the way back to Champion Select, too, even. With Dignitas leaving that Aurelion Soul dangling, knowing CLG have gone back to it over and over. And Jensen being confident in his Casio here, saving the counter pick all the way till last pick red side. And he is paying the team back. They, of course, did invest resources into him, you know, with Ignar roaming mid, and it cost them the kill onto Tomo. We'll see if mid lane ends up carrying harder, or if the bottom lane kill for Luger ends up meaning more. But look at this. Continue to funnel into Jensen. Exactly. Really trying to abuse this Aurelion Soul early game before he has had a chance to collect too much Stardust, which right now he's at 99 stacks of Stardust. So a little bit slow, honestly. That's not a very good pace here early on for the Aurelion Soul. Jensen definitely keeping the pressure on, making it difficult for him, but Poom going in.
Ooh, the knock-up onto Tomo, trying to get over to the Lantern, will flash on top of it and barely escape with his life. 200 health remained on Tomo.
Nice escape there from the Dignitas bottom lane, but you said it, that cost them a lot. Tomo will be very vulnerable now to any sort of roam plays, any sort of contract skank as well. We are 12.5 minutes, so only a little bit away from teleports becoming unleashed. We might see Dokla actually using his right now to get back to lane, though. Ends up canceling instead, since this is not a cannon minion wave either. Doesn't want to drop any melee minions.
So far, so good for Dignitas. That pressure coming out from Jensen in the mid lane. Set Palafox behind. Jensen so far, pretty good lead coming out. Same with the rest of Dignitas. It's going to result in them getting some priority onto this river. They'll be the first one to the punch as they'll take the second Drake of the game. Able to secure that, and not a thing CLG can do about it.
CLG, I think right now, comms are probably, don't worry about it. Keep giving them dragons. Our dragon is actually better. We'll just keep collecting Stardust. Aurelion Soul, Palafox, give him time to scale. He's actually got the charged up ultimate right now. So he can drop the big old rock if he so pleases. Collecting the Stardust. This is the way to do it. Try and get the executions with your singularity.
That ultimate, by the way, is one of the most beautiful things they've thrown in this game. Given how busted it is, Death Sentence going to come out. Fight bringing out to the bottom lane. A beautiful flay is found, and Poom gets dropped. Dignitas still continuing the lead off of Santorin's gank in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Ignar, the big thing on playing versus Rakan, you're always trying to flay him out of the dash. Ignar getting the timing right here. Hooks on Poom, flays him out as well. Very, very big support play there from the Dignitas. All right, just gonna be forcing him off with White Gun. You see how quickly these things get chopped on down.
It feels like a little bit of a different Dignitas here. I mean, having a lead early on. I wish we could have seen this on a different take earlier into the season for Dignitas, as, you know, I did talk about it. They have struggled throughout the season so far. This is not where Jensen wanted to be, especially after last year and, you know, winning with Cloud9. No, same thing with Santorin, who had a rough split over on Golden Guardians Academy last split. But coming in here, they had high expectations for this roster. Shame it fell by the wayside, but here comes CLG looking to put more into the wounds. Luger will grab a kill.
Well, well, well. Looks like they want to make him pay for it. Teleport coming into 4v2.
Armut has arrived on the Gator, looks over towards Luger. We'll be able to put the Ruthless Predator and stop him in his tracks. Another kill going over to Dignitas.
All right, bottom lane is saying, hey, we got to accomplish something elsewhere on the map. Looks like we've got Dokla on the top tower. He's Gragas, though, not going to be able to kill it too quickly. Armut sticking around. The greed might make him pay.
Gonna be a tough one right now. You got to lock down that crowd control, and CLG miss everything they threw at Armut. Ignar not too far off here. Look at the rest. As Dignitas, you do have Santorin in this quadrant of the jungle. Dignitas just holding control of the map from CLG.
Yeah, especially this bottom side. My goodness, it's lit up. they're able to do whatever they want transitioning between mid and bottom side of the map. Dignitas doing a very good job of continuing to snowball, continuing to control this game, despite Luger and Plume playing well and being able to get isolated 2v2 kills, or 2v1 kills actually, as they have both been. They went really deep into Dignitas territory in order to accomplish that, and Dignitas make them pay, get more on the backside. Bottom turret is dead. They rotate over to the Rift Herald just in time. And this time, CLG feel Aurelion Soul's at the point, charged up ultimate, that they actually might want to fight. All it takes is a really good Gragas ultimate to completely make these fights different story here. If you're able to separate an isolated member right into your team, push back that big fed Cassiopeia with it at the same time, then that would be devastating for Dignitas, and they don't want to risk it at this point. So it looks like they will cede control for now over to the Rift Herald. Hex gates mean you can return pretty quickly, but might not be quick enough.
A lot of these choke points, this draft that came out of CLG, a lot of these champions thrive into those choke points, so we're going to see a fight around those choke points right now. Palafox holding the line as he'll breathe life onto the back line. Dignitas still looking to posture forward. Armut all by himself will take the Lantern over to safety. Jensen waiting in the wings, sees the Dragon, will sink the Fangs in, but the skies descend. A great knock-upon to Jensen, but it's only defensive to stop the momentum of Dignitas.
All right, Dignitas, what can you get off that? You got big health chunks. You push them out of their own jungle. They need to acquire some tower kills. Mid only takes a little bit to finish off here, but the teleport back from Palafox, and he's at the perma wave clear state now. Part of the most frustrating thing against playing against Aurelion Sol is this champion scales in terms of being able to scale quicker. His wave clear,
exponential.
Exactly, his wave clear gets better, thus allowing him to farm Stardust faster, thus allowing him to continue scaling his max health damage even quicker. And they're just gonna give up Dragon number 3, it looks like, to make a hard push towards top side.
Champion's a nightmare, man. Definitely interesting how this champion scales up and puts all that devastation onto the map. Dignitas, they didn't play for the Rift Herald, but they're still continuing with that Dragon stacking win condition, and now it's going to be Dragon Soul Point, back to back to back off the spawns.
It's going to be a nice test this game to see just what can you pull off with Aurelion Sol late, because Cassiopeia is one of the all-time really powerful scaling AP kind of machine gun mages, and Jensen is off to a really good start here. So 8 stacks already on his Rod of Ages. He'll get the extra level well before Palafox does, and you always have the extra kill threat on a Baron when you have Cassiopeia. One of her best traits is the DPS as a mage into Baron, into these neutral objectives. So being at Dragon Soul Point with 3 dragons, not only does it afford you this extra pressure towards actually acquiring Dragon Soul, but Dignitas could just say, hey, CLG, go ahead. You can take that Dragon number 4. Guess what? We'll take Baron and instantly melt it with the Cassio. So this makes CLG's job in the mid game really difficult, and Dokla's job even more difficult.
Oh, Big Doke's gonna get caught out. Santorin ganking onto the bottom lane. And Dignitas, this momentum in this game against CLG, they're continuing right now. A lot of this off of Santorin's ganks, getting more gold onto Armut, who has 3-0 in the scoreline.
So Xayah getting some more money here. Luger is also extremely fed. So it's not just this Aurelion Sol you're going to have to worry about with the scaling. They get the mid tower here for Luger. The charge goes off on turret number 2. Should just be a little exchange here. The charge also got off from the Rift Herald, so mid turret number 2 also heavily damaged. CLG have set up themselves to a pretty good possibility of winning a team fight at this stage in the game. However, if they don't, or if they get lazy with their vision and are unable to cover both objectives, the Baron and the 4th Dragon, then there are huge rewards possible for Dignitas right now.
It's so snappy when you have a Cassiopeia as well as an Aphelios. How well they scale towards that late stage, they take Baron oh so fast. CLG struggling for some positioning on the map. So far, it's been a lot of control coming out from Dignitas, but kind of passively losing that lead so far.
Whoa.
Gold Armut now on the flank. Tower's very low right here. CLG might look to pressure onto Dignitas in the mid. They will use that teleport to stop Dignitas from going for a dive.
And Dignitas, no. There's no reason to force anything right now. 2 minutes, 40 seconds. We get a huge divide in the map where we can put a lot of pressure on CLG with the arrival of the Dragon, being able to make them choose their positioning. And so getting out one of these key teleports, reducing CLG's ability to answer both objectives at a single time, is really good prep work done by Dignitas.
Now, they only have one teleport, as he mentioned, on Palafox. But for Dignitas, I mean, you're looking at that timer. You're watching it count down 2 minutes before the Drake does come up. And Dignitas are going to be begging CLG to try their luck. But for the time being, Dignitas will focus onto this top side before they switch their allocation. And getting those resources over for that Dragon Soul. Maybe potentially looking for a dive here on Palafox. Contract's trying to stop that, so is Poom. Too far off from the river. Will chase away the rest of Dignitas and make sure Palafox stays safe.
Yeah, the way Dig can leverage the Dragon arrival into their huge advantage here is just continually clear out the CLG vision, but gonna go for it.
Poom looking to go in. Here comes the engage found by CLG. Santorin getting low. Ultimate gonna be blown from Palafox, but no one going down in this fight.
They escape just with Ignar having to flash there. He has a great flash into Lantern to save Jensen, and they critically save the Cassiopeia flash for that big fight. Really big stuff here for Dignitas. Now, Ignar just has to be careful about his positioning in the fight and remain at a nice distance from both Aphelios and Cassiopeia to be able to allow them to disengage from the next attempt at the CLG fight. But that was a very nice job for Dignitas not to give up too much there in the little pincer from CLG.
And first foot on this Drake as well for Dignitas. Low health left on that mid lane tower. They could try and get a minion wave pushed in there, potentially take that tower and then pressure over to the Dragon. But they want more than the tower, Kobe. They want the fight. Santorin leading in with the permafrost. Fight not going to be found. Tower goes by the wayside and Dignitas still holding priority on the river.
All right, the moment of truth has arrived. 20 seconds left on this Dragon. Full vision coverage here by Dignitas. They've completely blacked out the map here around Dragon. Fog of War for CLG is looking dangerous.
Oh, here we go. Santorin hops in, wants to find Contracts. Contracts on retreat. Miasma goes down, but will not block any mobility skills coming out from CLG. Still, the battle lines are drawn, and CLG are pushing them Dignitas's way. That way leads over to the Dragon, leads over to the river. Death Sentence coming out of the brush, landing on no one. Still looking for this fight, still trying to eyeball it out. Santorin right onto Dokla, but CLG have provided enough space to not get engaged on.
That was huge. They wait out the Sejuani ultimate hook.
Oh, here we go. It lands right on the money and Dokla dies. Out comes the ultimate, though, from Palafox. The skies descend and Dignitas crumble, breathing death onto Dig.
And Palafox just pops Tomo in the river. 2v1 Aurelian Soul, ladies and gentlemen. That is CLG winning the critical team fight. They gave up 3 dragons in a row. All they want to do is collect the Stardust. Dignitas going to teleport back out, though. They still want this dragon.
Oh, Armut is here. Ignar is pretty low.
Junglers.
Jensen hasn't lost too much health. Boom on the flank. Here comes Palafox. Able to breathe the light right onto the Gator. Armut will go golden. Pops that stopwatch. Jensen still putting in the fangs. A lot of damage going on to Poom, but he will slide out. Palafox so getting chased by the snake. Provides enough distance. CLG, they really want this dragon. They don't want to give the Dragon Soul over to Dignitas.
They certainly don't, and they want to get it off the map quickly enough that Dig can't go over to Baron. They will be able to get it. Dokla teleported out. CLG have passed the pivotal point in this game. They successfully defend Dragon number 4, deny the soul, while also not giving up Baron territory for themselves. It was already waiting out the Sejuani ult. Now Sejuani ult's not there, so CLG moved back up. They're happy to sacrifice Dokla. The Gragas is the meat they sacrifice for a huge grouped up meteor that destroyed the dinosaurs. from Palafox here. Right on top of the Singularity as well. You just saw him annihilate the Sejuani, and then look at that last pop there from the Breath of Light with the full channel onto Tomo. Just killed the Aphelios as well. And I have to say, it's also critical how well Luger and Poom did early on in this game. For the Xayah to be this big of a threat in addition to the Aurelion Soul, that's why they could not jump on him on the bottom side of that team fight. Luger pushing up through the top side with the Blade Caller is almost as dangerous as this level 16 Aurelion Soul. All right, not almost as dangerous, still really scary, but level 16 Aurelion Soul, Palafox now is really going to start collecting.
I mean, that's Luger for you. He does these incredibly aggressive plays. Now Jensen finds one with the Petrifying Gaze. Ooh. Chain of CC from Jensen Santorin linking up with the combo.
This is clean. 30-second window now for Dignitas. 5v4, extra person advantage. Aurelion Soul can wave clear so effectively. That means it's really hard to push, even with an extra person advantage. And so Dig might be forced into trying to bait them over towards Baron or something. I guess they're just gonna settle for Vision. Yeah, Aurelion Soul, annihilate those minions. Doesn't matter.
Disappears so fast. Let's see right there. Still keeping up in farm is gonna be Jensen. One of the higher points of Dignitas in this game so far with that 2-0-2 scoreline. Scaling that Cassiopeia brings will be something to reckon with as we get into the later stages. And I mean, we're already heading in that direction right now. 27 minutes into this game. A lot of this dance is starting to rotate around this Baron. But 2 minutes and 40 seconds before the Drake comes up and Dignitas dare CLG once again.
I think CLG might be willing to take the dare now.
Oh, yeah.
Rylai's is finished for Palafox as well. So now you get slowed even further. The Breath of Light chase down kills are going to be more plentiful. Very scary stuff to deal with here. And let me check on the execution threshold of the Singularity. It's up to 13% of your max health. That is so incredibly dangerous.
And it's only gonna get worse, man. CLG now in this top side of the jungle, and Dignitas are on the hunt. And chase CLG underneath this tower. It's still Dokla and Contracts. It's not the easiest duo to dive right now.
Yeah.
So Dignitas, they're only making their presence felt. They got a lot of deep wards in there. They've lit up that top quadrant like Christmas as they dance around Baron.
Exactly. They got a lot of vision. They got a lot of setup. But they know if we pin ourselves at Baron, we are setting up for a catastrophic Aurelion Soul ultimate that will be game winning. So it's just so difficult for Dig. That's why everyone has such a frustrating time playing against Aurelion Soul. It's hard to push because his wave clear is insane. And then it's also hard to do neutral objectives to pull him out into the map because they're in the pit, and then he has a big AoE ult that's going to be able to blow up the entire squad. And so now for Dig, it's problem solving time. What can we actually do? I would say try and make a pick on someone in a side lane. Try and make a really hard push here. And the vision that they set up in this deep quadrant over by Baron is the first step in trying to do that. So maybe they can leverage Ignar roaming over to actually follow up on some Santorin engage. Because as of right now, it's getting more and more dangerous, and CLG are just retaking territory. They do finally get the top turret here for Dignitas, but another dragon is spawning. Another opportunity for Dignitas to split CLG.
CLG setting up in the mid lane 30 seconds before that dragon does come down. And there's another dragon that's going to be at that fight. That's going to be Palafox. Mentioning just how big that ultimate is. Man, it takes up so much space. It provides so much control of the map. Teleport coming out from Arma. Looks like just the play to be made over on the side of Dignitas. They really want to contest with this Drake. Ultimate gonna come out of Santorin. Lands on the Dokla. That's a big engage tool down for Dignitas.
Yeah, that's going to be an instant start on Dragon for CLG, I believe. They can just have one person solo the Dragon. The rest of the CLG team should harass Dignitas to make sure they can't make that trade that we've been talking about all game long. The Dragon number... Oh, they're actually going to go for the fight here. Shirelius.
Oh, caught out. They're on to Dokla. Dokla's able to slide out. Now still 5 strong is Dignitas. They're continuing right now, but here comes Arma, tries to find Dokla. Dokla goes down, already one picked up, but the skies descend and eviscerate Dignitas. Leading the charge is Luger with the Featherstorm, but Armut is there to turn this around, and Dignitas, they will not be felt by the Meteor to end the ages. They'll bring the fight right back to Counterlodge.
They did it! They did it! Luger went too far forward on this Aya. He doesn't use his flash to get out of range. He goes down. Palafox is the only one now.
Oh, Armut's getting low.
One dragon versus the world, and the dragon might win.
Wait, no way. Palafox looking to take this. Armut flashes. He can't get the Ruthless Predator on Palafox, but finally Jensen is here. Palafox will make that distance, will make that space, but he's bought a lot of time. Unfortunately, not enough, as Dignitas will secure Baron.
They did it. They did it. The Baron empowered recalls allow them to reset, and they can go towards the Dragon Soul possibility. CLG, Hex Gates though. Hex Gates are way quicker to get over to Dragon. Oh man, I'm actually very curious about live about this setup for the Dragon. Hex Gates means your reset is even faster. CLG do have Poom getting vision for them at least. Here's another look at the team fight as well. You do get the big ultimate, but Dokla's already down, and then look how deep they go into it. The Guardian Angel, never mind, let's get back to live. Guardian Angel means a Crocodile respawned behind Luger, and then he was too far forward, and so without the Xayah, the supporting carry here for CLG, it was just the Dragon, and that is not enough, it turns out.
Yeah, that was a tough spot for Luger. You need to get that DPS in, but you also need to respect where Armut is. Good thing for him is that Guardian Angel is going to be down this time around. CLG posturing up around the Drake, getting it critically low. Contracts looking to secure the Smite. Secure it he will. Featherstorm comes out, able to drop a star over to Dignitas, but not going to find too much else as CLG will secure the Drake and make haste.
All right, another successful Dragon defense for CLG. They may have lost the Baron, but they were still able to recover the Dragon. Towers are just going to melt at this point. With Baron on Dignitas, they should be able to at least get some extra money out of the Baron power play that they have gotten for themselves. 1 minute, 30 seconds left on that. Bottom side tower here, the next target, as Armut moves in the minions.
Rotating back and forth from that mid, from that bottom. Tomo securing that tower, and that's another tier 2 falling by the wayside. 2 down, 1 more to go, and Dignitas will take a reset to start setting up for that top lane tier 2.
I'm surprised they didn't actually continue to have Palafox farm those bottom minions. Palafox is roaming up with the team, so they want to make some move here towards topside instead. They'll come collect some more Stardust off these ones, allowing Dokla to finish up bottom side. He has his Unleash teleport ready. Hexgate is active, and it's being used by Armut once again to enter CLG territory.
Dignitas holding control, 5.5k lead, 33 minutes into this game. Still got a little bit before we get our next Baron. 30 seconds left on that Red Bull Baron buff that was secured earlier by Dignitas. So not going to have much in the way of neutrals. It's up to Dignitas to set up the map and continue taking structures.
Enemies in the center of Singularity below 15.5% of your maximum HP are executed instantly.
That's disgusting.
And that is going to continue to get worse.
That's absolutely disgusting.
Very scary stuff here. Dignitas trying to use the last remnants of their Baron pushing power.
Brilliant Soul's not okay, man.
We'll see about that. What can Dig do? They've got a fed Cassio.
Oh, whiffing the ultimate Santorin. Not going to land it. Oh, but the Death Sentence lands, and it's right on a Palafox. Ultimate going to come out from Palafox, able to land a 5-man knock-up, and 2 fall for Dignitas as CLG press the gas pedal right through the damn car and take out Dig.
Oh, Contracts wants some more. Poom's going to take a little route around the riverside as well. It's dangerous to chase these carries, but Dig have Hex Gates from Dokla into a Blast Cone from Dokla. They've got him surrounded.
Nowhere for Jensen and Tomo to go. Their screen is going to be black and white in a matter of seconds. The setup for CLG, and this is so painful right here because they're staggering those death timers on both of the carries for Dignitas. Still, the line's going to be drawn. You got to give some respect to the damage that these 2 carries do bring in. And on the blink of an eye, they're going to go for the engage. Jensen and Tomo looking to bring it. Out comes the Featherstorm, but both carries will fall. It costed CLG
Poom, and that is going to be a cleaned up fight for CLG.
Yeah, they wiped them once again. Palafox does not die in the engage, even starting out with a death sentence on the dragon. He tanks it, he gets his ult off. Look at how quickly he's able to get the ult off as soon as he's out of it. They were unable to chain CC Palafox because the Sejuani ultimate is used right now. Now that the Sejuani's ult is not there, CLG move back up. There's nothing to CC him out of the death sentence, so he got his ult off. The giant 5-person ultimate here with the shockwave, with the knockup, annihilates them. They get burned down, they get executed. Then this teleport is a little bit troll because there's nowhere really Dig we're gonna go, and they still kind of had to wait for Palafox to get here, but it doesn't matter because there's nowhere for Dig to go anyways. And then Contracts is like, I am done waiting, flashes in even before the arrival of the Aurelion Soul. And as you said, the only sacrifice really is Poom in the addition of the extra teleport cooldown, which is coming up pretty quickly anyway.
Silver linings for Dignitas losing out on that fight. There were no major objectives up at the time. So Dignitas are now back on the map, and we have 45 seconds pretty much for both of them, that Dragon as well as the Baron. Dignitas gonna have their pick of the litter onto this one, but right now CLG are looking strong.
They certainly are. We are up to 17.7% execution threshold on the Singularity. To me, you can tell I'm a little frustrated by that particular part. That particular part of the champion. Dignitas, though, they're going to funnel in towards that dragon with the extra vision control. They've got the control ward down. Jensen.
Careful here. Oh, ultimate going to come out. Able to get the knock up onto 3. CLG destroy Tomo. That's both your carries down, man. Dignitas can't do a thing in this fight.
Yeah, all right. CLG are too far ahead now. They bring down the rock. They bring down Dig. CLG will get Dragon number 3 for themselves, as well as be able to push out. Baron is on the table. They can grab the Dragon, go over to Baron. Both Dignitas carries are dead. Really, the world is your oyster.
It certainly is. They've now made it over to Dragon Soul Point. Now, Dignitas playing around that neutral for oh so long. They're able to get over to that point and haven't claimed another Drake since, but now CLG aren't content with Dragon Soul Point. They want to grab the Red Bull Baron as well, and Santorin racing that position. 3k health remains. Santorin looking for a steal, but Dokla will deny it.
Dokla doing what he's done best this game, soak up skill shots.
Hey, that's big dokes for you.
Hit him with another one. He likes it.
Take it on the chin, walk it right off. There ain't no problem for Big Dokes. And problems now starting to cease to be for CLG. They will be the ones with the gold lead, 1.5k in their pocket.
Whew. All right, I'm gonna check on Palafox money. What is he saying now? Okay, so of that total CLG gold, 16,500 gold in the hands of the deathless Aurelion Soul.
Luger does damage, man, and Arma feeling a lot of that will get knocked down to 1/3 of his HP by the marksman of CLG.
Yeah, the CLG bottom lane doing so much work early on in this game.
Yeah.
Really a big part of why they are right here on the precipice of taking down Dignitas, moving themselves up to 8 wins, a very, very comfortable position, looking towards playoffs. Really big stuff here for CLG, who are the only LCS team that opted to keep their same roster from last year.
All right, now CLG setting up onto this bottom lane tier 2. Dignitas will try to defend, but it's a Baron empowered push. Palafox is in the mid lane right now.
There's a dragon on the loose.
Wave.
There's a dragon on the loose, and he's going mid.
Man, we got gators on loose. We got snakes on the loose. There's animals all over the place right now in Dignitas. They're the ones who are doing the responding. As already that mid lane turret's gonna go down by Palafox. The attention of Dignitas was set over to that bottom lane. And now, nope, one tower's not enough. Let's try and get 2 and see if we can keep Dignitas locked down in the bottom lane while Palafox goes banking.
Yeah, he's banking Stardust, all right. 19%! I'm just counting down the time, baby. That thing becomes an Elder Dragon buff.
It is the eldest dragon code.
Truly, truly, truly.
I love that ultimate though. Just visually, I personally love it. I feel like that should have been to rock with the
I'm
original
just gonna watch
Starfall.
the mini map next time the Aurelion Soul ults, just to see how giant this shockwave is.
Take a look at that, Ignar, with a death sentence.
Oh, baby.
Here it comes. Look at the mini map. Didn't see too much over there.
Yeah. That wasn't a charged up one.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't.
That was a regular.
It's just the falling
That was
star.
a baby comment, okay?
That one didn't wipe out the dinosaurs.
That meteor is not killing anything. The tower is rubble, though.
I got something. Throw stars on the people is one of the things I've loved to watch recently in League. Thanks, Riot. Some people will be very mad at that comment for sure.
Oh, no. The timing on this one. I don't think it's theirs to throw anymore. Unfortunate.
It does throw me back to that EG game because it was a game where Dignitas did get a strong lead early and then it fell apart. Jensen had to find those comeback plays. Yeah. The thing is, Cassiopeia is not the Azir, very much more flat.
Oh, picky.
Ignar caught out there will have to use his flash to get away, and hope's dwindling for Dignitas.
All right, time for Ignar to make a big Hex flash play now.
Yeah.
Let's see it. All right, next big rock. Ready to drop it here. Now we're charged up for Palafox. CLG, pretty straight shot towards finishing this game. Push out mid, push out bottom, just collapse then back to your Dragon Soul. You've got Aurelion Soul. Now you can get Dragon Soul in 45 seconds. It's a really good one too. Hex Dragon is my actual favorite, and it's gonna go a long way in this one. Wow, Palafox isn't even gonna head on over there for it. He sees more Stardust. More Stardust, more scaling. Gimme, gimme, gimme.
At this point, he's full build, so the only way to scale more is through Stardust. Palafox.
Oh, the scaling, please stop. It's over 20% execution now.
Absolute threat on this map. CLG, hold position over the river. 15 seconds before Dragon spawns, and that team fight timer is ticking down. It feels like Dignitas feel a definite sense of urgency to take this.
I would say so. Emergency for Dignitas.
Ooh, Santorin wants to find an engage. Lands the ultimate only onto Dokla. Palafox on the flank. Tomo's gonna chase him down. Over the wall, Palafox will go, and Tomo is empty-handed. One gonna drop by the side. CLG losing one, but Dignitas looking for more suddenly. They might have some momentum on their side. They gotta keep Tomo safe, but keep in mind, Tomo has no flash. Jensen can clutch this out. CLG are too low. They're not going to take this fight anymore, but look at this Hex Gate coming out from Arma. Has the flank right now, walks over to where Luger is, hops onto Contracts, but Luger does too much damage. Feathered Fly popping out, the Guardian Angel, and securing the Drake. Dignitas will get it into their pocket. CLG, they tried to deny it. They denied 3 in a row, but Dignitas finally get Dragon Soul.
Dignitas still have life left in them. Dragon Soul acquired in time for the next Baron fight. 30 seconds. You like that one? We're gonna get another rematch right after. Here's another look at how it started out. Aurelion Soul ult down. Tomo flashes over onto Palafox though. So look at this Dragon. He got pushed out of the fight so early. Really heads up stuff from Tomo. For an 80 carry to flash out of the Aurelion Soul into the Aurelion Soul's face, chunk him down, force him out of the flash, and you don't see it right now, but Palafox's recall goes off right here, so the Dragon's not there anymore. So then Dig are able to win this fight. Aurelion Soul's in base, flying back. They already killed the Recon, and that is snowballing into a Baron. Contracts, can he get there for a steal? He has ultimate.
Oh, no way. Dignitas, they get the Baron, but is this fight gonna belong to CLG? Ultimate gonna come out from Santorin over the wall. Dokla will fall.
That was big.
Pulling him right back in, and Palafox will breathe light onto the back of their necks and make them suffer. Go away. Tomo turns it around, finds a triple kill, and Dignitas, every time you count them out, they bring it right back.
Dignitas are doing it! The Dignitas Baron is going to be a dub here. Dignitas with the Hex Dragon. They're going to push 2 lanes now. You see Jensen went immediately for bottom side where the minions were the furthest. They just need minions up to these inhibitor towers. 40 seconds on the death timers here for CLG. Dokla, the only one alive. Jensen, really good heads up teleport play from him so that they can get this push off before the death timers are there. Just go tank the turret, rush in there, kill that inhibitor. You've got 20 seconds before the Dragon gets up. Burn this thing down.
I'm watching a
22.
rerun right now, Kobe. This feels very much like I think Genius's game. Oh, now coming for it. They need to take down Dokla. That would be a massive stagger death timer. Already one Nexus Tower going to go down. Puma looking to get the disengage for Dokla, but Dokla is dead. Oh, Dignitas, they've taken the second Nexus, and you wanted it. They need to double their wins. They need to beat CLG. Dig will do just that.
Dignitas defeat late game Aurelion Sol.
At a time where it matters so much for CLG to be picking in these wins, securing themselves over to playoffs. Dig wanting to play spoiler right here, getting their second win of the regular season against Aurelion Sol that was scaling to the high heavens, Kobe.
And I gotta give so much credit to Tomo.
Yes.
Put onto this roster in a failing position. He got pulled up. Please save us. He flashes on the Aurelion Sol in the critical team fight for Dragon Soul. He pushes Palafox out. Dignitas win the fight. They get the Soul. They get the Baron afterwards. They win the game off of it. Dignitas, those games are exciting. It's winning, then losing, then winning again.
It's the same exact way in both wins, Kobe. Oh my word, but gotta feel good for Dignitas. Even all things considered, yeah, sure, you're eliminated from playoffs contention. Still want to look good on that stage, still want to perform, and performing, they are picking up their second win again for the regular season. What a performance.
Huge, huge stuff there.
That'll break my heart too.
Yeah.
Show up here, say I'm a CLG fan, and Dignitas gotta dig that grade for me.
Yeah, well, you're used to heartache, you're used to heartbreak. The high highs won't feel as good without a little bit of this mixed in. CLG gonna look to bounce back after that one. Their playoffs hopes are still very healthy.
Yes.
Still very much alive. Don't worry. This is definitely a big hit.
I'm worried.
But still definitely alive. Let's take a look at the last fight, actually, because Tomo actually does a bunch of work in this one too. So look at him right now. He's outside on Poom. Aurelion Sol goes for the ultimate combo onto Jensen and Ignar. And then it's Santorin ultimate over the wall onto him, stopping it. Gragas ulting them back for the Aurelion Sol execution onto two of them. And then you think CLG are going to push forward and win. Yeah. But no. Tomo turns around. Huge AoE ultimate coming out, the Infernum, and Jensen is still up as well, pumping out Cassiopeia damage. He gets the stun onto them, critically turns around. These two ultimates from the Dignitas carries saved as they're getting chased back, even after two teammates have died. An Infernum ultimate and a Cassiopeia ultimate turn around the team fight. Numbers don't matter, carries matter, and ultimates matter. Huge stuff there.
Yeah.
Tomo and Jensen turning it around for the win. Dignitas, that's two, baby.
Oh, that looked great. Especially we had that top lane fight earlier. We kind of got a preview of what Tomo and Jensen were going to do with how long they stalled that out. But they clutch it out when it matters most and able to win out. The second win for Dignitas. We are going to toss it over to the LCS Lounge to close out for the day. So we'll see you there.
Thank you. Can we talk about who's running this part? Raz, what do you think of that game? You've been quiet all day. What do you think? It's your turn. That was a crazy game. I thought for sure CLG had outscaled, and then eventually they didn't, or...
Yeah, I mean, they did, but then their team kept disappearing as ASOL did like 50% of their health. What's interesting about this, though, is it puts the standings in a really precarious spot because we thought there was going to be this like three-way race for the last playoff spot, but then Golden Guardians and CLG both lost, and then TSM 100 Thieves and TL literally all won. So it got really interesting right away.
And it's super interesting at the top too, right? Because FlyQuest also dropped their second game today, which now means that obviously they did, C9 still has to play them again. But they did lose to FlyQuest the first time, so I think if both teams won out, it would force a tiebreaker. But that's still super, super interesting over at the top of the standings as well.
Well, the fact that FlyQuest now lost to EG and C9 means that they have lost against their two toughest competition on the back half of the split, which, heading into playoffs does mean that we should have a pretty good one, because I think a lot of us had handed FlyQuest the trophy after the first round robin, but showing that it's much closer than we had anticipated.
Yeah, just as an update, Dignitas is officially eliminated from the playoffs. That happened before the day. Our predictions also officially eliminated from today. We lose the series.
You should get this off my screen.
Yeah, we lost the FlyQuest game. We won TSM. Good job, everybody. C9, wrong on Golden Guardians and CLG.
Yeah.
The day for flip-flopping would have been today.
But even the flip-flop would have been bad because we said EG. Oh boy. I will say, go back what Emily said, the playoff race continues to be interesting. There's a world where our preseason power rankings look much better if Golden Guardians and TSM just start losing a bunch and TL and 100 Thieves go on these late season rallies. We can return somewhat to what we had predicted.
Yeah, you never know. Have to play the games. Also, for those of you wondering, I feel like it's right to mention, we requested an interview for Santorin. He was not feeling up for it with the tough split going on so far, so we're going to tomorrow's schedule. Team Liquid versus Cloud9. We thought they were going to lose to FlyQuest Cloud9. Maybe they have the craziest 2-0 ever. You never know. EG CLG looking extra interesting. 100 Thieves actually really needing to win that game against Dignitas, who just knocked down CLG a peg, and then Golden Guardians TSM, another Game 5 banger.
Yeah, Golden Guardians TSM is actually the game that I'm looking at the most, because Golden Guardians looked shaky even in their wins last week, and now losing again today, where TSM are really trying to make a final playoff push. That's definitely the one I'm looking out for.
Yeah, Tomo joined Dignitas too late to bring them into playoffs, but he's at least made them a blue shell, where if you sleep against them, they're good. He did not have a good game for the first 20 minutes, but his team fighting late game was incredible. There was the fight in the Dragon where he basically forced Asol out of the fight, and then there was the one in that red buff after that Baron where he kind of turned it around. So they're looking scary if you just kind of are sleeping on them as oh, they're a 2-12 team, but they're a very different team than when they had Spawn in there.
Yeah, spoilers. I think it's pretty fun to be able to play spoiler as a viewer, but I see teams be able to do it actually very successfully across all sports. When your season is over, sometimes you get superpowers.
Pressure's off. We see it at Worlds every year.
Yeah. So it says in the prompter that Raz is reading this. So
does that mean we just leave because he's not here to do it?
We're back tomorrow at 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 Eastern. It's going to be a great day of LCS, I think. Less delays, fingers crossed. I think Raz actually was the cause of all of these delays today. Feel better, Raz. I hope to have you back tomorrow.
He's our chief technician. He wasn't here to take care of all the server stuff.
But he has been in Twitch chat.
He actually is the tech guy backstage. He lets us watch LCK VODs. We're done. We're done. It's been a long day.
Bye.
Ooh, you're getting
that almost stayed at the top of the